Steps up, looks for the spray, hits the deck. Lovely movement there. Coming through from Fresh. This guy is a unit. What a dynamic player from Fresh. Gapahala with an 8 around the side, spots the player, goes even as the blue zone puts a hurry on things. Around the side, Beast is there, looks for the spray, goes low and goes down. Gapahala.
It's all come down to this, the final day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. And at the end of the day, we're going to find out our 5 teams going to represent us in the European Regional Championship, as well as find out which team will go directly into the PMGC to play against the best teams in the world and a chunk of that $6 million prize pool. We need to kick things off today. We need to bring in our analysts to start talking about everything that's going to happen today. And honestly, we could talk probably for hours about this because we're not really sure who's going to come out on top at the end of this day. It's been a little bit topsy-turvy, but Claris and Max, man, I'm not going to ask you predictions, but I'm hoping we just have some sick games today. I'm really hoping we have like a really close final with like 1 or 2 points separating the 2 teams.
I mean, that's the case right now in the race to PMGC, right? 2 points separating Eastern Stars and Unicorns of Love. And because it's such a short finals, you don't have a big amount of game compared to the league stage. Just a few games and you can make it up in the top 5 to make it to the European Regional Championship. So it's really close and I can't wait to see who's going to be on top it.
Yeah,
I feel like we should win, Jason. I feel like we should earn the most points. And we should go to
red.
PMGC.
Red?
Is that a maroon? I don't know.
Fuchsia? Fuchsia, I guess.
Purpley? I don't know.
Is it? It's a version of pink is all I need to know, which does worry me for Unicorns of Love. But for you guys at home who might have missed out on yesterday or even the day before, let's take a look at the overall standings so you guys understand who currently is safe in our top 5 positions, because that is, again, teams going to the European Regional Championship, and it's probably some teams you never would have expected. Vodafone Giants sitting in 1st place at 124 points, and Nexus rounding things out at 5th at 108.
I mean, Nexus were in the top 3 at the end of that first day. They have had a relatively significant drop-off. We'll look upon that a little bit more in depth in terms of their stats throughout day 1 and day 2 of the finals. But Nexus, when you have 4 Romanian Boys games, have some really good, consistent games, especially in that first day. And you're looking at Unicorns of Love, especially on the last game, every single time. I don't know why it's weird, Kalash, but always the last Sanhok, they get the points. Nexus Gaming, I'm not sure if we're still going to see them in top 5 at the end. They need to have a great day for that to happen.
Yeah, yesterday was rough, and I do feel currently looking at this team and kind of the season as a whole, like the first day was maybe an anomaly. So yeah, I think we may see a drop. But overall though, how does Vodafone Giants do this? I mean, in season 1, we had this situation where like the whole season we were just like, well, okay, they're kind of looking as UDR killers. And then all of a sudden, you know, they blasted back and got 4th place during all that. Now we get to the season, we're like, they're not looking very good. And then all of a sudden, 1st place here. The Vodafone Giants, they are, I don't know, an enigma, Jason, considering what they're able to put up.
I think even the Riddler wouldn't have an answer for this one, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, not only them, but like there's been so many quote-unquote upsets, like them and Nexus getting into their Exquisite Décode. I mean, I don't think it's too much of an upset, though they haven't looked as good, I guess, towards like the second half of the season, but they were lackluster MVP last time. They did qualify for the European Regional Championship last time, and it's looking like they might be on track to do so yet again. Max, one team who might not qualify, whether it's PMGC points or it's here in the finals, is currently Unicorns of Love.
They can't afford to just make points on the last game, man.
So disappointed, man. Just,
I mean, Unicorns of Love. I mean, I had the chance to talk with Atomics right now, which is like part of the backwards side of Unicorns of Love and trying to take care of everything in the back end for managing and stuff. And they are a little bit stressed out. They know that they cannot afford a mistake today, so they're going to try and put their best performance and their best foot forward into today. But when you got teams like Eastern Stars that overtook their spot currently by once again 2 points in the race to PMGC, and you got some teams that are relatively comfortable towards the top, Unicorns of Love have got to be careful because this is not going to be an easy day for them.
I mean, just be faster, forehead. Like,
I asked questions about that.
I shouldn't appeal to the Twitch memers, but I mean, like, ultimately, yeah, I think that a lot of the rotations, they're slow. They're dropping in hard places to rotate from anyway. It makes it even harder when you're dropping in North George, southwest of Sanhok, southwest of Miramar to rotate late. So don't rotate late. Get some of your loot, start moving on, and get yourself a better position in these circles, because they're always arriving late.
I actually asked Atomics, why do you guys rotate late on Sanhok, especially because that was the one that was really surprising to me. And he's like, it just works. I'm like, well, I mean, I can't argue. They got 2 chicken dinners. I'm like, oh, I don't really have a counterpoint, so I guess yes, but it's not the best.
I have many counterpoints, but anyway.
Well, as you take a look at our other 8 teams, I mean, it's still, to me, a surprise to see Big, who had Mihi being the most dominating player we saw in the regular season, be in 13th place. Like them, Conqueror. I mean, Conqueror has players on the team who played in PMGC last year and had, you know, decent success. And then you have, well, the likes of Super Young roster. We were talking them up quite a bit in week 3 and towards the end of week 2 as well, where they had some massive step up. It's just been, I mean, to be honest, it hasn't been like a terrible run for a lot of these teams. They're still, I think, within reach of top 5. But it comes down to them then having a phenomenal last day, which I can't even imagine the pressure they're under.
It's been pretty terrible.
Okay. Gee.
I'm like the angel on your shoulder, Max, and Claris is the devil.
That's right. It's Halloween. I've got the horns on, boys. I mean, quite honestly, Big and Conqueror, we expect huge things of these rosters. They are fantastic rosters. We have seen it time and time again. Them being Big was the most consistent team for a long time in this tournament, and Conqueror likewise has had some brilliant peaks in this tournament. This final for them has not gone their way. I think they will happily tell you themselves it's not gone their way, but there is slight light at the end of the tunnel. In looking at these 2 rosters, Max, I feel like there is always an opportunity across 6 games for them to get back-to-back-to-back podium finishes, because they're that caliber of players. It would take a bit of a miracle here today for it to occur, like a freak anomaly, but there is still that slight, 5% chance that maybe they string all those games together.
I would agree with you on when it comes down to Big. I think Big definitely have the potential to make it happen. Unfortunately, Conqueror, I kind of gave up. I'm not seeing what I want to see from this team. They're not getting into strong positions, and that is where Conqueror shine the most, when they have a strong compound or a good high ground position, and they are gatekeeping teams or trying to take as much space in the circle as possible to pick up those kills. That is where Conqueror, in my opinion at least, is the strongest. And especially when you have a player like Reeves that has that PMGC experience from last season, you can expect so many more things from them to do in the Western European region, but it's just not been able to come through just yet. And as you said, it could happen. They could have a miracle day, get podium finish after podium finish, but unfortunately the tendencies I've seen from Conqueror so far, I'm not hopeful. Big would be the one that I expect to potentially have a big leap forward into today's matches, but Conqueror, they're going to need to really surprise me if I want to have hope again.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. And like we saw on the points alone, like you would need, well, let's just say a lot. I know we're going to dive a little bit deeper later on into the actual bubble of what we expect to see the cutoff point, but that's going to be coming up in a little bit of time, and we can kind of analyze it there. But where I do want to turn our attention to is this race to the PMGC that we've been talking about this entire season, and funny enough, even technically back in Season 1. We've got 2 teams contesting for that #1 position with Eastern Stars and Unicorns of Love. And the funny thing is to me right now, Eastern Stars, they're technically, if we stopped right now, they would be qualified into European Regional Championship to have a chance to get into PMGC. But the way they have exactly with the points here, they would have already qualified for PMGC. So not only do they have the opportunity to keep Unicorns of Love out of PMGC through this, they have the opportunity to keep them out of the European Regional Championship, where they could go on potentially to qualify for PMGC. It's getting really tough for Unicorns of Love here.
If you look at the start of this PMPL, before this second season actually started, Unicorns of Love had a lead on Eastern Stars of 113 points. And the reason why they caught up so quickly is because that first Super Weekend. The fact that Unicorns of Love did not qualify in that first Super Weekend gave an opportunity to Eastern Stars to maybe contest it. And because they had some really good results, especially in that first and third Super Weekend, they caught up heavily to Unicorns of Love and got himself 29 more points than Unicorns of Love. So initially we had a 27-point difference when it came to these finals in the race to the PMGC. And now they overtook it by 2 points. When it's this close, I can't really predict who's going to be on top. But we have seen a little bit more consistency, I would say, to Eastern Stars compared to Unicorns of Love, that has especially been relying on those final chicken dinners on Game 6 and Game 12. If we can see just some more consistency from Unicorns of Love. Other than Sanhok, they could overtake it, but it is just too close to call it right now.
But those problems, Max, are rearing their head again for Unicorns of Love, right? If you think about what stopped them, well, what prevented them keeping the lead here against Eastern Stars, which was that first week of this league play. That first week, they don't qualify. Those kind of slow rotations, those kind of like slightly meek kind of splits, really not working things out. For a lot of the games in this final so far, I see Unicorns of Love from week 1 of the season. And weeks 2 and weeks 3 were an absolute different kettle of fish. And I think we just need to see the return to that somehow here for Unicorns of Love to be able to boost them up here compared to looking like that week 1 Unicorns of Love.
Can I just bring up, though, as a side note, think of how many rounds we've had played over 2 seasons. We've had 3 weeks of league play super weekends, so then you have 8 matches in league play. Technically each team plays 8, and then you have 15 super weekends. You have a whole season of that. Then you have the finals where you have another 18 games played. Then you have another season where it's the exact same thing happening. The amount of rounds played and for there to only be a 2-point difference to me is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Honestly, coming down to the wire for both these two teams.
I mean, 90 games of Super Weekends. Of course, you've got some that were missed by Unicorns of Love in that first Super Weekend of Season 2, but 90 games played and only having a 2-point difference. Of course, you've got the finals on top of that. That is... there's only one word that comes to mind, is insane. It's that close. It's an Avenger level threat. Is that what you wanted me to say, Jason?
Oh, no. The word that comes to mind when that happens for me, Max, is poggers, as you would say.
Oh, no.
I've tried to change, Jason, from last season. I was saying it a lot last season, okay? I'm trying to better myself. But now also Kalaris said forehead, so I'm getting back. I'm going to say kick.
No. Don't drag me into this.
But yeah, basically, a lot of games, 2-point difference. That's pretty insane. That's wow, kick W.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
The funny thing is, it might come down to a tiebreaker for that. It might come down to a tiebreaker in our top 5 as well. But speaking of our top 5, what is the cutoff for top 5? Let's take a look at our assumed bubble of where it might be. We had Statman John crunching the numbers in the back end, and we're looking at 150 points, plus or minus 7. And I believe the way he got this number was in correlation with how the other PMPLs have finished with similar amount of games and similar amount of teams to see where that cutoff would be. And right now, Vodafone Giants just 26 points away. That's so doable. To be fair, that's so doable for really any of these top 5 teams. Well, I guess maybe just the top 2. One chicken dinner would be enough to get you through if you get 15 kills.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at these, I feel like the top 4, I feel like that's very, very capable. For Nexus, I mean, they came into yesterday with 82 points, right? And then they ended up at 108. If they kind of return that same stance, they're not going to make that 42 points required to be able to get up there, which means then the challengers slightly below them here are going to have an opportunity to jump on up. And if you don't think that for Romanian Boys, ChasMac, Unicorns of Love are chomping at the bit for that opportunity, you are mistaken. I think Nexus is going to have to rally here to be able to keep onto that top 5 spot.
Look, I'm going to have to bring a little bit of my French bias here. I would love to see ChasMac Gaming and GameLord make it to the European Regional Championship. I think it would be the first time we have 2 French teams make it, so I'll be really happy about that. But as you said, ChasMac, for Romanian Boys, Unicorns of Love, they want it, and especially big. I think that is the team we could look as the potential threat towards the top that could have a very big comeback in this third and final day of the finals. So we'll see. But yeah, Nexus Gaming, seeing their results of yesterday, they just can't afford another bad day. Otherwise, it's pretty much GG for them.
Sorry, guys, we need to put the show on hold here for a second. Production, can you make sure to clip out Maxman saying he would love to see 2 French teams get to the finals? I want to bring that up at the end of the day where somehow GameLord tanks it and doesn't qualify. I just want that there. It's going to be so satisfying to see. I agree, though, Max. Like, GameLord, especially like you said, Kalaris, like, we should see at least the top 2 teams at a minimum get through, and definitely top 4 should easily get through. But then again, all it comes down to is just that one final day of play. If we could see Unicorns Love get 2 chicken dinners, you know what? Well, someone has to fall out of top 5 for them to get in.
True. It's funny because you're memeing about the 2 French teams and especially GameLord. Of all the teams that have played this tournament so far, for me, GameLord is the one that truly deserves one of those spots. They have looked great in that league play. They've looked pretty darn good here in the finals as well. You know what, Max? I'm on board with you for at least one of the French teams right now.
Hey, don't underestimate the strength, the power of Maxman and his curse, all right? It could happen. Look at his shirt. I mean, he's looking good, but you know what? You know he's got horns.
Let me look at my shirt. It's my best shirt. I put my favorite shirt.
I said it looks good. See, even when I give you a compliment, you're unsure. You think it's like a backhanded insult.
Not ready.
He's got a best shirt. Bless him.
Yeah, it's my favorite. Okay.
You know what? Your girlfriend is doing a fantastic job of stepping up your game. Let's talk, though, about Nexus, who maybe needs to step up a little bit here today, as you already pointed out, looking at least in day 2, a little bit underwhelming. But however, we have had obviously Dexter and Dew on the team playing well together. We saw a big difference between day 1 and day 2 for these two teams. It's a slightly, well, no, not even slight. That's an abrupt fall off. But for them, I feel like it's just like, just hold on a little bit more, you know? Just hold on a little bit longer. Just have like that one more good game, and they could get through into the regional championships. And I feel like that in its essence is even more pressure for the individual player if you die early, for the team if you fail and get in round 1, round 2, and further on. But they have the potential to do it. It's just, can they make it happen on this final day?
That's the question that we're going to have to see as these 6 games go through. But I was looking back, and at the end of yesterday's streams, I said they had a bad second half of the day, and then Kalar said, it's kind of a bad day in general, except for that 3rd game. I look back, like, yeah, it's just, they had one decent game, and the rest was kind of bad, horrible, and went completely horrible for Nexus Gaming. We're seeing too much of Dexter and Dew carrying. That's the main issue I'm seeing. Every time you get to the late game, they might have Dexter or Dew, or potentially both together towards the late game, and you have Bam, you have Rana getting taken out very quickly. If they can keep those 2 players alive a little bit longer, and potentially have them get a little bit more kills to assist, more playmaking opportunities for Dexter, for Dew, I think we could see them make it into the top 5, but they just need to be able to make it as a 3 or 4-man crew towards the end of the game. You can't always rely on Dexter to do all the job. You can't always rely on Dew to do all the job. If you do that, you're just not going to be able to make it into the top 5. If you make it with these kind of issues into the European Regional Championship, I'm scared for how they might perform there, so they need to improve right now today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the logo, when we were looking at that previous situation, was kind of fading out. They don't want to be saying at the end of the day, I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark, because, I mean, that's where we're at right now. They're not looking hot from yesterday, but they have proven in that first day that they are capable here in this lobby. And again, I have to go back to that podium finish where they got themselves the 3rd place and the 12 kills. The most important part about that is that they showed that they're able to take a decent number of frags along with a game. It doesn't matter if you get yourself a chicken dinner. If you can have that kind of fragging potential, especially on Miramar and the dips that they were kind of playing with, then we need to see some of that magic again here for Nexus if they want to continue on.
Yeah, and as we talk about Nexus, we can maybe turn attention towards another team. However, this team has had the experience when it's come to the EU Regional Championship, and they actually did decently well considering all things. Exquisite Décode, we're going to focus in on this team in particular and their player stats and kind of ponder, do they have the ability to represent us in a honorable fashion going into the European Regional Championship, which is honestly, well, it's like 14, 15 days away, but we can see Alessio still leading the charge for his team.
Yeah, you could actually draw a parallel between Exquisite Décode UK and what's happening for Nexus Gaming right now, where you have 2 players that are very clearly pulling the team forward, and Daddy MVP and Will, I don't want to seem too mean on these guys, but they kind of feel like dead weight from time to time. They die pretty early, and you see especially, I think it was 6 reses coming out at one point, Kalaris from Alicia and Reznov in that game. Like, they're not only getting the kills, getting to the late game, they're also trying to keep Daddy MVP and Will on their 2 feet, which that's a lot of work for 2 players.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, the one thing obviously that they have going for them is the fact that Alessio has such a strong foundation as a player, right? We've seen him be MVP in the previous season. Right now, there's the potential that he continues on. We can take a look at that later, I guess. But it is ridiculous, the level of, I guess, disparity sometimes that this team is able actually puts up. And the thing is that some of these wins that we've seen from them, even on Sanhok especially, have actually been really, really strong. You know, they're able to push through some of these field situations and take teams out and survive to the late game as 4. If they do survive to the late game as 4, I put huge stock in them being able to take the win. But yeah, sometimes the bleed out is just too strong from Exquisite Décode.
Lars, can I challenge you on something you said?
Ooh, yes.
I'm curious. You talked about Nexus, I believe it was, and you're saying like you can't depend on Dexter to be the one to like frag out for you for Nexus to have good games, but isn't it similar for Exquisite Décode with Alessio? I mean, we saw how far ahead he was compared to everyone else on the team. Is it? I mean, is that kind of contradictory between the 2 teams, or is there something else within the team that makes it a different situation?
That's a good question. And I think, though, when I look at the overall skill level of Exquisite Décode UK, I do feel like even if you put Dexter on this pedestal and Alicia on this pedestal, and then you look at every other little pillar around them, I do feel that there is a stronger base for Exquisite Décode UK around all the other players. I think the skill level of all the players there is slightly higher than that of Nexus as a whole.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's a good answer. I wasn't meaning to try to call you out or anything like that. I was just curious your thoughts
I need more
on
that.
Well, don't challenge me. I might do it more often. But let's take a look, though, at a little bit of a side game we got going on, right? Obviously, there's this big battle for the race to PMGC. There's a battle for top 5 in the European Regional Championship. There's also a battle of MVP because you do get a prize at the end if you are the MVP of the entire event. And maybe we should take stock of who currently is in the running for that #1 position. And I can tell you from my expert analysis of crunching all the numbers, looking at the graphics ahead of time, that Alicia was currently sitting in first place.
Back-to-back MVP from Season 1 into Season 2, that would be absolutely mental from Alicia if he's actually able to pull that through today. Of course, Perks is getting pretty close, but that amount of kill disparity is, you're looking at 21 kills, and then second place is 14 kills, third place is 15 kills. He's just running away with it. And if you want to see Alicia potentially fall off of that MVP position right now, not only do you expect him to have a bad day, but you need the teams below him to have a really good day. So Perks from LMV need to have a good performance, Kapahala also. Alicia is looking really good, just an average day could reward him with the MVP here.
I don't think, Max, you've quite stressed how ridiculous this is, right?
It's a big number, yeah.
It's pretty insane, right? You get MVP in the previous tournament, despite, not your team not being you winning the tournament, and then you're back here once again. Exquisite Décode UK is once again in kind of that 4th place, and Alicia is still putting up insane numbers to be MVP, despite them only having, I think it was 1 win at the start of this final. The other guys, hopefully, they, try and catch up and push this on, because if Alicia gets this, that is absolutely huge to get the back-to-back. Insane.
Well, you know what, Cloris? I don't think you are stressing it enough either. Because if you think about it, last season, they did it with Laconostra finishing in 5th place. He's doing it yet again with them in 4th place, like you just mentioned. It's not like, oh, we're in 1st place. Yeah, easy. Of course, you can have an MVP from that team. But he's doing it from, the bottom of the top, if that makes sense. That's even more impressive, I feel like.
Literally world star levels. I don't know what to say. It's crazy.
I'm hoping Max doesn't chime in saying, well, Clarence and Jason and Max
been out enough.
All right, let's move on, though. We do have our first round of the day kicking off momentarily. Let's get an idea of the schedule for you guys at home. We got Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and then a repeat of the 3 matches, which means we'll be ending things out on Sanhok, which could be extremely spicy and make things a little bit moist. I don't know what that means, but it doesn't make Maxman uncomfortable anymore, unfortunately. For you guys at home, though, while we do have these matches going on, you can make sure, and you guys better be voting for PUBG Mobile in the Esports Award for the Esports Game of the Year and the Mobile Esports Game of the Year, because it's coming to a close soon. Just head over to esportsawards.com/vote and make sure to get those in, because together we can be the #1. Even if some of these teams can't be #1, they can still vote and be #1 in some aspect. Also, not to mention, you guys vote and you have a chance to win prizes while you're watching. We do have our gacha promotion currently going on. If you guys watch with your friends in the Esports Center, you can win some tokens that you can use to get some permanent skins if you are lucky enough. Clarus and Maxman, my only friends, I need you guys to get in there with me so we can win some sweet, sweet items. But beyond this, I believe the round is ready to go. I believe it's time to get rid of you two. But before that happens, I'm going to get some predictions out of you guys.
Oh, I wanted to say big, but I'm not going to go for big. I don't want to ruin it for them, so I'm going to pick up, you know what, 4 Romanian Boys. Let's see if they can make it into
I was hoping you'd say Game Lord.
I'm not
Go with Game Lord. Let's do it.
Oh, no.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much. It's time to bring in our commentators to kick off our final day of the PMPL Western Europe Season 2 Finals. It's John Allen and Blank. Gentlemen, this is going to be a crazy day, and I don't think any of us can really guess who is for sure going to be taking home this title.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. It's going to be all down to the wire. I'm excited to get into the day. And, you said James was wearing a version of pink. I've got my burgundy on to support, I guess. Unicorns are loved by that logic. Blank, who are you going for?
Look, I think this game, I'm going for Super Roster. I'm ready for them. I really, really like this team, honestly. I really do like Super Young Roster. I think it's high time they pull out themselves a little bit of a win here, find one of those little sick compounds around the map and then pick it up. I think for their position towards South George, they've got a really good rotation pass ahead of them. Down to Box, past Ruins, could even pass past Hospital. You know, if we even get a hint or a whiff of a Western Circle here, John, you know, this is in the bag for Super Young Roster, in my opinion.
Take a look at the playing path. It's gone all the way over to pretty much everywhere. North George, very, very close to that drop, so Unicorns of Love going to be happy about that one, even if it is late. Oh, beg your pardon. Oh, they caught my throat. I was just thinking about Unicorns of Love and where they were dropping, and I was just hoping so much that they would rotate before the 9th minute of the game or something. That it caught in my throat. No, they're going to be fine. Hopefully, they're able to get down, get looted fast. That is a lot of teams going towards the eastern side. Exquisite Décode UK most likely dropping for vehicles and heading up to Lipovka.
Yeah, I mean, this is very typical, though, of this lobby. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's the last day. There's no point not to reiterate. This is a very Eastern-styled lobby at the moment. But yeah, with this playing path going from Novo to George, you're going to have to drop out early and make sure you are picking up those vehicles. If you want to hit Lipovka nice and early in this game, you want to be in a position that you can get vehicles and get up there nice and sharpish. You know, a lot of these teams, barring Unicorns of Love, getting into the circle quite early is important for them, especially for Exquisite Décode UK, because, you know, that rotation path underneath Stalber, underneath Yasnaya, possibly passing the bridge, they have a lot of options to them, but a lot of those options, John, they're clogged up with teams. I think that they do have some difficulty sometimes getting through them. More often than not, they have been successful throughout the league play. I think in finals, you know, this is a different caliber. All these teams are practiced, they're ready, they know one another, so getting into the circle itself can be tricky.
Of course, we've not only got those 5 qualification spots, as the desk was talking about, we've got that race for PMGC, the Unicorns of Love and Eastern Stars locked in mortal combat right now. 2 points separate them. A total difference on the tables, if you're looking at the overall scores during this blank, there needs to be 27 points between them at the start of these finals, so that means that the Eastern Stars need 27 more points when all the chips are down than the Unicorns of Love in order to draw level, and of course 28 to be able to get a clear win in those tables. At the moment, they're sat at 29 points above the Unicorns of Love, which puts them 2 points over the bar.
Yeah, for right now, it's this kind of catch-up game here for Unicorns of Love, and they do not want to leave it till that last day, that last round on Sanhok with this final day, purely because we saw yesterday as well, though, that we had that northwest circle, right? They're headed up towards a northwestern island, which typically Eastern Stars do win. They take a very, very strong hold on the top of that mountain. Luckily for Unicorns of Love, in this situation, you know, that circle shifts towards the north side. They're able to find themselves a compound that is unoccupied. Another thing that's very unlikely to happen during those kind of circles, and they win from that base. So what should have been almost likely a loss in that situation turned into a win, and it was a much needed one, but it could have gone very, very badly, and Unicorns of Love were forced to play their hand there on Sanhok rather than resorting to that healing play style that they've opted for quite a few times on that map recently.
Been a little bit special, but you know what? Results pretty good. Points are good.
Yep.
And so.
Yep. I think that's the that is what Max was trying to talk about on the desk as well when he messaged the Unicorns of Love saying, like, why do you do that on Sanhok? And well, it works. And I agree with Kalaris. There's a lot of counterpoints why it doesn't work and why it has worked the brief amount of times we've seen it happen. You know, like, it is one of those luck plays almost in a way in that situation where if you are lucky enough to get in and you're unhindered by that point, you had a lot of utility on side, it makes the ending of the game look marvelously strong.
Yeah.
When in more realistic sense, that really shouldn't happen. And when you get to a championship table where you are playing, and let's take those chips you mentioned earlier, and you are playing your hands there, you are more than likely going to lose all those chips. And they're prawn cocktail. You don't want to lose them.
Ooh, prawn
They're the best.
Now you're talking. Let's go. All right, prawn cocktail. Nice. I'm salivating now. Jeez. I've got to focus on the game. Goodness me. I mean, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Back in the game. But that's the thing as well, right? Like, Unicorns of Love, it's a play that works as long as nobody is actually trying to counter you. Like if someone was to realize, or well, maybe not realize, but to decide, you know what, we're just going to take out the Unicorns of Love. That's 4 points we can get on a kill. Then their strat almost immediately falls apart. And I feel like that isn't the best way to play things. And you know what? If I'm Eastern Stars, I'm looking at that rotation. I'm looking at that Sanhok play, and I'm thinking, I'm going to sit in Painan. I'm going to sit up towards that trifecta. What are you going to do about it?
I think there's even a situation where if you looked back on that game yesterday and Eastern Stars, if I'm them and I'm getting an opportunity to look at one game from yesterday and I get to look at the map feed and review, I'd be taking that last Sanhok game. Sonhack? No, that's not the one. That lost
map confirmed.
Game.
What?
New map confirmed. And Blank said it here first. Oh no. I'd be looking at that map feed and be reviewing the rotation path that Unicorns of Love took, and then basically plastering all of my players on that side of the mountain as things start to close in, and just taking shots at them as they try to rotate inwards. And you effectively, it doesn't really matter if you don't make it that much further, as long as you're denying the points from Unicorns of Love, which could be absolutely terrible, really, in that last game.
I mean, especially when it's the position that you're banking all of those points from. Unicorns of Love, they're looting up North George, as is expected. No real early clashes right now. Exquisite Décode UK moved up the east coast from the Melter Power drop in those vehicles up to Lipovka. Pretty standard stuff. At the moment, Xtreme Slayers are leaving Sosnovka Military Base Island and heading up the East Bridge, which is going to put them behind Conqueror and a little bit, to some extent, behind Team Doom for getting into the center of this next circle. But it's still a river split circle, Blank.
Yeah, I think Xtreme Slayers have been getting very, very comfortable little exits from Sosnovka at the moment, mainly because Doom don't play the Doom special unless we head down to Sosnovka, so they're not on that coastal side. They don't typically pick up those kills towards the bridge either, because they're more concerned of getting into the circle at this point rather than getting a measly 4 kills. You can also, though, as you see on your screen, from October 27th to November 11th, you can play the gacha game within the esports tab, within PUBG Mobile. You know, pick up some very sweet rewards, perhaps pick up a PMPL outfit. We all know how Flash it looks in game, and you can look just as Flash. Maybe not as quick as the Flash, but just as Flash.
He is pretty quick. That's pretty hard to be as quick as the Flash, but you know what? That's fine. We'll be looking pretty fly, as you say. Wait, do you want to go to the esports tab with me, Blank?
I could do. Are we going to the esports tab right now?
I'll go to the esports tab with you. That'd be cool.
Sweet.
All right. I'll invite you then. But we're going to be
orange juice.
We'll be going into that after these games, obviously. You know,
yes.
We'll be
yes.
making sure that we're not working whilst we're doing it. That would be irresponsible.
It would be.
But maybe.
Maybe. Vodafone Giants here, top of the tables at the moment. But Game Lord, Eastern Stars, they're both hot on the heels now. Vodafone Giants' lead was very, very strong towards the beginning of this tournament, but Game Lord, Eastern Stars, we know that these two teams have the chops on them to catch up, and they absolutely have at this point. You know, looking at them, I believe Game Lord currently is at 120 points, 4 points behind Vodafone Giants, and Eastern Stars not far behind with 9 points behind Vodafone Giants. So this gap is closing, and it's closing very quickly. It's something to be worried about. It's something to be concerned about. And for Vodafone Giants, no longer is coasting really an option. I think yesterday was still good, but it wasn't quite as standout as that first day that they had. Luckily, it did allow them to have that little bit of a coast, really, because you know, they didn't end up too far away from that top ranking. But today needs to be back on form. I'm still backing the Vodafone Giants. I back the Giants all the way, and I'm not going to go back.
About as hard south as you can go on this shift. It's going to be all the way down, which means that we're most likely not going to get one of those river split circles. Blank, I'm happy about that, but it means that it centers more to Pochinki. Who does that favor? Well, Nexus Gaming sit in Pochinki right now, as do the Vodafone Giants right around the corner.
I think Nexus Gaming, most of the time, they're kind of creeping in towards Pochinki. Vodafone Giants have held control of this area for a very, very long time. It does put a lot of eyes on your position now at this point, and if Vodafone Giants haven't left, leaving that city is going to be difficult. Picking up a position like Church towards the top side of Pochinki would be a bad idea. Has elevated ground, good to scout from, has some rotational paths, and you can park your vehicles quite nicely over that area too, so there is a potential. Game Lord, though, look at this. Average survival time of 19 minutes, 900 146 damage and 5 kills per game on Erangel. Very, very nice stats coming through from these guys, as opposed to looking at Vodafone Giants stats from earlier, 2.5 kills per game. So Vodafone Giants, they're certainly starting to fall off here on Erangel. A lot of their points more favored towards those placement points and making it towards the end of the game. But that's really all they have to do in this situation, in their opinion, because like getting those placement points, keeping a lead on those teams is great. But for Game Lord, with them being so consistent yesterday, it is a worry. It is a worry that they will have these blast out games and just overtake you regardless of what you do.
Super Young roster made the charge ahead of the Unicorns of Love, who have moved. They're around Everest foothills right now. But Super Young roster have moved to a compound fairly close to 4 Romanian boys. Well, just one Romanian boy, actually. It's Redox across the way that they're pretty close to. The other Romanian boys are across the fields. Obviously, they go for their general Gatka split. They've just shifted a little bit further east. And this is the team that I've been told you quite like this team, if I'm not mistaken, Blank, Super Young.
Yeah, I really like Super.
Okay, you really likes this team, but they have made, again, quite a nice, quick heads-up rotation to a position that puts them in a pretty safe spot. They've got some hills in front of them that they can work towards. They've got a lot to play from at their base of operations, but a little bit of a scrap between Exquisite Décode UK results in a knock on Will.
Yeah, 2 of our really important teams actually. Nakashi coming directly into the fold, drops up just beneath the ridge line.
Victor hits the deck, but Reznov sends him even further than that, goes down as well, sprays across. And did they just pinch a vehicle from up top, or was that a drive-by? Not entirely sure, but Game Lord, they have not got Victor in the mix anymore. Another nade over the top. It did a lot of damage to Victor the first time, and it's going to be right on the money, right around the wheel. But it's going to take him away just a little bit. There we go, another knock coming through as well. So 2 down now for the prize of 1 of Game Lord, and a confirm as well over onto Victor. They roll up and they get rebuffed. Exquisite Décode UK looking to hold onto their spot in the top 5 against one of the other contenders here. Around he goes, Reznov on the side swipe. Position information gained on Akashi, and the nades can start to go up. And Alicio is going to go for the shots, for the spray, but Reznov leads the charge yet again, and around the side he swings out, and that's going to be curtains for Game Lord's players.
Fantastic stuff there. Conquerors from off in the distance are taking shots, but immediately the guys from Exquisite Décode UK, they back off. 1 player remaining for Game Lord now in Robs. So this is very good news for Vodafone Giants, in fact, because they can start to increase that lead if they can make it towards the end of the game, with Game Lord practically being out around about 7th to 8th place at this point in time. I don't see Game Lord getting much further than that. Exquisite Décode UK, though, great play from them. I like that they invested so much utility during that fight. I mean, I know it seemed maybe a little bit overconfident throwing all those grenades, but it's a super strong spot they've got in the circle. It's got high ground, it's got a nice compound, it's difficult to crash. So for Exquisite Décode UK, it's in their best interest to rebuff attackers immediately so they can start to create space between them and the other teams around this circle.
Coiled Viper of the Unicorns of Love strikes out, but gets turned away by the 4 Romanian boys, cutting them off at the head. And you can see they've diverted their path a little bit further north. They're going to go around through the ruins to make their entrance into this next circle. But 4 Romanian boys have priority on this rotation. The question is speed, right? Are the 4 Romanian boys actually going to leave their position right now, or are they going to try and post up and play that edge guard? Because Unicorns of Love, they are playing faster than we're maybe used to seeing, and I really like this change.
Yeah, they're very quick on this draw. Super Young roster coming through, but Vodafone Giants, like I said, playing up towards Church side. I opted that this would be a good location, and it is a good location, so I respect this from Vodafone Giants. It does mean they're a little bit far behind. Big, though. Now's the time to start putting some money on the cards, because these guys are so low in the rankings.
Trying to use the vehicles as weapons themselves, but it's not going to go super great right there for Alush. Does get flushed out as well. Miki in the bunker, in the divot there, and actually finds a second on the swivel. That's 3 down for Super Young roster. They careen themselves through the center of Big, and the bear bites. Jap snaps shut the jaw, and that Super Young roster eaten down in 1 gulp.
Yeah, 100%, John. I mean, those teeth were crunching down on Super Young roster. They barely had the chance to be chewed before they were in the stomach and out of the game. So really well done to Big there. And I really like Super Young roster, but that maybe wasn't the best play in the world, to be honest with you. Coming in like that, it was very overzealous. You maybe get that 1 knock on the vehicle, but other than that, there's really not too much. Vodafone Giants, in the meantime, I respect this. I like this. They've immediately looked for this third party. They're not playing slow here. They They know they need to start gaining ground. Big coming off the back of that fight. You know, they've used some utility. They're not all full HP. This is a great time to start a fight.
Looks like Big have managed to escape the worst of it, though. I don't think Vodafone Giants want to leave their stronghold right now. It looks like this is just territory control for them. They're not going to crash onto it. And with Big back at full fighting force, they should be all right. Taking a look at the map there, you can see Nexus. They're on the hills to the east of Pachinki and quite an effective position. Conqueror have been on Potato Hill for a very, very long time, Blank. And they have had, well, now the Circle has given them a very, very strong position to operate from. The question is, are they going to be able to leverage that? Are the Circles going to be going their way in the future? It's a crucial rotational path. And that is one hell of a Potato Hill Circle. Conqueror.
Yes. We have some really good spots here, John, now. Exquisite Décode UK in that really amazing high ground position. Conquerors as well. It is bloody brilliant.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. And Unicorns of Love, though, they're on the long side. And again, they're going to have to skirt around. Not missing a beat, though. They continue to keep up the pace into the vehicles, make their decision and get gone. But Big going to crash straight on into them. Raucous looks to try and stop them there. A little bit of a clash on that northwestern edge now coming on through as Xtreme Slayers move up to Conqueror's central position as well. Look at that, Muzi trying to summit up on Potato Hill, and now the fight for the central area going down. In the meantime, Big getting cut down by the Unicorns of Love. They're doing well over on the northwestern side. The Xtreme Slayers aren't quite able to wrest control fully on the first crash, so now they'll have to lay that line of fire, lay that base of operations. Chaos in the northwestern edge as well, as Excuse Me and TSC go back to back, and that's Big actually, I think, getting eliminated. Not quite, actually. Goldie still living on the northwestern edge. Unicorns of Love still force strong, but that is absolute carnage on the northwest.
All these nades coming through as well, but this was great from Vodafone Giants. You can see them off in the distance there. They heard this bombardment coming through, and they've immediately headed towards the top side of Potato Hill on the west. Most teams trying to get ingress towards that south side of the map, so Vodafone Giants quite safe for the time being, and they can just play gatekeepers on the western side. So a really nice heads-up rotation there. Nano once again playing this scout, moves out towards the north side, tries to see what's happening towards that west side of the circle so they can better determine what to do next. So very well done. But now LMV, Romanian Boys, they're all coming to position. Potato Hill, a hugely important spot within this circle, and everyone realizes it.
Oh, up the back there. It's Romanian Boys straight up the hill, and Xtreme Slayers rebuff one, but can't do much more than that. Nox coming back and forth. 2 players down now for Xtreme Slayers. Romanian Boys need to be careful they lose Doran, but there's the rundown, and Xtreme Slayers not so lucky. They've lost 2 in the process, but they're getting as much as they are taking as well. Beautiful stuff for Romanian Boys, but they lose a lot of power and momentum in the process. Conqueror hold the top of the hill with 4 strong as well.
In the meantime, Vodafone Giants got absolutely decimated by LMV. Only Nano remains now, and really his job is just to live as long as possible. He flies out into the blue. I think perhaps this is a healing strat, or he runs all the way around the south side, north side of the map, which could work out. He just needs to make sure he doesn't get shot as he approaches in. It's just a little bit of an awkward one. Nice nade goes to the top there. Will take down K-Link. Now for Romanian Boys, they continue their progress.
Nades continue to get bobbled up the hill. Unicorns of Love have been in that fight on the north for a little bit now, as one of the players from Vodafone Giants, Nano, just goes straight through them. Lin looking to get res there for Unicorns of Love, as Nexus Gaming don't want to let them leave, and everybody's going to have to make their way south. Obviously, one of the main duels we're looking at is Eastern Stars versus Unicorns of Love. Eastern Stars still alive on the south side, as Exquisite goes down.
I think that this is a very interesting fight at the moment, but Conquerors have done a wonderful job to prevent themselves from going down during all these fights. They've rebuffed almost absolutely everyone, very resilient on the top of their stronghold. ChasMac Gaming holding towards the Harry Potter Tower, but again, it's still, look at this, you've got that stages once again as people go down the steps, and you've got Eastern Stars down towards the bottom. But we get this next circle that comes through, and this is what I was wondering about. Does it move away from Potato Hill? In which case, Nano has made a very heads-up play moving towards the north side, gambling the circle moves away from this hotspot around the map.
Lin looks to get that res as the rest of the Unicorns of Love goes straight on forwards, but cut down fresh, and Rana picks up the flush as well. Excellent 1-2 punch coming through from Nexus, and they find GK first as well. Nexus do not want to let this top spot slip away from them. They are right on the bubble, and they do not want to let go here. Unicorns of Love not so lucky. Rolkis and Lin now the last 2 standing, but Nexus Gaming, they're on the ropes as well. Very, very difficult. Rana nade straight on through, and that's beautifully found right around the car. And Unicorns of Love take down Nexus Gaming.
11 kills total so far for Unicorns of Love. A good game to start the day off with, and this is all about chasing Eastern Stars. So if they can keep getting these big chicken dinners, big wins, it's great news. Slightly less good news for Eastern Stars on the other hand, as they're going to have to sweep around that western side, but there's a lot of teams here blocking their path. They might have been more capable of going towards the eastern side of the map, but again, you're passing up towards Exquisite Décode UK, who currently have a very, very good position within this circle.
Ooh, Eastern Stars making that bold swing. Look at that. LMV not even going to try and stop them there. That's interesting. Eastern Stars finally. Okay, now they're getting shut down out in the blue. Now it's just Bazzy going right into TSC. I don't think you're going to get much further on this trajectory. Bazzy very low, has to hop out. Does manage to get back behind the vehicle, but position known in the circle, sure. And Athis is there with him. Sorry, so there's two for the Eastern Stars in the center of this circle. But they are having to bunker down. On the northern side, they've got Unicorns of Love right in the wings as well. One of the other races, Nexus Gaming versus 4 Romanian Boys. At the moment, there's a 10-point difference. 4 Romanian Boys need 10 more points to draw level with Nexus Gaming. And you can see 3 points right now for 4 Romanian Boys. So every single point they get from here on out is going to close that 10-point gap to get up into 5th.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, to put that into context, this is the battle for 5th place and a position within that European regionals, right? You definitely want to grab one of those. It's going to be excellent for you going forward. Linda's go down finally, and also so will Rollkiss. That is interesting stuff up there. So now Vodafone Giants going down practically at the same time as Game Lord. It's just a question of how many points did Game Lords get on the cards this game in terms of kill points. I think Vodafone Giants were slightly more successful, if not just by a little bit. But in this situation, it's all eyes on Exquisite Décode UK. Currently haven't had to move too much. 4 men still available for this team. Sat down awards in 4th place, 114 points. They have a really good chance this game to jump up into 1st place.
Aza gets beamed down there. Kelling able to find the knock there. Nicely done. Vito should be resable. Team Doom looking to move through, and you're right, it is pretty dirty there. Look at that. Exquisite Décode UK, they've got the position, they've got this circle. It should be under their control, but there's fights going on for the rest of the map as well. LMV looking to move through, but Conqueror, can they hold strong for much longer? I just don't think it's going to be possible. Time and time again, they've sent pretenders to positions packing, but this might just be the one step too far. The nades over the top, and there they go. Conqueror finally fall.
I think that I just saw Conquerors with only 1 kill this entire game. Let me just have a quick look here.
Yeah, 1 kill, 1 placement.
Yeah, that is unbelievable. So really, they didn't have to do too much on their mountainside. They just had a lot of hound dogs waiting in the wings. Again, though, another good actual game for Eastern Stars. This is important. They've laddered up with that bold rotation on the west side, which is really all they had to do. Yes, Unicorns of Love got a few points in terms of kills, well, more than a few, but in this situation, Eastern Stars might be able to bridge that gap purely off placement points alone.
Hopefully, I mean, in 5th place, you know, it's not going to be the massive bumper crop of points that maybe they're hoping for. You only get 6 placement points for going down in 5th. Which means if they go down here, I think Unicorns of Love got 7 kill points, if I'm not mistaken. Not entirely sure how many exactly they got on the game as a whole. That rundown, not quite, but he might be going for a second. Talon just sails wide of both, and now Luff has a go. Shadowwen somehow rolled under the axle, stays alive. Luff once more, though, keeps on going, and Exquisite Décode UK are able to finally take down the madman on the roads. I'm not entirely sure what you're hoping to achieve there, but either way, LMV lose a player.
It's a buggy made out of styrofoam. It does no damage. It's basically broken with a wisp of the wind. Oh dear me, that is not good at all. Luff basically is just thinking to himself, what just happened? Did I just perform an Edge of the Tomorrow Tom Cruise moment and roll underneath the vehicle just in time?
Oh, he's doing
crazy stuff coming through. Yeah.
That's me. Oh, okay, hang on a minute. Was that the flush? Going down in 5th. Eastern Stars 8 points on this game, so the gap is still going to be very, very close between these two teams for Unicorns of Love and Eastern Stars in their race for PMGC Black.
Yeah, not much ground actually being got there really, so not good at all. A little bit scary. Yes, I was. I'm so interested in this game. This game is absolutely mad. It's causing my grammar to go all wonky.
Ooh. Hopefully we'll be able to get them back on track. See what these teams are able to pull on.
Yeah.
Something like that. Exquisite Decode UK, 11 kills right now as LMV get eliminated with a high kill count themselves. But 11 kills, 4 alive against 3 other players. One of them is downed as well. You've got to think that this is going to be Elisio's time to solidify their MVP prize.
Oh yeah, this is the championship level threat that the guys keep talking about on the desk. Nice and easy. That's MZ almost certainly going down here. And Exquisite Decode, they're just exerting control over this circle. They want as many kills as they can grab. Tam just barely in the circle by this. But Reznov, he's coming in. He's coming in hot.
He's backed up into the blue blank. Look at that, Tamtam's taking tick damage. Okay, just goes down. I think they managed to find the shot there as well, actually. So another point being found by Exquisite Decode UK, and with the closeness, the proximity of the top of the tables and the other teams around them going down a little bit lower point values, I feel like that might just see them to the top.
Yeah, 28 points on that game. So you're easily looking at here just 142, I believe they've just jumped up to during that game. Definitely now in first place. A fantastic game from them. Overall, John, I am very, very impressed with Exquisite Decode UK. And I mentioned it right towards the beginning of that game. Game Lord tried to crash them. Exquisite Decode UK immediately launched everything. All missiles go on that team during that fight, and it was the right play. They knew how strong that position of the map was, and they knew that it was going to come in handy later if the circle moved over towards them. So create space between you and other teams in the circle, and then just send teams back. So many teams were so focused on Potato Hill that, you know, you just had a bloodbath in that scenario. No one was getting out alive, if not unstained. It was a scary, scary time to say the least, and I think that Exquisite Decode UK, they make the right calls, they make the right plays, and they reap the rewards.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, and they did phenomenally well there, and given that the other teams around them, as I was saying, didn't do as that well at all, that should give them a nice little buffer to be going into the final 5 games of this tournament, right? I mean, it's looking good for the UK squad. I'm pretty proud of them, I'll be honest.
Oh yeah, it's looking very, very nice. And I mean, the only thing I can think to myself is, like, where would they have been if they'd played that third Super Weekend, right? It's a very good team, and they definitely surprised us and impressed us during the first 2 Super Weekends, and then something fell off in that third league play. But overall, it is not unsurprising to see Exquisite Decode UK here in this position, just purely of how they're playing. Reznov and Elisio, both fantastic players. Daddy seems to be really stepping up and putting up a few performances in here. I mean, we saw during the highlights, he does get the kills and he does get the work done. So yeah, I'm happy to see it. So going forward, this team with the strong base, obviously with Elisio and Reznov to work with, you definitely have a team here that I think could win this finals.
And then as well, to check in with our PMGC race, both of the 2 teams that we're looking at, Eastern Stars and Unicorns of Love, I think they got basically the same points, which means that there's no change in that race. Less opportunities, which means that it's more volatile, right? If it goes one way, it's unlikely to have a chance to come back the other the more games we go in this sort of proximity. There were 2 points in it before this game, and I think it's going to be around that now, with Eastern Stars just eking out the advantage. And with Unicorns of Love as far down the tables as they are, this might be the only way that they get to PMGC.
Yes, absolutely. Now it's really getting spooky for the guys of Unicorns of Love. I mean, that game, I think it was 7 kills for Unicorns of Love with 1 placement point, and then Eastern Stars completely on the other hand, 2 kills with 6 placement points. It's still a 2-point difference. We're not moving from that margin. It is a scary margin. It's basically a finger width long. You're in a position where 1 bad game could be the end of you. And I think for Eastern Stars, this is more worrisome because, like, they've struggled on these rotations on the edge of the circle, which they love to play, oftentimes getting taken down. Come to Miramar playing towards Puerto Paraíso. I've never seen a very strong game from Eastern Stars towards Miramar. I've never seen a super convincing game from them.
Well, they need to convince us of the fact that they deserve to be going forwards in these tournaments. Unicorns of Love, they've got plenty of convincing to do themselves. We're going to head over to the desk to break the first game down.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, neither of our analysts predicted Exquisite Decode, but one thing I can tell you, it's definitely come home, Colaris. The Exquisite Decode take home the chicken dinner, 13 kills, and maybe with that victory, they're gonna feel confident enough to buy themselves a 1+9 to my left that you guys are seeing. I guess technically you're right as you're watching from home. They probably already have it, to be honest, because I mean, they won. And why wouldn't you win when you have a 1+9? It goes hand in hand. But also, so does the analysis desk and match rankings. So let's take a look at how many points they got, as well as the other teams out there, because another thing we're gonna, it was okay. It was okay. I think I transitioned pretty well there. Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love, pulling off the same amount of points, so no lead lengthening for the boys from Romania.
I thought he was going to start singing again in a Colaris, but no,
not yet. No.
Okay, not yet.
Stressing it hard enough.
Yeah, Exquisite Décode UK, I mean, they had the best compound. They had a fight very early on with Game Lord. Game Lord lost 3 players. There was only Robs remaining at one point, and he just left completely the entire position. And the Circle, they were always on the eastern side, and the moment the Circle moved away from them, they took control because they still had 4 players. They still had the utility to make that play happen in the first place. So, yeah, they just had the strongest position and played it really well towards the end. So there's not much to be said for Exquisite Décode. And 13 kills too, and you were looking at potentially Elisio being the MVP. This game is especially going to be helping him reach that position.
Yeah, if I sing it too accurately, we're going to get DMCA'd because my voice is the voice of an angel.
Yeah.
So I could get it, you know, pitch perfect. But I think overall, Exquisite Décode UK, what the wins that we see coming from them are when they have, like, it's almost always, for some reason, a like northeast corner of a circle that they just have huge swaths of room in, and they're able to flex so well when they've got this kind of room to play with. And once again, they show it here. Brilliant stuff from them. 13 kills coming in. I mean, with this kind of result, as you say, not only Elisio challenging for MVP, but they're going to be challenging for the #1 spot here in the finals if the other teams aren't careful.
I do have to bring this up, and I hate talking positively about Max Ben. I hate it with every fiber of my being. But ChasMac got 14 points. We could potentially see them, if they continue this route, see 2 French teams getting into the finals. Max, it could be happening.
Well, happening. The French team, Max.
Which French? There's only one. I don't know which one.
Okay, all right.
But no, actually, ChasMac had an interesting rotation. It was somewhat similar to Eastern Stars, where there was a big clump of teams down south of Pachinki Hill, and Potato Hill, and you don't want to have to go uphill because Conqueror were holding that one like so well. And the idea for them is just to wrap around and try and get into the edge of the circle, which is what they ended up doing. They took fight versus 4 Romanian Boys, took the fight at one point towards LMV, so they were actually fragging out really well this game, so I'm happy to see them do so well. But man, we've seen Talon a lot these last 2 days. I have the impression for LMV. He's been on the top 3 quite a few times recently, and 5 kills coming to his name. LMV Gaming were the team that sweep from the west of Potato Hill, took down Conqueror and got into the circle off the back of that. They had some very proactive play that I'd say LMV have definitely stood out in this game.
I mean, I think LMV, whenever they were doing well, it was typically Talon being one of their top performers. Like thinking back to
Perks,
week 2, he was massively a standout. But yeah, Perks as well. We're not seeing him in the top 3, but I'm assuming he's relatively close in there. But Elisio, I mean, you got to point him out yet again. He's currently in a lead for MVP, and he's just lengthening that lead for himself yet again.
Yeah, he is. And I was listening to the air raid siren going off here. I hope you can't hear that, but it's just the fire station down the road kind of bringing people in. Yes, it's great to see Elisio doing as well as he is. I mean, right now, it's going to be difficult for anyone to challenge him. Even if he has a dip in these next couple of games, he's still going to be quite significantly ahead, which I think is a concern for anybody looking for the MVP spot for sure.
Well, just take a look at our damage. You can see, again, Exquisite Décode doing fairly well. The conversion rate pretty damn good out of LMV. But I think what's interesting to me is seeing Nexus there actually at 942 damage with the 3 kills. They got, okay points in this last round. But I think it's also showing that them and Unicorns of Love are maybe adapting a little bit, looking for more frags. And I feel like with Nexus, we've been kind of criticizing that quite a bit and pointing to that as a room for improvement for them.
Yeah, I mean, Nexus Gaming are still trying to play into the playstyle where they centralize a lot more, which is something we didn't see from Nexus Gaming in the league stage. They would try and play edge from time to time, and given the opportunity, would go center a lot more and try and actually pick up those kills. But we saw, that's something you touched upon very quickly at the start of this game, right, Colaris, how Unicorns of Love rotated a lot quicker this time around, so he got himself into a better position to take that fight versus Nexus Gaming, and then they got some nades exchange and actually got the kills on Nexus Gaming. So the kills that were picked up by Unicorns of Love are very important, but the fact they got them on Nexus Gaming at that actually helps them close close that gap to Nexus Gaming and potentially overtake that 5th position. So we're seeing some small improvements from Unicorns of Love on this first game alone.
Yeah, I mean, you should be rotating earlier considering the playing path, right? It goes straight over North George. That's a great boon to them in the campaign here for Unicorns of Love. But I still, like, the problem with all of their drop locations still exists in that even if you are rotating early-ish, any slight shifts away from you that feel uncomfortable, feel arduous, feel annoying, feel almost incapable of making a properly decent shot at getting to the spot that you want to get to. So sometimes early needs to be even earlier. I don't know how far I can push this back to as early as possible, but yeah, you've got to be quick when you've got these not ideal drop locations.
Speaking about being quick, we have to be quick because it's about 3 minutes of time until we get into our next round, and hopefully we get an idea of our overall standings. I know it's only been one round, but I want to see if things have changed, and more importantly, I want to point out the fact that if you're one of these teams on that second page, you've got almost like nothing to lose, right? As these rounds continue to play out today, more and more teams have nothing to lose, which means they're going to have to go more aggressive, look for more plays, look for more kills, which could be spoiler into some of these teams still trying to battle for top 5.
I would even go and bring it to another topic here, which is the top teams also could have nothing to lose anymore because they would basically qualify already into the European Regional Championship. We talked about the point bubble being about 150 points plus or minus 7. Exquisite Décode just need some decent points every game and they're going to be making it. So Exquisite Décode UK, you're now in a position where you could almost choose which opponents you want to go up against in the European Regional Championship. If you want to say, okay, we don't want to play against Game Lord anymore, they're not safe, drop Game Lord, get rid of them. They are somewhat in a position where they're almost safe, so we could see some aspects of hop dropping happening for the top teams at least.
I'd be surprised if we do see it, but I would love to see it. I think that too many times in PUBG Mobile and other esports, there's this gentlemanly agreement, handshake. Yes, quite. We should drop it our location and nothing else. But it's the perfect game, the perfect genre to do this in. To say we don't want to play against teams that we think are a threat down the line. Let's cause them huge problems here if capable of doing so.
Speaking of huge problems, Unicorns of Love starting to have big problems. 94 points onto slot number 9. They got pushed out of the front page. And when I mentioned, teams starting to look for something crazy, Conqueror, you got nothing to lose. You're over 60 points behind, top 5. Super Young roster, the same thing. TSC, like any of these teams here, pretty much, I'd say if you're 14th through 16th at the moment, you've got nothing to lose. You just got to go for it.
That said, though, the middle pack is quite large, and it's not too many. But like if Unicorns of Love, for example, get another win, if they get 30 points on the board, straight away, kind of up towards that top 5 kind of barrier, right, that you're seeing there. But the thing is that for Unicorns of Love, in these last 2 days, I know I've got to be quick so I can see the timer, they've left it until those Sanhok games. If for some reason we get to that Sanhok at the very end of the day, and then they suddenly win that again, this could absolutely down to the wire, Jason.
It could. Well, we do have Miramar coming up next. At least we have a Sanhok thereafter, so we could see the double win for Unicorns of Love today if they can pull it off. But it's time to get underway now with our second round. So, gentlemen, we'll check in with you guys in just a few moments. We got to bring in our commentators, though, for another round of action here at PUBG Mobile. And it's just getting spicier and spicier, more and more exciting. And also, to mention you guys at home, if you see any skins you like being played by these players, you can pick up the fall crate and potentially get it for yourself as well. You can look like the pros. Playing like the pros, that's a different story. I can't help you with that one. John Allen and Blake.
Nah, it's all right. I don't think I can help with you with that one either. I think that's very much down to the individuals, and hopefully to their individual performances yet to come. Certainly a lot on the line. I think specifically more so for Unicorns of Love than I think for a lot of these other teams right now in terms of getting up there, because they are losing chances to get into the top 5 game after game.
Yeah, now that it's like, this is a case where you have to go, I have to pull my caveat card out right now, because there's only one way I could do. Caveat card, it's the caveat card, you got to pull out the caveat card of, I need 2 points to make it into PUBGC, and then I also need to stay on level with Eastern Stars throughout the rest of this tournament, or at least the rest of this final day. It is a scary thing to happen to you overall, and Unicorns of Love, their tournament life is hanging on a whim of Eastern Stars, so it's very worrying to say the least. I'd like to see them be able to make it because I know they're a good team, but right now there's just some mistakes that they're making which leads me to believe otherwise. And it's annoying because most of the fights they take they're so dominant in. And again, like I said before, they just keep crashing their head against the wall until it gets to a point where they fall over and they can't continue anymore. They need to be a bit more tactical, a bit more smart about these rotations, pick their fights where it counts. And there's a very, very easy solution to that, which is to look at what Exquisite Décode UK did last game, which is they knew that compound was strong, and they had a reason for fighting it. The moment Unicorns will love reason for fighting is that there's another team outside the circle with them, in which case they will take that fight, maybe lose 1 or 2 players without really gaining any ground off the back of it.
This is an Eastern Stars circle blank. Impala looking pretty good right now. You can see they're dropping on out there. Nexus Gaming at the start of the day had a 10-point buffer between them and sixth place. That is now cleft in twain. Blank, we're down to a 5-point buffer between ChasMac Gaming, who had a pretty decent game last time, and Nexus Gaming on 111. So they do need to keep their wits about them. Nexus Gaming right now, you can see them dropping down in Los Leones for the time being. ChasMac going a little bit further up towards Minas Generales.
It's getting spooky, John. It's getting real spooky. I mean, it is Halloween, so it's got to be done. You know, you got the skeletons dancing, you've got the faces of the pumpkins coming at you, and they're not looking pretty. They're not looking pretty. I'll put it that way. You got the Jack Skellington when he's pulling that really awful face type of pumpkin on your screen. I'm not going to go any further with this analogy. I'm going elsewhere. I'm going back to the map. It's Miramar. Whoa. I stuck you on a wild ride there, John, didn't I? ChasMac Gaming, right in the center. They're not going any wild rides anytime soon. They're absolutely fine for the time being. No real driving for them. LMV, on the other hand, Campo Militar, they're going to have to come down, but they will have to come through Team Doom and Exquisite Décode UK.
On the maneuvers already, LMV going out to Campo Militar, as you say. On the western edge, I feel like there's quite a lot of open grounds, a lot of routes for ingress. But again, I mean, Super Young Roster being ahead of Unicorns of Love it just happens, right? Like that's how these games go.
Standard
on these rotations.
Standard procedure.
It's just what's got to be done, really. You know, it would be rude not to. But there are still paths around. You know, you could see Unicorns of Love swing down all the way to the south, past Puerto Paraiso, and head into the hills to the southeast of Los Leones. There's still plenty of options there. It depends where Super Young Roster really decide to go in this scenario.
Yeah. Now, we were chatting a little bit about maybe hot dropping teams, and I think that, personally, I think that's a thing that becomes necessary when the situation is right, as opposed to something you plan in beforehand. For instance, let's say Unicorns of Love. Say they have a 10-point lead on that 27-point gap, right? Not that they're 10 points ahead of Eastern Stars, but say they have a 10-point lead on that 27-point gap, right? And they're only 17 points behind. In that situation, there's a very clear argument to be had that they drop towards Eastern Stars, don't immediately take the fight, but you just hold Eastern Stars out in the blue long enough to the point where you both go down eventually. Because even if you lose that fight versus Eastern Stars, and it's a case that they're then left out in the blue for a very long time, it is more than likely that they're going to run into issues that will have them leaving the game early there. So I think that is a situation that it's very feasible, but I don't think it's as simple as just dropping on a team and taking a fight with them. There was a very, I would say it's famous at this point, play from Na'Vi against Kanina Power in the, I believe it was CIS or EMEA, where they literally it was EMEA, and they just had a wall, essentially, against Kanina Power, which eventually led to Na'Vi not winning the game, but it led to Kanina Power not being able to go anywhere for so long that they were basically sentenced to that 1 point placement point.
And they wouldn't have been able to progress further into the tournaments had it not been for the rule change that later occurred in that tournament. It could have been a tournament-changing play. Which is potentially what I think you're sort of alluding to is could happen here. But I think with things so close, you hot drop on the team that's 2 points behind or ahead of you, you give them 3 points, right, potentially.
Exactly,
and that could change everything.
It's why it's only important to do it once you have that small lead, right? Once you are 17 points behind, then it's worth doing it, because that small amount of lead that you give them potentially will not go any further than that. But again, you have to be careful about it. It's one of those. I think it's one of those plays where it's like it's a do or die time. If it's, for instance, on Sanhok, they might opt to do it over towards Eastern Stars' position in boot camp. It is a real possibility.
But then again, you have to sort of consider, do Unicorns of Love want to qualify for PMGC, or do they want the top 5 to be able to get to the European regionals, right? It's one of those things as well where, well, maybe that isn't their end goal. That's true.
The option. Yeah.
That's true, but I think we might not see that until towards the end of the day, right? That's if it gets desperate.
That's Sanhok. Yeah, that's Sanhok. That's what I'm saying, brother. That's what I'm saying. Let's see what happens.
That's what you're saying. Ooh.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I like that. To be fair, this is good. We're like basically covering all eventualities, and I tend to not give a lot of context when I talk. So John is basically my proxy context machine. He will provide context for things that I will not give context for. So you are welcome for this beautiful man that is beside me and his charming ways.
Sometimes you just got to explain things twice.
Exactly.
That's how it goes. But TSC at the moment on the northern side near ChasMac Gaming, one of the teams very close to our bubble right now. Actually, TSC, I don't think they're too far off. I think they're fairly middling at the moment. Oh no, wait, I lied.
7
TSC
points.
all the way
Not
towards
good. Not good.
I apologise for that. Yeah, but ChasMac Gaming certainly had a little bit more luck during that, and I've said it a couple of times now on the broadcast. I feel like ChasMac Gaming is my most improved team from the start of this tournament. I feel like they were never in the conversation towards the start, and they really started to become a force to be reckoned with. And I mean, right at the start, I think almost in my first game that I did, I said their logo was my favourite. So, you know, what I'm saying is, I'm a ChasMac fan. I'm a Chas gang.
You're a Chas gang. Strong supporter. I respect it, and good for you. Exquisite Décode UK, they're currently blasting out. They're already taking a kill over towards TSC already, and they've moved down from El Azhar early. This team has a newfound sense of aggression, and I love it. You know, taking these really strong spots, realizing, you know, you can go toe-to-toe with Big and Game Lord, who are currently towards the top side. Whew, it really does give you that spark of confidence, right?
It's got to, right? It has to. You do have to be worried, though.
Oh yeah,
always room for maneuvers. I mean, it's so close at the top of the tables, right? I mean, as I said, there's a 5-point difference between qualifying for European regionals and not qualifying, which is a tiny little points gap for such an important milestone for a lot of these teams. For Romania Boys looking to strike out towards that top 5 themselves now in a fight with Big. Ex Machina close compared to the rest of his team, certainly. If he goes down here to a nade, to a shot, to a little bit of gunfire there from Big, then it could be disastrous for the Romanian Boys. And there we go, there's the shot coming on through. And Ex Machina, there's no hope for you yet, my friends. For Romania Boys, maybe going to lose a little bit more as well as Big continue to descend, to roll over this hillside. Poco down low, Redox behind.
Not great. I think you know, with 4 Romanian Boys, they typically are this team that does very well towards Miramar. This is a map that they favour towards Los Leones. Nice shot comes through Doran though. Will open this fight up just a little bit. Nade goes over the top. I think it's just slightly too far out.
Swerve repositioning all the way down around the other side there, potentially looking for a really long rotation just over the other side of that ridge. Maybe the second one will find it if they're lucky. No, that one's going to be behind as well. Samiki back to not full health, but certainly a little bit more. Time's nearly knocked there as well, but stays alive. 4 Romanian Boys really duking it out here. You could see how much they want this top 5 spot, and Big, they don't want them to be the ones to take it away from them.
God.
This could be a good nade from Mihi over the back, and there's a double.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no way you get these reses. Just send for it. Get out of there. A double nade not coming through from Mihi. Beautiful stuff, and that's 2 more going down for 4 Romania Boys.
We do have some real world star players, and I love that phrase that Claris used earlier, because we really do. In Western Europe, we like typically you will see maybe one player that you can maybe potentially see being that world star player, but we have a fair few in this lobby. You know, I'm looking at Akashi from Game Lord, Narvalo from Game Lord. I'm looking at your boy Mihi as well as Alicio. Like, we have a fair few in this lobby.
Eastern Stars, we're going to get a knock as well. Exquisite Décode UK on the eastern side right now, very close to Team Doom. You see a knock already going on through over towards Daddy. I don't think you want to stick around there too long, Will. Not with the current state of play. Eastern Stars as well, backing on to the rest of your squad. Maybe look to back them up there. Athis moving on forwards, but Daddy gets rezzed.
Not bad. They will get out of there, which is good. I know that Exquisite Décode, they'd like to retain position here. They're right on the edge, but Eastern Stars, they're pushing up. I mean, this is good for Eastern Stars. If they want to continue to hold their position and get towards that top spot, taking down Exquisite Décode UK would be a really good start to it. You know, removing that first place team and then allowing yourself more points to rise early on during Miramar, great stuff. We'd love to see it. And this is already a good start for Eastern Stars, moving up from Impala. They didn't have to go too far this time with a very eastern shift on this circle. On the other hand, looking towards the western side of the map, right on the western side, another team that's looking to move their way up, Vodafone Giants, passed underneath Picado, and they're holding two separate compounds at the moment towards that Valley of Death. No one's really towards the top side of Power Grid and San Martin, so they're pretty safe in that side, but Eastern Stars still opting to hold this team at the moment before moving back to the rest of the team.
No kills being found just yet. Exquisite Décode UK safe for now. The center of the circle getting a little bit more crowded. Minis Generalis, house prices skyrocketing. Nexus Gaming sat right in the middle. ChasMac as well. One on the outskirt. Settings there, their compound being held down right now against TSC, just a little bit further out east.
One of our guys from production. Very, very intelligent guy when it comes to this. Diabolic. We do like him. Just is mentioning a few little things here for us as well, which is big. And like, I didn't register it before, but really, really nice play from Big. A lot of times they do struggle getting into this circle on Miramar at least, but they knew exactly where Big's dropping. So they just go for the hunt, right? They just go for the hunt here, get a fair few kills for their side. And for a lot of times for Romanian Boys, they have a lot of time to work with in Los Leones. This time around, Big give them no opportunity. Quickly pick up a fair few kills, and now they have a much smoother rotation coming into this next circle. Vodafone Giants excited about this shift. This is about as best as it could be for them, where they can get a nice position in the circle. They have a lot of priority here, being one of the first in. The question is, where do you want to go? That actual central compound, no one currently has it. So there is a potential to grab this one up, but there are a lot of teams that are looking that way at this point in time.
There's a solid compound, but it can, I mean, feasibly house two for maybe a couple of minutes before they have to go at each other. Two teams, that is. Vodafone Giants, as you say, yet to make that strike. LMV might be a prime candidate to be taking that compound. Excuse me, also very much in the running there. Unicorns of Love, a little bit slow to make this fast move, but everybody's left now towards this clumped up position. Look how close all of these teams are. I think that's 6 teams very, very close to one another here.
It is scary, to say the least. I mean, Conquerors, they've opted to move on that western road, just fly straight through. You can see them on the left side of your screen there. Vodafone Giants are hesitant to move up. But LMV constantly have free position because they come down from the north side of the map. A lot of the teams don't play up towards that position, so they get these free roads that no one else is in. La Cobraria, not really taken by a lot of teams. That usually was positioned by Dea Sirens, who are no longer in the finals. So LMV really do have the pick of the litter when it comes to Miramar. A lot of times when there are these northern shifts where they can just basically float down into the circle. It's very, very easy for them. At the moment though, Vodafone Giants, Super Young roster, Nexus, I'm not a particular fan of this position if you're any of these teams, because at some point in time, you're going to have to take fights. Someone's going to try and domino effect you.
Ooh, Exquisite Décode UK guarding out, well, not actually guarding, sorry, backstabbing on TSC out in the blue right now, and they will be able to get the flush on for Tony. That means TSC are going to know there's teams coming in behind them. The question is, where will Exquisite Décode UK go? Because they have got a little bit of an opening ahead of them between TSC, Eastern Stars, and Team Doom that they might be able to sneak through, but that's closing as TSC move closer into the circle. Eastern Stars want to guard out Team Doom by the looks of things.
This is really, really smart by Game Lord. I mean, you know, it's a risky play, but they send Akashi forward to the compound right in the center of this map by the crossroads, and this is very, very well done. You know, you might lose Akashi in the process, but this guy's very sneaky. He is the Akashi assassin. He's able to slip him through the shadows. He picks up that position, gives everyone else the information. They're not going to move yet. Wait for this next circle. If it moves down towards the south, particularly, Akashi might just return to the team, but this gives a landing point now to Game Lord. No one else has opted to go for this compound, so there's still opportunity yet.
Have you ever seen The Holy Grail? That is one hell of a shift towards Game Lord. Have you ever seen The Holy Grail, the film by Monty Python? There's a scene in it where the knights are running across the field and there's just a really long build-up. And that scene is just playing in my mind when I see Doran from Romanian Boys flying in from the blue.
Oh, he's
just thinking about Unicorns of Love sat there just watching him, thinking,
he's on his way.
What's going to happen? He's on his way. He's definitely moving.
I mean, the arrows are primed from Unicorns of Love. They're ready to fire. That's for sure.
Yeah. But let's talk about the shift a little bit. And Akashi actually folds back towards the rest of Game Lord.
Yeah, this is exactly how I said it would happen. You know, it's a great play. Either this circle moves towards the center and the rest of the team can regroup with Akashi, who is situated in that position towards the center, or he just removes himself and places him back in a very, very strong spot within this circle. Vodafone Giants, super young roster, they're on the edge right now, and they'll have to contend with these teams. At the moment, Game Lord's kind of protected in that situation because they have the ridge on their both west and their east, so teams will have to cross this, but a lot of the teams around them are going to have to take fights before they even get to them. So dismounting Game Lord from this spot, so difficult. I think Big is probably the only team right now in a position to attempt anything, potentially get a knock, and then just try and go in afterwards.
I thought that was going to be good. I thought that was going to be one and done there. But Unicorns of Love know about the presence of Doran, or certainly a player. The question is, do they know that it's only one? Lin folds back in, and I feel like the Unicorns don't know that it's just a solo player there. Doran gets that heal off. They can start to move in. They don't want to be left behind. Of course, they're not in this next circle, and they are behind about 3 teams here. They didn't want to swing out to the west. A lot of dead and open ground in front of this graveyard position. Oh, dear.
I know. Oh, God. You know, that's the problem with Miramar. There's rocks, and it is difficult to drive these vehicles through. If you take a tumble like that, you're more than likely to go down. So Unicorns of Love, again, it is, what is the purpose of this play? Like, you move down to a position that you know that more than likely is held by teams, you are immediately going to get shot like that. So I did not like this one bit from Unicorns of Love.
UK First still alive though, and I'll eat my words, he's dead. Nexus Gaming able to pick up that point as well, to be able to kill the Unicorns of Love dead in their tracks. Eastern Stars still going, and of course remember there's still 2 points between them. And as they continue to ladder up, the Eastern Stars with 1 point now, making that a 3-point gap blank. It's getting bigger, it's getting bigger, it's increased by 50%.
It has. Which is quite amusing, considering it's just 1 point. But Eastern Stars currently holding out Exquisite Décode UK, a very important fight if Eastern Stars want to situate themselves towards the top of the standings. Removing Exquisite Décode UK right now, I think they've got a couple of points in terms of kills, but in this situation, if you can take them down, they'll only get, I think it's 0 placement points at this point in time, so not a good start here for Exquisite Décode UK. Alicio out in the blue. I'm not sure if he's just trying to heal out or move in, but he is on foot.
He is the MVP for the moment anyway. What more can he do in this game? Is it going to be the value that they were expecting? Eastern Stars, though, controlling on the eastern flank. ChasMac Gaming still there on the outskirts of Minas Generalis. You've got Xtreme Slayers to worry about as well. You can see that on your minimap in the top right. Conqueror fighting it out right now with Excuse Me. Talon hiding behind these rocks. Scapahala zooms in. You can see bottom right of your screen. Conqueror and Excuse Me in the top side of the map in the northern edge, trying to get this compound under control, but they're going to have to leave it. The circle goes back to Game Lord.
Yeah, I mean, Game Lord still control a vast majority of this circle at the moment. LMV struggling to gain any kind of foothold. Super young roster taking shots at them too. Big is currently just biding their time. They know there's going to be teams around towards their southeast, so they can't really move as of yet. Eastern Stars, they've had a rough time of it, but they've been making it very far so far, but they continue to have to move. It's a difficult scenario for them. Vodafone Giants have to move a little bit towards the east. It's not the best of positions, but there is cover in this area for them, and they do have this ridge line towards their eastern side, so they can effectively isolate this fight with super young roster and just hope to God, pray to God that Doran doesn't get a backstab and ruin this for them.
And the fact that Doran's still going is kind of crazy. It was all the way behind all of those teams and now managing to find a little edge on the circle, a small divot perhaps, a home for a vole or a shrew or other small rodent. Certainly going to house Doran. Oh dear, the Dorado goes boom.
That's Vodafone Giants picking up a kill. Good stuff for them. We'll send them slightly up in the rankings, currently with just 1 kill point. So they need a little bit more here. Super young roster still in their vicinity. Nano waits behind out in the blue, making sure there's no one behind them before he starts to make his way over towards the rest of his team. Again, Doran still playing that spot. Xtreme Slayers, ChasMac Gaming Oh god, big. What's going on? They're out of control.
They're still going, they're fragging out. I think they're doing, they have the most kills so far in the lobby. Xtreme Slayers looking to move into the back of one of the duos there. Holds very, very close as well to ChasMac Gaming. 2 players from Big maybe know that Bardo's there. They certainly know that Moosey's there. The Eastern Stars as well, starting to chime in onto their own fights. Game Lord looking a little bit, well, antsy at the moment. You can see they're starting to rotate there. There's 4 Romanian Boys finally going down. The Vodafone Giants dispatched the threat. 7 kills right now for Big Black.
Yeah, 7 kills is a massive game. I think they're now in 10th place. They're not far behind the Unicorns of Love either. So there could be a ladder up here. And Unicorns of Love, they are just slipping away at the moment. The actual slope is just covered in oil, playing Takeshi's Castle. And Unicorns of Love, they're not getting towards the end game.
No, there's no way. I mean, going down that early. Eastern Stars still with 4 though. Still getting on in there. Conqueror on the northern side after beating, for the compound fight. Now all 4 of them stay alive after that, which is crucial, given that they're in an isolated side of this next circle. Mihi looking to bobble a nade around the corner there. Cooking it up. Thinks twice, though.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to get Pappy out from this position. But he throws the smoke, moves out just a little bit. Eastern Stars fending off against ChasMac Gaming, and a circle shift heads their way. This is very, very good news for Eastern Stars to continue the lead on Unicorns of Love and potentially, John, push them out of both regionals and the PMGC.
Could be pretty important fight coming through for Eastern Stars. ChasMac, you can see Emza down in the back lines there. Eastern Stars still healthy. Healing coming through from ChasMac Gaming. Octavian wants to push out. Initiative being gained there. MZ goes down. Shadow End knocked as well. Beautiful push from Octavian. The nade out the window can't quite close him down as Aza gets some retribution, some revenge to speak of. But the Eastern Stars continue the barrage forwards. They just propel themselves through this doorway and Aza cannot stand the test. Eastern Stars burn away.
That's a 100% fail there. 0 out of 100 on that test, John. Not good at all for ChasMac Gaming. Excellent plays coming through from Eastern Stars. And I said that I hadn't seen a good one out of Eastern Stars and Miramar yet, but this is looking fantastic. Eastern Stars, if you continue at this pace, they're making it so difficult for Unicorns of Love now, because 4 matches left after this game. God, Unicorns of Love are going to have one hell of a run.
And it just depends how far the Eastern Stars can go here, right? 8 kills, sure. If they go down here, that's going to put them, you know, at around what a 12 to 15 point differential, depending on what happens. But if they get to those top 3 spots, if they get a chicken dinner, you're right, that could be disaster.
And right now, look at this position. They have full oversight of all the teams. Vodafone Giants, I believe that is them now out, not able to contend with Super Young roster, who are currently on 7 kills. Big with 11. Goodness me, this has been a big game for them. Like you said, the Bears are prowling over here in the desert. Super Young roster, they try to make it in, but Conquerors have got other ideas about this one.
Kabahala gets away from the shots from Reeves. Mostly dodged. Certainly been dodging those wrenches very effectively. Super Young roster trying to sneak their way through. A lot of dribs and drabs about to make their way in. With 6 teams remaining, points are just racking up for the Eastern Stars right now.
You see there, Mickey's on 853 damage total already around the map. A big result for him indeed. Kapahala takes a fair bit of pound in there. Does have to push back, heal up those wounds. He's pretty bruised.
Clink did go down in the meantime as well, though, and they should be able to get res, get healed, as you say. They're in the circle. They don't have to rush this one. They just have to hold for the time being. Likely that they're going to have to leave, though, from their stronghold with the next circle popping. You can see that's going to go a little bit further down the hill and actually a little bit closer to Game Lord, who are still going. Only 1 kill, though.
Christ alive, Bazzi just hit the most clutch bandage in the world. I didn't know that, like, placing flower ball fabric over burns would help in that situation, but he's able to heal up just before the last tick of that Molotov takes him down. And now Eastern Stars remain as 4, and there's no actual stop to their momentum here with Bazzi going down, which is very important. Clink will be the next to fall, and Bazzi's been doing a great job to hold this edge of this hill.
Big trying to move through into this central position, and Game Lord do not want to give that ground. Conqueror needs to be isolated and dealt with by Eastern Stars before they can really effectively move into this fight as well.
This is great. We have two 4-man teams, Eastern Stars and Big, both with 11 and 9 kills apiece. Game Lord with 3 with a strong position. Haven't done too much of it though, with only the 1 kill. Conqueror's probably next to fall here as Bujo tries to make his way in.
Reeves finally shuts it down, but not without its cost. Conqueror, only 1 standing. Reeves is still alive, and you can see they're crawling away. With that, Eastern Stars should be making their move towards the edge, towards their oversight, because they potentially have this ridgeline moving on in. Super Young roster have the info on Reeves. He tries to get on through, but Conqueror are dealt with. 15 points on the game. It's a good result, but they're out in 5th.
Not really enough to rise them from the bottom of that ranking though. Athis sees Ali,
Come
but
on.
those little bits of fences, they're too strong.
You can't quite find the shots through that, unfortunately. Athis not going to get the knock, but the position is known. Game Lord, with that push, they're going to just control this angle, as are the Eastern Stars. There's no way Super Young roster survive here. They're going to get pushed by the blue. The Eastern Stars should have oversight, but Big and Game Lord, central positions. 11 kills for both Big and Eastern Stars, but Game Lord, they've just been vibing. Goodness me.
Just chilling it out. But this is the problem for Eastern Stars. If Game Lord don't keep fragging out like this, they're most likely going to drop in the rankings, because these are probably the worst. Well, Eastern Stars is probably the worst person to have towards the top of the rankings for you. Again, though, they will be able to maintain a lead on those 5 spots that are available for PMGC, or at least the EU regionals to qualify for PMGC. So very, very interesting stuff here. So very important teams we still have towards the end of the lobby. And this could be Big's big breakout. Honestly, though, with times going down, that will cause hesitation and also allow Eastern Stars to throw those smokes down and start to move in. They're trying to close off sight lines.
Look at this shift, though. Eastern Stars are going to have to take the initiative and move on this, right? They're going to have to go down this completely open hillside.
It's not open anymore, though. Look at these smokes. They're beautiful.
They've bloomed everywhere, and now they managed to make it to the fence, but it's not far enough. They have more to go, Black, and they need to cross this open ground as well.
This is honestly astonishingly good. Now they have to make a decision here. Fight Game Lord or Big. This is the right direction. Game Lord have 3, they have 4. This is the optimum fight. Everything's going their way at the moment. Eastern Stars just have to make this fight work.
Ooh, Victor gets an angle out the window, but not going to get a knock there. A nade over towards Miki as well. Oh, they're going low. Octavian and Bazzi hitting the deck, going for the sprays out wide. Narvalo into the blue to play for it all. Gambles it and gets rewarded. Athis now left wondering what's going on there. Octavian closer. Potential to res. Athis with the fence line as Big get bombarded back into the basement. There's no way they're getting out of that, and Beast now looking to maybe just heal it out. Mihi tries to swing out, but the Blues ticking away. Big caught out in the midst of it. Game Lord dispatch of Eastern Stars, and from the warehouse they hold, they vibe, and they will be able to close this one down unless Mihi turns it around. But there's 3 of them and only 1 of Mihi. He is good, but is he that good? Looking for the sprays around the doorway. No, he's gonna fall, and it's Game Lord to get the chicken dinner on Miramar.
Are you kidding me? With that final fight, Athis almost single-handedly takes down the 4-man team from Big, and the 3 other boys from Eastern Stars can't take of 3 little Game Lords. What an incredible ending that was for us. I don't believe what I just saw, and Athis must be furious. I would be in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? They did a lot that game, though. They got 11, well, I think it was 11, probably more. I wasn't keeping track of the exact kills towards the end, but with Exquisite Décode going down that early, Game Lord was still in the mix, so maybe there's a competition there, but that top spot is going to be closely fought over, Blank. And not only that, Unicorns of Love shaking and crying in the club right now.
100% shaking and crying in the club. They're in the corner. They're sipping their drink. They're not talking to nobody. Anyone comes by is getting the cold shoulder. This is a bad time for Unicorns of Love, and there's no love to be spread around at this point in time. I think, though, that has to be the most ridiculous ending I've ever seen, just because the call must have been, Athis, delay Big as much as possible. We'll go deal with Game Lord. And Athis is like, sure. Ends up killing pretty much 3/4 of the team, and then watches as the rest of his team just gets demolished by Game Lord. A really, really unfortunate ending, because everything was going correctly until the 3 boys from Eastern Stars were not able to clean out that fight. But Narvalo going out to the blue, That was a bold moment. A really, really bold moment. Complete gladiator in the ring.
I mean, it's galactic brain, right? He just wide swung into the blue against 3 Eastern Stars players and sprays down 2 of them. I mean, he baited them out with a couple of shots earlier on, so, you know, their magazines weren't full. Maybe they were a little bit worried about that. Then just swings out as wide as possible because they know that the Eastern Stars are going to be trapped there. You've got Victor who can pump out on the other side as well. They had the off angles. I feel like Game Lord played that perfectly. And whilst they didn't have that many kills, not even towards the end, I feel like they played it exactly as they should have done, and I wouldn't have changed anything about their strategy.
I think that this game, in my opinion, John, was a real... it was the winds of change on Miramar. You know, you had Big taking down 4 Romanian Boys, having a much clearer purpose getting to the circle. Game Lord playing that central position, which I know they can play so well. They don't have to play that edge playstyle. And Akashi, once again, great scouting, provides them with a position to get into a better place within the circle before returning to the team. Eastern Stars finally having some amazing success with their edge play strategy, which does work and has looked great before, but it looks optimized now. There's a lot of changes happening during this game that were much needed and have come at a very late point in the tournament, which could really upset everything over the next 4 rounds.
Oh my god, yeah, there's so many moving parts in this equation, right? It's just so difficult to know who's going to be able to strike out towards the top. But I mean, with that game, the Eastern Stars should be, I think they're over 50 points ahead now of the Unicorns of Love, given that Unicorns of Love got like no points in that last game, right? Which puts them probably around 30 points or so ahead of them in that PMGC race. It is looking dire right now. With 4 games left to play, the Unicorns of Love are praying for a miracle. But the Eastern Stars, they're going to do really, really well for themselves at the top. Game Lord, get the chicken dinner.
Hello everyone! Today we would like to introduce to you Banpan's Investigators. The Investigators are the first line of response when confronted with cheaters. After a player is reported for suspicious behavior, the Investigator will then verify whether cheating has occurred. Up till now, Investigators have been hard at work every day resolving player complaints, establishing themselves as a key component in maintaining a pleasant and fair gaming environment. Without further ado, let me introduce the Investigator. How to become an Investigator. Investigators consist of in-game players and official security experts. To become Investigators, in-game players must fulfill certain requirements. Be passionate about PUBG Mobile and have a strong sense of justice. A clean in-game record free of penalties, no bans or warnings. Be firm and resolute when dealing with cheaters, and report any suspicious behavior. Must have a high tier. Skilled players are preferred. Experienced players that have achieved a higher rank are better suited to judge whether cheating has really occurred. Players that have met these requirements can apply by tapping the Request Investigator access button. We hope more players can enlist in the Investigator ranks and stand together in protecting the integrity of the game. How Investigators review and report footage. After becoming an Investigator, they may review footage of reported behavior. Footage found to contain violations will be sent to the official security team for a final review. You can check your submitted video review statistics under My Reviews. See details for the results of corrected judgments. For our dear Investigators that uphold the integrity of the game, we are constantly improving the Investigator function. To thank all our Investigators for their hard work and effort, Banpan has added Investigator Challenge rewards. Investigators can complete challenges to claim their corresponding rewards. There are rewards for daily challenges, weekly challenges, and monthly challenges. We've also prepared an exclusive Investigator outfit, titles, and rank. We've introduced the requirements on how to become an Investigator and the responsibilities it entails. We hope that many new Investigators will join us in our fight to maintain a pleasant gaming environment. Fairness for all. We will never give up.
Well, I think Big and their fans out there were hoping they'd be able to close out that second round of the day, looking extremely good with the amount of kills they had, but unfortunately, it was snatched right under their noses. Game Lord pick up the chicken dinner and get themselves one step safer to beat into our top 5. Another way to be safer in our top 5 is probably to pick up one of these bad boys, a 1+9 with that 120 Hz refresh rate, will be making it really easy to take down all their players. Not to mention that 15-minute recharge time to get right back into the action. As we're going to get back into the action, bringing back in Kalaris and Maxman to talk about that last match, and honestly, it was quite exciting. I mean, just off the bat, Mihi having that fantastic double nade onto that trailer, that's a thing of beauty. That was a nade of the week, Max.
Oh, yeah, it was. It was for some time. It's good to see, but also, it seemed like they were actually chasing versus Romanian Boys. It was mentioned that by Blank at some point. It was brought up by Diabolic on the chat that we have right now. It seemed like not only are Team Big trying to get as many kill points and positioning points to get towards the late game as possible, they're trying to take down teams that are above them in the rankings. So they're hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. I think that is great to see from Big, especially seeing them here with almost the most points of this game, even with Eastern Stars is 23. Big have the intention to make into the top 5, and this is the type of plays we need to see from Big every single game if possible.
And this, for me, this game in particular is so far my favorite. It's my finish of the week. No, it's my favorite end circle of the finals as a whole, because it's this pseudo-urban ending where teams are really trying to figure out their exact little movements, their exact positions, exactly how the elevation is going to work in their favor, looking at different angles and things like that to be able to deal with. So very, very cool to see here, Jason, as a total.
Also, Eastern Stars, the massive amount of points they just got. Unicorns love getting 0. That gap we talked about before is widening ever more, making it more difficult for Eastern Stars and making them more desperate as the day goes on to catch up to them. But Mihi, we see our top player is going to be taking the #1 spot at 944 damage, but Athis up to 1K. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Eastern Stars that's not Kapahala be here.
Yeah, Kapala or Octavian, and Athis actually shown up big time, and it was talked about by John and Black at the end, and I have to agree, it was so well played by Athis. Literally the plan from Eastern Stars in that finishing moment were, Athis, you take care of Big, we're going to push on to Game Lord. Athis gets, 3 kills, I think, and completely obliterates Big for a big portion of that fight he took. And then you have the rest of Eastern Stars are just struggling to take down 3 players of Game Lord. It was so weird. Athis did so well, but unfortunately the rest of the team did not perform on the same level. If they did, this could have been an Eastern Stars win. And to create an even bigger gap between themselves and Unicorns of Love, that would have been such a bang of a performance, but didn't quite go the entire way. It's still top 3. It's still good, but Athis did definitely pull some weight in this one.
Well, I think Unicorns of Love are pretty happy that Eastern Stars didn't close that one out, keeping things in arm's reach. But again, it's becoming so damn hard. And we talked before about teams needing to make some big plays and some big moves if they want to move up the leaderboard. And I'm happy to see that Big were doing so, as we touched on a bit. I feel like some other teams out there need to do that. But I mean, again, as the games do go on, every team's going to become more desperate, meaning I feel like Unicorns of Love are going to have even more of a tougher time to close that gap, considering they're going to have a lot more teams to contend with.
Yeah, and they got caught up in a really difficult location in terms of the circle where it's shifting and things like that. So many teams were very, very keen on rotating down in a wider channel of rotation, kind of south of Picardo and then up through towards that graveyard area. But the problem is that when everybody in the lobby on that side of the map has that idea, then you're going to get caught up in that shuffle. And unfortunately for Unicorns of Love, it was no bueno, Jason. No bueno.
No bueno indeed. Eastern Stars, 13 kills, 28, almost 2,900 damage. Big in there as well. Conqueror, again, another team stepping up here when they need to. And Game Lord, I feel like, after that first round, they're looking pretty confident now to break through that 150-point threshold to be relatively safe and to be pretty much safe and secure into the EU Regional Championship, especially for them to just play, safe the next couple games and you're through. But Vodafone Giants, only a couple points picked up for them, and that was a team who was #1, which I imagine they aren't anymore.
I'm pretty sure when you see Game Lord doing so well, getting himself the win on Miramar here, of course Miramar being their best map by far in this PMPL, and also Exquisite Décode doing so well, and they were both in the top 5. I think it's clear to assume that Vodafone Giants have fell off. We'll have to look potentially later on to see how it's gone, but yeah, Vodafone Giants not having the best rotations. They're getting gate kept a lot. They're having a hard time getting in circle, and it's definitely shown that teams are a lot more desperate to get into strong positions, and Vodafone Giants just not on par with that just yet.
I mean, you can expand it further even, right? Like, you can include Game Lord and Eastern Stars in that conversation too. For the teams that are all gaining the big points up towards the top. And this is worst case scenario for everybody else in this lobby. The fact that, for the most part, just now in these last couple of games, we've seen the top teams get some big chunks of points here to push themselves even further, to make that barrier hard for all these other teams to get that top 5.
I will say this, though. With Game Lord, Eastern Stars, Exquisite Décode doing that actually potentially helps some other teams, right? Because it means Nexus isn't getting a lot of points. Vodafone Giants aren't getting that many points. So with them soaking up some points towards the top, maybe it keeps things within closer reach for some other teams out there. But if anything, it does solidify, 3 teams basically into the European Regional Championship. I did want to dive into something, though. I wanted to look at Big and their player stats. Mihi's always been the one to step up for the team. He was an MVP multiple times on multiple days. But I was curious how... Well, this isn't what I was looking for, but I guess we'll see the team stats.
That's right.
I was
curious really well, guys.
Doing well. There we go. That's what I wanted to see.
Yeah, every time when you look back at the Super Weekend stats, it was always Beast and me doing so good. They were actually first and second in terms of overall performance in the Super Weekend for that MVP position, so very impressive. But Mihi this game too, I mean, we had the double nade at the start that you mentioned, right, Jason? Mihi is still the player that I would say every single game is just so strong. I would say potentially the top player of this roster. You got Swave and Beast from time to time to do really well. Times that I believe plays more of a supportive role for the rest of the team, but Mihi performing this well, I'm not surprised, but he needs to also if they want to try and potentially breach top 5, so they're definitely getting the points when it counts most.
And there is a contrast, though, again, between these numbers and what we've seen throughout the final as a whole, right? And I do think that some of that does come down to the fact that circles have not been kind to them. I'm going to say it again, but they really haven't. They're rotating to some of these circles on Erangel, for example, that go shift hard south, or even some of the central circles. It's still not easy from somewhere like Severny to be able to eventually carve yourself out a piece of the pie if it's moving further away. So maybe we'll see the rise once again. I mean, this is a great starting point for them to get some big points on the board today.
Yeah, it's a good starting point, but it's not going to be the finishing point for them, I think, is what we're trying to say here. Max, you had something you wanted to break down for us on Telestration, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how interesting the end of this game actually was and how these teams potentially played it. And one of the teams that actually had one of the hardest rotations in this game to get into a strong position was Eastern Stars. And you can see currently on this image, we had Eastern Stars on the big high ground plateau, and they had to go downhill to try and get to those walls to somewhat be safe away from the wrath of Big and also Game Lord. So how do you play this? Because you can't smoke your way there because it's downhill. The smokes are going to roll down and you're going to be a very easy pick for Team Big and Game Lord. So what do you go for? Just smoke out the visibility of Team Big. You can see currently, this is where you're going to be seeing a few smokes coming on through. The angles that are going to be easy to smoke for them is going to be all of these positions here to make sure Game Lord and also Team Big cannot get any information on where Eastern Stars currently are intending to move. So what you do, as I said, just smoke it up. You've seen a few smokes coming out from Octavian, a few smokes coming out from Athis, and they're just going to be clearing out all of that position to make sure Big have no idea on how this info comes up. See, there you go, the smokes come out. This is a very easy smoke to pull off, by the way. These buildings have a few windows, very visible, very easy to clear out. And now you get rid of the information of Big. Focus on Game Lord, get rid of their information to smoke it all up. Eastern Stars have picked up a lot of loot crates, so they had all the utility they needed. And boom, that cross is made so easy. They had a position of desperation that is usually so hard to execute, and now they easily make it over to this wall. Sure, after that, we talked about it earlier, right, Kalaris? It does lose a little bit of its impact because Eastern Stars did die afterwards. But regardless, this was a hard rotate. This is how you can also use smokes, not to always make a smoke road, but sometimes just smoking out your opponent is a very easy way to block out the info and move down in position in the first place.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we've seen it happen so many times, though. I mean, we talk about the general skill level of the lobby continues to grow as we progress through the seasons. We've seen a couple of smoke walls that have been really fantastic. But what's also fantastic, at least for Unicorns of Love, is that we're going to Sanhok next. And they have that chance to pull off a much-needed victory here, but it's going to be extremely difficult for them. We're going to bring in our commentators, though, because the next round is about 25 seconds away. So, Claris and Maximum, you get lucky. No predictions this time. Don't worry, I'll come back to you within the next few rounds for that one. And John and Blank, we saw Big start to step up here. I mean, there's a couple of teams who still do have that chance, but it's going to be so damn difficult to do that yet again throughout the rest of the 4 matches today.
Blank, have you changed? I've changed. Look, John, it's my last round of the day. And I said it right at the beginning, okay? It is Vodafone Giants all the way. I'm not going to run away. I never go back on my word, and that is my ninjutsu way, okay? That is how this is what going out, all right? I believe in the Vodafone Giants. They're making it to first. They're taking it off the Eastern Stars. They're not having it. I don't believe in it.
We're going to get him. You're going to strike out. You're going to
get him.
Both arms behind the back, flailing out wide. Make sure you're sprinting towards that top. All right. Got some support. I like it. I like it. This is passion, Blank. I love it.
I've got passion for this team. I've spectated this team. I've commentated over this team. I've seen several different iterations of this team, and I'm ready. I'm ready for them to finally be at the top. They have climbed very, very far over the past few tournaments, and now it is time for this team to really show everyone what they're made of, and I'm excited for it. Right now, though, I still would admit Eastern Stars, they're kind of good.
They're kind of great. They're kind of really good. Super Young who?
They're the villain. Lobby villain.
Oh dear. Plane path cuts right down the middle, and we're going for a Western Circle. Unicorns of Love are going to be in this one on Sanhok. So a departure from their necessity to go all the way out the blue. Maybe, they'll just go boat, grab it, go to Mog 9. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, possibly. I mean, it's a big option for them. They could go for it. Take up LMV's spot and be like, we're going to play as you guys now. It is Halloween. We're going to dress up as you. Let me get the pink outfits on. I mean, they already have the pink outfits, though, so it's fine. It is a little bit weird the unicorns look big green in this lobby, but we take it. Eastern Side, on the other hand, once again, this huge split. And whenever we get this Western Circle where it encompasses both the Northwest Island as well as the Southwest Island, you'll see Kapahala move down towards that river confluence compound, which is quite difficult to say, and Octavian just across the river as well. This way they have pretty much all bases covered with Bazi on top of the mountain as well. They can retreat to any single spot. So I really do like Eastern Stars on Sanhok because with a map that has so much variance in it, right, it is really good when you have a split and a plan that allows you to do multiple things. If this didn't happen, we got an Eastern Circle, you would have seen the guys from Eastern Stars move immediately towards boot camp.
Trying to make that shift anyway. At the moment, though, Conqueror are in boot camp already. And as you say, that's the usual movement for Eastern Stars. So maybe there would have been a little bit of a scrap there, as you can see them coming up on our screens. Very nice one coming on in. But Conqueror, it feels like they're a team who we saw so much from towards the start of the tournament, who were in the running as well for a spot in the PMGC points, and it's just not the same team. They're down on 75 points now, second from the bottom of the tables, only 3 ahead of the bottom of TSC on 72. It's just not the same team, and I'm wondering where they've gone, because they have it in them to do so much more, but it's just not coming out.
No, it is really curious a lot of times. I think K-Link has played extremely well during this tournament, as has Reeves, but the synergy is just not there for this team. It does feel like a lot of times, a lot of the kills that come through for Conquerors is very individual basis. But you as an individual at home, from the 29th through to the 11th, you can grab yourself some beautiful little outfits. Obviously, actually the 27th through to the 11th as well, but you can grab some beautiful little outfits in-game, including this PMPL outfit you can see on your screen right here that Ex Machina is repping, and this guy is one of the coolest guys in the lobby, so that's how you know it's the way to go.
Yeah, it's super poggers, you gotta have the freshest threads so that you can get the freshest of kills. There you go. That's my professional opinion. TSC taking a downhill fight against Team Doom. Team Doom have lost a player pretty early on. On Sanhok, and I feel like Sanhok is the map where it's the most important to have all 4 players alive.
Oh yeah, 3 minutes 30 though. Like you said, John, that's a fresh kill with a fresh outfit. That's what it's all about. But yeah, getting those early kills is really rough if you're a team on Sanhok, especially where you're already in the circle. Like losing players now means that you're less likely to gain priority compounds towards the end of this game because you don't have the members available to almost overthrow another team's position on a compound. Unless you're a game lord and you already have that compound, you're playing as 3, that's when it becomes possible. But it really is one of those situations where you have to be highly skilled, make plays like Narvalo to make it happen. And I think we only have 1 Narvalo in the lobby.
That's true. I did actually check on the numbers on that, and there is 1 Narvalo. Rounded to the nearest whole number, of course. There is 1 Narvalo. Exquisite Décode UK occupying Painan right now, but there's TSC and Team Doom are right next to this position as well. Painan, potentially a very crucial crossing area. I mean, you've got in Painan, you've got maybe a little bit further south towards Camp Charlie where Xtreme Slayers are. That could be a really important crossing point, but a lot of these teams are most likely going to have to cross this river. The question is, where do they want to do it, and who's ahead of them trying to stop that?
Yeah, it is rough. I think the Eastern Stars know that they've actually completely retreated to this river confluence compound instead. I think that they see a lot of teams not opting to head up towards the Northwest Island, so we'll just take this one, and it still gives us the opportunity to move up to the Northwest Island, so you may as well go for it. Super Young roster, this is a really good change, and I really like this team. Look what they've done here, John. They finally noticed that this happens so frequently from Big that they'll just swim across the water on the western side. Instead of holding that almost triangle position where they'll hold down the bridge, they've all moved out towards the coastal side. Really, really smart change. You love to see it. And then the final days of the finals, good stuff.
Ooh, finally, the flowers of battle bloom between TSC and Team Doom. Once more into the breach, they find themselves flying. Buho around the side, looking for Nox. Team Doom already having lost a player meant they were 3. Nades out the side. They are trading Nox 1 for 1, and that's not good if you're down a player. But if they find Buho like that, that's good news, Bears, all around. Tam moving in with the shotty. The Zero suppressing around the side, and there goes the gas can. Goes up in flames, Tam, but to a crisp there. Down on knees now as Yaya's ankles get cut on out. Too fast on the dance floor. Team Doom take him down.
That's how you use gasoline, boys, to blow other players up, not to refuel your vehicles or anything like that. That is the wrong decision to use it for. But I do believe he was actually just trying to shoot the legs out and got a little lucky shot that went through, pierced the plastic, and then from there it was all explosions.
And fuego.
Not the fireworks, yeah. Very, very bad. Not good at all. And unfortunately, that will be TSC going down to a weakened Doom, who will be very happy about this because now they have space to play around with 3 players alive. But Frosty, you know, they may have set them on fire, but Frosty was the one to put them on ice. Good stuff from Team Doom in that fight. Give them the opportunity to move forward and do something else with this game.
I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that greatly. Good job. ChasMac Gaming on a wide rotation out to the western side. Big potentially going to be able to play spoiler on this one. The question is, where do ChasMac Gaming want to find land? Where do they want to head on in? Eastern Stars, you could say, as you said before, they have that river confluence compound, but they've also sent Kapahala over to this side of the river. So they have info and an outpost as well on this side of things. If the circle does have a hard shift east, I feel like this is really strong from Eastern Stars. Kapahala, though, may be looking to regroup with the rest of the team. It depends on what they want to do, where they want to go with this.
It really is that next circle that's going to determine a lot of what happens here. I think for Eastern Stars, they're in a prime position to pick any of the islands that they want to go to and find a good spot within it. Conquerors trying to take shots towards Eastern Stars, but this is good from Eastern Stars. Again, it's all about controlling this area. You can't let people sneak up on you because as soon as you see them, that's probably the last time that you'll have a good bead on them before they slip away into the brush. So for Eastern Stars right now, this is very important to just keep striking out, make sure that this position is theirs and it's known to be theirs before the next circle where they can decide what they want to do next.
Yeah, Kapahala did regroup, swam under the bridge there, so all 4 of them in the same spot. Unicorns of Love moved really far up. ChasMac Gaming? Are they refueling, do you think? Or are they just going to sit here and vibe until the next circle pops?
Right,
I feel like that's a sit, because then they can choose, if it goes north or south, they can choose the island that they want to go to, right? So they're just waiting, they're biding their time. Big haven't spotted them, evidently, and neither have Super Young roster on either of their headlands, so they're safe for now.
It's quite funny in a way because I think Super Young roster were expecting Big to get here earlier, but there's no reason for Big to move across right now and risk that if it might head up towards the northwest side. Now this is an awkward circle where it has both included. Again, I would not expect Big to move anywhere. ChasMac Gaming, they get themselves on their way and they're going to head towards Super Young roster's position, which is a bit of a squiffy one really, because you know now Super Young roster, they've got all eyes out towards the ocean for Big, and ChasMac might come under the cosh because of that.
Well, they are going to swing down a little bit further south, maybe go just around the headland and try and find landfall there, but I feel like, in general, this circle should be headed towards the South Island. It's unlikely that it goes towards the North one, but if it does, it's going to be right on that boundary between the 2 islands. It's going to be right on that riverbank. I think Eastern Stars genuinely have put themselves in the best spot possible in this game right now. Unicorns of Love, they have a lot of territory, and they're going to be very safe if it shifts south, but I think the versatility of Eastern Stars' position puts them a little bit further ahead. But the fact that it's these two teams that I'm talking about in terms of the best position just shows you how close it is with this race for the PMGC points. With Eastern Stars so far ahead, though, they want to preserve the status quo.
Exactly, and I think for Eastern Stars, this is a position that Tempo Storm used to play all the time, and it would net them a lot of points. It's a really strong spot. It's one you do, like I said, have to hold on to as much as you can, because it can be easily overtaken and overrun. So as long as they keep firing, as long as they keep taking shots at people, letting people know that, this is our space, this is our area, you can't do that, they'll be absolutely fine. Conquerors, taking shots down towards Romanian Boys, who are now down to 2, slipping down the rankings just a little bit now in 7th place. That dream of hitting 5th is close though. Nexus not that far ahead, so realistically it is up to a lot of different teams, even through to 10th place for Unicorns of Love. There is a chance to overtake Nexus here and take that 5th spot. Again, only 4 more rounds. Only 4 more rounds, John. And then we'll have our answer.
LMV playing the Unicorns of Love strat right now, out in the blue in Kampong. They have been there for a while, not in Kampong specifically, but out in the blue. Excuse me, I've gone for a wide rotation as well, as ChasMac Gaming have managed to make landfall over towards Super Young Roster's position. You can see them on the cliffs there, and just out to the water is Excuse Me. I think Ali knows there's something up here. They must have spotted the boat coming in. Question is, are they going to be able to get any of these kills, or can ChasMac Gaming get up here?
Well, this is what I'm talking about, is that the guys from Super Young Roster, they are now so present towards the coastal side, realizing that this is kind of Big's approach to this, that, yeah, they're going to absolutely see if you come in from the coast.
Oh, go on.
What's even more funny is that Big's like, yeah, we'll take the bridge now. I don't want to swim today.
yeah, we're just gonna go on take the bridge. That'd be good. Cool. See you later. But Super Young Roster now fighting out with ChasMac down the hill. A lovely net. I felt like he was eating that one, but Ali managed to escape the majority of that damage. Very nicely done there, ChasMac. If they go further down the coast to the south, I mean, I'm not sure if there's parts up. Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
That's not good. Ali did not want to be in this position, but that's great news. Oh, he spots one out. Okay, maybe he did. I take that back. Good news.
Very good news. Vodafone Giants are taking shots on Exquisite Décode UK right now. Not great, especially when people start shooting your direction. With 4 Romanian Boys, Xtreme Slayers and Team Doom up towards your north and south, Vodafone Giants firmly sat in the middle. Teams are going to start to walk over towards your direction, which is very scary. I think probably one of the best rotations to have made here would be go through Camp Charlie, down towards Sami. That's me, more like.
I don't even know if I've ever seen a circle finish in this sort of area. That is going to be dirty. We'll have to wait and see just exactly where that's going to finish. But good news for Super Young Roster, and actually for the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, Ruins is not a fun place to end. There is a position on Ruins that you can take inside where it almost guarantees you the win, because it's so impossible to get over towards that position. So any team that stacks up inside Ruins early on has a very good chance of just taking this entire game. Ulysses' favorite map currently is Sanhok. With 20 kills total, he's on the top 10 fraggers list. So, this is his time to shine, but that Molotov will force him out.
Yeah, he's going to go down. He's not going to have a good time on this Sanhok. Maybe not the favorite this time around. Eastern Stars have a really good chance of getting into Ruins, but Nexus Gaming just fly out of Painan faster than a bat out of hell. And right up around the bridge camp, maybe actually careening all the way into Super Young Roster. A really fast move from Nexus Gaming. Going to be going on the northwestern edge as Vodafone Giants try and hold out on the east. They're going to be crunched in against these Xtreme Slayers. This Painan position has been so heavily contested right now. And this crossing, as I said, comes to a head. It's such a crucial area.
Yeah, even getting through is going to be difficult purely because Exquisite Décode UK is towards your north side. Extreme Slayers have managed to slip in, which is great. Super Young Roster take down a fair few players from Nexus, though. I believe that is just Nexus out. God.
That was a really fast rotate. I mean, Nexus were around Painan. They went all the way along the roads, through Ruins, and right into Super Young Roster.
Yeah.
And then they just died on the crash.
You said they came in like a bat out of hell, and Super Young Roster were very happy to perform the exorcism and send the bet straight back to hell. So, I mean, that's just how things go sometimes. With Super Young Roster, though, they've really had a swivel on this game. I don't know what's happening, but they have a lot of info. They seem to be knowing exactly where everyone is. Biggs decided not to take the bridge. I think they're a little bit unsure what to do, in fact.
I mean, they're just chilling. I mean, they don't need to cross, I guess, yet. The question is it beneficial if they don't? Are they better to stay there and just wait it out, get points on board? I feel like in their position, they need to be getting as many points as possible. They don't want consistent games. They want big games, right? As their namesake would imply. Unicorns of Love, though, I feel like they have a really good area right now over in Tambang.
This is an opportunity to make it up those ladders. Right now, the gap between them and Eastern Stars is terrifying. But the gap between them and Nexus is doable. I believe they're down towards, I think it's 85 points. So, you know, it's a fair run for them. So 94, even easier. So we're around about 25 points behind here of passing. So for Unicorns of Love, that is a chicken dinner. And with Nexus going out so early, there is a big opportunity here, John, to ladder up and get a placement to European regionals and play from there for PMGC rather than trying to catch up Eastern Stars. Next circle hits towards Ruins. Again, a really grim place to play around this map.
Difficulty, though, is that in this circle, you still have ChasMac Gaming. In this game, you still have LMV and Big. Both teams very close on those points totals and in not terrible positions. The circle plays for them, though. It has Ruins in it. It has Unicorns of Love, really strong spread. And with the teams on the southeast coming in, harried, hampered, damaged by the blue, they might be able to guard this one out really effectively.
Absolutely. I think that you're completely right there, John. You know, they have a firing line available for this. Game Lord, though, taking shots over towards Xtreme Slayers. Remember, they moved in slightly earlier. Vodafone Giants, they are struggling to weather the tide at the moment. I'm not sure how many players are remaining for them. You can see Sebi there moving off the distance. I know Nano's already moved out towards Sami. He could move in towards LMV's position towards Nakam, which would also work there, which is slightly easier to get in towards. But again, it's a case for Vodafone Giants. So this game is not going well.
Difficult. Big are making the swim now. Super Young Roster, they've been vigilant for it right from the start, and Big are finally making that move. Conqueror, the players from the Northern Island are actually moving on through. There's 4 of them still alive, but they're going right into the position in front of the Eastern Stars as well. Unicorns of Love maintain their split southeastern side as treacherous as ever. You can see LMV players dropping. Good news for the Unicorns of Love, as they don't want them to keep on going. You can see Sarah there in Ruins, potentially going to sneak through for Romanian Boys. Another player from a team that could prove tricky for Unicorns of Love to take down and get into that top 5.
Yeah, playing on the northeast is great. I like this rotation for Vodafone Giants. Sebi was able to make the run and was successful at finding a compound. They've moved all the way down towards the south side, coming towards the west, and now if they can get towards Sebi's position, they'll have 3 people within the circle. The question is, will this vehicle make it through? Already, Pocus gets taken down by GK first and finished off fairly quickly afterwards. GK first is just a monster, and you do not want to be at his beck and call.
He is on that outpost for Unicorns of Love, and he's only finding solos and duos, playing that third-party position beautifully. He can fold back to his team anytime he wants as well, but at this point, he just doesn't need to. He's the deer stalker. He's on the hunt, and Game Lord are in the sights right now. The Panda helmet popping up, bobbling around, and it's just so devastating to see it go up, come down, and you know the bullets are pouring down upon you. The pain, almost unbearable.
Yeah, man's looking for antlers out here at the moment, and he's found a fair few.
Nade.
And it's a big pronged approach
Nice.
here, and the nade is too good. GK first. This guy is a nutter.
Eastern Stars, in the meantime, still going. And look at this, Lin in a great compound right now for the Unicorns of Love. Eastern Stars are going to have to move away. Sarah will have to move in as well. Super Young Roster will need to disengage, but the fight with Big going well for them right now. You can see it on your screens as we flick on over. Super Young Roster trying to hold it on out, but the time is not going to be on their side. A nade around the edge. It's a little bit too long, actually bounces over the cracked wall there. If it was intact, it would have bounced back and Big would have been done for, but no, the drop shot there from Result. He descends from above. Swear to me, but Result only finds 1. The rest of Big still going. 2 players alive. The side swipe's good as Faker gets the shot. Suave under pressure, looks to go out the door, but it is shut in his face. Does take blood for blood though, as he is going to be able to knock Result. No way you're getting that res. You're just looking for meds.
That is rough. That is rough indeed. But this This is what Eastern Stars feared, is the Unicorns of Love Sanhok. Now, if this happens again at the end of the day, there's a real opportunity that, you know, Unicorns of Love could ladder up massively. But Eastern Stars are still making their way through. They're finding their way into the circle itself, but they're crashing, into Unicorns of Love.
Oh, they pull up just short. They just diverted from Unicorns of Love's position. They thought about going towards Conqueror, but they spotted that out as well. Athis taking damage. This is Lin peppering them. This is Fresh peppering them. It's just so spicy. Octavian caught out in the open as well, gets knocked. This is beautiful news for the Unicorns of Love to get them down this early. They don't have a high kill count. Octavian low, Bazzi all the way out in the blue. Athis and Kapahala, the forwards outpost for Eastern Stars, taken low and isolated. Unicorns of Love, the circle shifts their way. And the Sanhok blessing continues. They just need to capitalize. Conversion, all important.
I was about to say, you know, the Deerstalker in GK first, he is at 1 with the Forests and the Sanhok circles.
Oh, Kapahala. He's taken down. That's Eastern Stars down. Bazzi's the last player alive. They can nade him out. And it's on Eastern Stars to survive as long as possible. There's so many solos.
But that's Kapahala now down. Bazzi off in the distance, healing. Probably the most optimal approach at this point in time, just to try and get a little bit of points. But right now, Unicorns of Love, 10 kills. This is a huge game from them.
Question is, how far up can Bazzi ladder? It's all about assuaging that point differential. The further up you get, the less impact this chicken dinner has as Conqueror starts to move forward. Sebi is still going somehow, some way from the southeastern side. Sebi will keep going for the Vodafone Giants. 5 teams remain as Vito spotted. Rolkis rattles the bonds, and that is going to be another knock over towards Conqueror.
Okay, first. Oh, he's so close to Sebi, and he will spot him. He's not really in the grass enough. And GK first, he really is the hunter in the stealth. A nade comes over the top side. Sebi doesn't see it. He could potentially pick up a lot of kills here towards the smoke. GK first has wandered backwards. Oh, dear me. GK first just barely has to inch himself over the top side, and the Pandrel will find Bamboo.
Eastern Stars eliminated, down in 4th. Low points there, not great for them. Sebi now in the dust, will find Reeves. Now just needs to deal with one more from Conqueror. The position's known by GK first. Who does he go for? Who does he aim at? Conqueror will be denied to have 2 more players. And finally, the snake in the grass is dealt with. Unicorns of Love left with 1 team to deal with. And they had a question laid at their feet blank. How much do you want PMGC? They have an answer blank. It's only a matter of time. Bina goes down, Clink soon to follow as they swarm, they rampage back into the hopes and dreams of all of their fans. It's the Unicorns of Love with 1 more chance. Sanhok goes their way.
A huge game from Unicorns of Love. They dealt with so many snakes in the grass, but they were a snake themselves, but a boa constrictor. As they squeezed all of these points they could out of this game. A fantastic finish to Sanhok. And it really, really, and I'll say it again, does strike fear into the hearts of Eastern Stars. We are finishing on Sanhok. If the Sanhok blessing continues for Unicorns of Love, that is not a position you want to be in. What Eastern Stars can hope for is that northwest shift. That's where they perform the best. And it's crazy to me that at the end of the day, 2 teams are vying for PMGC placements through the 2 tournaments will be performing on a map where either team can win and has had so much success. It is terrifying to say the least, and that last game, it's going to be tense, John.
I mean, not only that, but you've got to consider what the impact that has in just these standings. You were saying before as well, there's potential for them to jump up over Nexus Gaming with a chicken dinner into that 5th place,
now.
Right? And with that game, I believe they should have been able to do that. ChasMac Gaming were in that conversation as well, but they went down a little bit earlier on that West Coast in the fight with Super Young roster, with the teams out that side, with Big as well. The Unicorns of Love, I mean, this is a rallying cry. This is their chance, and they need to continue the momentum.
Yeah, the Unicorns of Love, they say nay to not going to PMGC in this situation. The thing is, though, with this game, the thing is, though, with this game and the way this tournament is going, if Unicorns of Love want to overtake Eastern Stars, they basically have to be in top 5 at this point in time. That's how this works. That is the craziest thing about this, because Eastern Stars is doing so well. if we were to see Unicorns Love catch up to Eastern Stars, they will have to be in the top 5. I have no doubt in my mind about that. But in this situation, like there's two things that can occur. And for Unicorns of Love, I think you would much rather get the direct invite to PMGC rather than having to go through EU regionals, to be quite honest with you, because you are having to perform at a much higher level. Getting the free pass in, so much easier to do.
It's crazy that there's two teams right down to the wire over the course of over 1,000 points earned by both of these teams. That it's within a hair's breadth between these two teams. And remember, crucially, as well, in that last game, Bazzi healed out until I think it was like 5th place or something. 5th place finish, which gives you six placement points. I think they got a kill on board as well. I think they got 7 points in that last game. That could be all the difference that they need, right? To keep them above, to keep them ahead of the Unicorns of Love. It is so close. 3 more opportunities, and it could go either way. I'm so excited for these last 3.
I'm so excited as well, John. But the Vodafone Giants are not out yet. They're not out yet. They're still going. They're still going. 12 points. Ooh, I love to see it. Well done, Sebi. Honestly, Sebi does have his moments, and I think he is one of the sneakiest players in the lobby. Picked up a fair few, a couple of kills from Conquerors, I guess, through those knocks and finishes. But GK First was having absolutely none of it. Just came over the top side, slapped on the wrist, and said, "None of that. Stop it. Those are our kills. We need them more than you."
I mean, to be fair, he did let him like take half of Conqueror out sort of on his own. He was like, "Sebi, cool, cheers, mate. Well, we'll see you next time.
Do the rest now.
We'll do the rest. We've got it from here." And Unicorns of Love put up a crucial game, 28 points. I mean, what a story for these guys. What a story. Fantastic stuff. Unicorns of Love. They're not out of the woods just yet, though.
We've now passed the halfway point of our final day of play here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. We've had Unicorns of Love show up when they desperately needed to somehow get themselves into that first page yet again and potentially into top 5. But we still have to wait and see because they're not out of the woods just yet, as John said, but obviously more clearly with less stutters. Let's take a look at our match ranking, though, with Claris and Maxman here to get an idea of their points, plus the other teams out there. I think one thing we're going to keep our eye on, though, is them up against Eastern Stars and how many points they got for themselves, which is a 21-point difference.
Wow, huge from Unicorns of Love. This is their speciality right now. They did just like Bland. They got the bandana on. They became Naruto and wanted to become the Hokage of the Konoha village and the Leaf Village. So it is theirs now. And he's Naruto. I don't know. So okay, what? You know, it's cool. I'm sure Blank will appreciate it over there. But no, this is really cool because what was there at the start was a 27-point difference when you looked at the very end of that first day. And Unicorns of Love, these points they got here is reducing that gap. I still believe Eastern Stars are still looking comfortable when it comes to that potential gap, but it is still have 3 games to go. It is not done and dusted just yet. So Eastern Stars, looking at this game in particular, need to get themselves some really good performances in the last 3 games.
Yeah, I too have a black belt in origami. Max, I'll challenge your Naruto Hakigami. I don't know what you said. Yeah, 28 points. Amazing.
Not the only one.
That's right. That's right. I mean, considering what they did, I mean, we're going to talk about this extensively, I feel, in this segment, because just ridiculous holdouts from Unicorns of Love considering this game as a whole. And finally, I guess the circle kind of goes in their favor, and it's not quite like gambly, risky rotations. So very, very happy to see that, Jason. That's 3 out of the 5 Sanhoks they've won in this final, by the way.
Honestly, it's pretty damn ridiculous for them. It is unfortunate, though. Just wanted to point out that Nexus only getting 0 points. Game mode only 2, but game mode should be relatively safe. But Nexus in particular, like, they were the bubble, right? They were the 5th place team. And with them not picking up points here in these final matches, it could come back to haunt them. But either way, you gotta live with what happens. And even Big having a fantastic round last time, coming to us with only 2 points.
Yeah, they got picked up by Super Young roster. Super Young roster were playing a somewhat similar role to what was happening with Unicorns of Love there. And Result especially, and it's great to see him actually on top 3 players, was playing the roof super well. And that gave him the advantage point onto Big, gave him the advantage point onto ChasMac Gaming. For some time, almost onto Eastern Stars, but Eastern Stars had a very good push at one point in time onto that position. So it did work out really good for Eastern Stars. But man, GK first, what do they call him on social media already, Kaliza? Like the free man? Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Unicorns of Love on their social media and Instagram and stuff like that. I love them because, again, they're putting up the roles of GK first, and I think it was Fragger/free man. So basically, all they have to do, let GK first off of the leash and allow him to do GK first things. And it really felt like this was the absolute epitome of letting him off the leash was this game here, Jason, with that tower and having the lookout across any teams coming from the south. It was a brutal position for anybody to try and breach, and GK first punished anybody that came near. Crazy.
Thing is, like, we were really like criticizing him too. I remember we were talking to Imperium and Copter, and we were all like, you know, they're so spread apart that when are they going to regroup? When are they going to punish for this? And funny enough, they didn't.
Well, the spread is crazy. The spread is crazy and can be punished. If teams on the south side are being a bit more aggressive, I know that there is this tendency on Sanhok where people are very anxious, very kind of scared, careful and stuff like that. So maybe they're preying upon kind of people's kind of fears during all of this moment. It is Halloween. Let's go with the fears kind of mantra here for a moment. Any team that crashes as like a 3 or a 4 into certain positions that they have taken there, like Lin, for example, in that compound up towards the top, kind of being the anchor point, or Rollkiss and Fresh on that left-hand side, which actually LMV did get mowed down by them, but if you crash into some of these split positions, you will kill off that member, and maybe you can make something work from there.
There were actually 4 teams. You could even potentially say 5 teams. Was Exquisite Décode UK that was coming in from Painan. The fact that GK first held on to that, you mentioned it at one point, right, Kaliza, that tower position up top of that hill was so strong and pivotal for him to actually make that work in the first place. If you look at it, if this was any other team, you would say that's not going to work out. But it's GK first, doing, as we say, GK first things, and just picking up those kills, and I think got rid of 2 teams almost on his own, which is absolutely insane. So, yeah, I mean, if they keep on going like this and getting another win on Sanhok, not only should they push themselves up in top 5, but that PMGC race should be going in their favor.
It makes things for the last Sanhok of the day, Jason, terrifying, because they've shown the dominance that they currently have on this map, be it the risky rotations or now a homegrown position. Scary.
I mean, you say terrifying, I say exciting, to be honest. I would love for this to end off with like multiple different routes team can qualify. You have a fight for PMGC points, you have a fight for top 5, and who knows what's going to happen when we do get there. But we talk about Unicorns of Love stepping up and looking for frags, looking for points. What about Super Young roster? They did relatively the same as well, 12 kills for themselves, and maybe we should compare the stats between the 2 teams. Obviously going to be a little bit skewed towards Unicorns of Love considering they did pick up the victory, but either way, I mean, they were still putting up some really good damage here and really fighting with everything they've got here at the very end.
Yeah, not even that skewed actually over for Unicorns of Love. Super Young roster actually doing relatively well when it comes to their positions up north. So they were holding on to the northwestern compound on the southwest island. There you go, there's a lot of position to go with. They will make
compound on the southeastern western side of
it's getting all tangled up there, but their intention here was to make sure the teams that committed to the northwestern island, there you go, another position, could not cross the river. That was the idea for Super Young roster, and they were also trying to punish teams that went for a wide rotation, if that was Excuse Me, if that was also ChasMac Gaming, and they actually picked up a lot of those teams. They actually picked up 3 of them. Explains why they got 12 kills in this game alone. They were really strong, but after that circle, it hurt them so much, right, Kalash? Because Unicorns of Love having that spread, there was a very big chance they were going to have an advantage point to get into the next circle if it did not even go their way. So it was pretty good for Super Young roster.
So
34?
That goes to show that teams should be more aggressive on a split like this. I mean, nobody shot at them. Maybe, did they get hit once? I think that's
one bullet. That's one bullet.
Oh dear me! Like you can't just let teams have this much room and not punish them for it, considering what we saw there. I mean, Unicorns Love with a natural barrier in the south, Super Young roster with a natural barrier up in the north, and Conqueror was the only one to seem to kind of weed through that on that eastern side to be able to find themselves a spot. But 34 damage done, guys. Shoot at them.
Maybe they're just that good at dodging? I don't really know. That just seems a little bit odd. Let's take a look, though, while we have some time here at our overalls. Now, I think this will be the last time we're going to check in with it until, I think, round 5. Not looking to do it the next one. But Unicorns Love have actually crossed the path. They have qualified into top 5, but ChasMac's hot on their heels.
Sanhok has saved them, Jason. What happens if these 3 chicken dinners don't happen yet? That's insane, Max.
I mean, Sanhok, I mean, you got one more game. That could be the difference maker for them to remain in the top 5. Okay, they want one more Sanhok is going to happen. But this is so important for Unicorns of Love. Down to that potential last Sanhok game, if they don't perform on Miramar, if they don't perform on Erangel, it's going to be down to that final game potentially for them. But now Eastern Stars, we talked about this, right? The fact that they are now creating that big lead versus Unicorns of Love, at least in these standings right now for the overalls, do you want to try and mess with them a little bit versus Unicorns of Love? There's a chance we get to that point where that could become the best option for some of these teams.
Oh, you can see Big at 9th place, though, 104 points, able to climb up the leaderboards just a little bit. Super Young roster as well. Sorry, Clars.
Yeah, chasing the Big here, and they could, I mean, there's still 3 games left. Big is still a team that can put up double digits every single game if they so wish, if they so desire, especially if the circle is a northern circle and something like Erangel, so we could still see that chase going on.
Oh, it is time to bring in some coppers here because we do have Erangel coming up once again. We're on the repeat. Erangel, Miramar, then Sanhok for our final 3 rounds here of PMPL Western Europe Season 2. And you guys at home who are watching, you still have 3 more chances to get up tokens. If you guys are watching, you have the Gacha Challenge going on. You guys can invite your friends to watch with you, get some tokens, and turn them in, hopefully, into some permanent skins for yourself. And now we have our permanent caster duo for the rest of the day. Copter and Imperium, take it away.
The final 3 rounds of the PMPL finals, and it's more than coincidence, Copter, that it's on October the 31st, Halloween. There's a thriller, there's ghoulish atmosphere in the air, and it's any one of these chances to get rid of the zombies around them and stake their claim for the regional championship spot.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was watching the last game and the score situation after that one. It is so thrilling. I just can't wait what's going to happen on these matches because the point situation, it is so close. A lot of things can still happen. A lot of contenders like outside the top 5 who can try to reach there. And Unicorns of Love, of course, making a huge leap on the scores, not only on the PMGC points, but also making on the top 5 of the results for the weekend. So that is definitely an interesting setup that we have.
Unicorns of Love in 5th, as you correctly pointed out, 122 points. Conqueror in 12th, Copter are 94 points. That's 26 points, dividing 7 positions. Kyleris highlighted Big. You've seen Super Young roster come into the mix, and Conqueror themselves. You've seen Nexus fall down in the final 3 rounds. Anything can happen. I know it's cliche to say, but this setup is kind of what we live for with PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, exactly. The setup is very thrilling, just like you said on the Halloween team. So, but yeah, Big definitely one of those teams they can make it for Romanian Boys, Nexus, ChasMac. I mean, those are the teams that I'm looking for. I think LMV and Super Young roster all the way down to Conqueror, they might have a chance, but it's gonna require some hard work on this match and also on the next one as well if they want to be in a position that they can challenge the top 5 on the last game of the day. And of course, just like pointed out by the studio, it is going to be Sanhok. So I kind of like have my eyes on the last game already.
Well, of course, Unicorns of Love don't want to rely on the final round of the day, of course. We noted, and I don't quite know if the desk pointed this out after the first Erangel game, but there was an element of quicker rotations from Unicorns of Love in the first round of the day in Erangel, and maybe there's that little bit of an adaptation in this final day, recognizing that, hey, look, we need to control that circle a little bit more in terms of, even if it does shift away, that we are much closer to it.
Yeah, the Exquisite Décode at the same time, they made an interesting drop here right next to Big. They actually stole one of those motorcycles, will be getting away. So Danny and Elisio, they are just leaving from the scene. A couple of the shots will be fired towards Big and vice versa, but nobody will be knocked down completely. Resno took a lot of damage, but yeah, they are still getting away. But there was definitely something else happening than the usual gameplay, but everybody's going to be getting away from that situation completely fine.
Eastern Stars, with that westerly plane path copter, they've dropped on the west, and that's something that we've seen them pull off. That plane adaptation, I think, is a big reason why they've evolved quite heavily over the last couple of months from PMPL season to PMPL season. They never used to have that secondary drop spot, and I think since shifting to the west based on the westerly plane path, it's fared much better for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're evolving, yes, and they have evolved as a Western Stars instead of the Eastern Stars. West, they will change the side here, but yeah. Well, enough with the good jokes or the bad jokes, but they definitely have made something different there, and they have a quite decent split there as well. They are controlling a lot of area, so there's nobody who's like threatening their position, so I think they have chosen wisely the alternative landing position this time, that no other teams will be able to do any kind of damage towards them. They have to, they are currently leading, but yeah, of course they want to make sure that the battle with the Unicorns of Love regarding the PMGC sport is going to be a tight one. They don't want to hand that away in case Unicorns of Love, for example, will find some magical more performance.
You did see the graphic pop up just a second ago of the PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate is on sale in game. You can go to the PUBG Mobile store in game and grab yourself the same outfits as these pro players. Again, like I said yesterday, you might not be able to play as good as them, but hey, looking as good as them might just help.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice factor on the game that you can change the skins, and if you're cheering for the teams, then of course go and make sure that you'll support your team with the skins. That's one thing that you can do. But anyway, so yeah, the circle, we haven't touched that so heavily, so it's a pretty nice circle. Yes. It's a quite decent one, centering around the Rostock area more or less. So majority of the teams they are currently inside of it. We only had Xtreme Slayers jumping for the Sosnovka Garden, so there's like nothing that strange happening there. Just gonna be waiting when they will get away from there. I don't think anybody will be gatekeeping them, to be honest. I mean, Conqueror might be in a position that they could do it, but we haven't seen that happening so heavily unless the circle has been like a very southern one, so the northern circles team usually have been just traveling towards them. But then the West Coast, the Eastern Stars, of course LMV on the Primorsk area, and then also Team Dune on the Quarry area. So how those teams will start the rotations, how they will move on the circle, that's one thing that could trigger something. And for Romanian Boys, they need the kills, and they are actually kind of like, but not on the gatekeeping area, but close to the possible rotational path for these teams.
They need the kills, and you yourself need the tokens for the gacha rewards in game. Join it by watching the PMPL live together in the esports center of in-game, which is very cool, easy to do, and you can grab yourself special permanent items and more rewards by grabbing the gacha points by watching in-game. So hey, watch PMPL, get free stuff. Everybody wins.
Yeah, sounds like a good combination to me, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, watching esports and getting free stuff, especially, that's always one thing that people love. So just make sure to do it. But yeah, quite slow on the rotations, to be honest. I mean, teams there, they have still plenty of time, 6 minutes on the clock. So the teams are, yeah, they're trying to find a way. Team Doom, they will now leave from the quarry area that we are following here now. They will just go straight through the fields. There's no teams on the southern side on top of the plateau or the farm building next to them. So they're completely free to do this kind of a rotation. And maybe they want to get some more loot. Maybe they want to scout the area. This is not a place where you can actually stay for a longer time because it's not on the zone. But at least they will make some kind of a middle stop before proceeding towards the middle of the circle.
I kind of wish they had fog mode in competitive, and it would be super coincidental that you'd have fog on this Halloween PMPL final day just to add to the atmosphere. It wouldn't be good for the players, of course, but for the spectating standpoint, it would definitely add a lot of ghoulish interpretations to the game. But alas, it's all clear sight for all of these teams, and it's up to them to really make good use of it. Eastern Stars now starting to gather themselves together and make that rotation into the circle from that western side of the map. 4 Romanian Boys are a little bit close by to them, but there's a clear gap for Eastern Stars to enter into this circle.
I think we do have the fog mode actually, just a little bit limited one, but still.
It's only on casual, not competitive. See?
No, what I meant was that Stars smoked the other teams on the ending in Miramar. That is the fog mode, and it's only available for these guys. So that's what we had here. And definitely not the usual one, but they did a great job. I mean, that smoke curtain, it was just the perfect one, blocking all the views and all the exits, and you know, there was no way of seeing anything. So it was just like the normal fog mode, but just a very limited on the region where it was put.
You're not wrong, man. You were absolutely not wrong, and it could be the case in this game. We've had quite a good few field finishes. You can end around the Alamo region. Hey, the Yasnaya fields are open for it ending. The open area between school and Potato Hill, where that utility can really come into the mix. Exquisite Décode, though, they're sticking together as all 4 in the compound just outside the prison.
And Conqueror is actually holding that bridge where Xtreme Slayers are going to be crossing the bridge right now. So they are on the northern side of it, on the intersection, on top of the hilltop there. So they're definitely following what's going to happen with the Xtreme Slayers. So there might be some casualties coming if Conqueror is actually, because they need the points. They need the points more than anybody else, I would say, more or less, who has the chances to actually qualify in the top 5. So they try to do everything they can. But Xtreme Slayers, they seem to be getting past, and they just might head on the Multa Beach. Yeah, we can see that they're actually going towards that area. So they will dodge the whole situation. Here we can actually see the whole setup, what they have, and I don't know if I'm the right person to call it, but I kind of feel that the gatekeeping was a little bit passive. They didn't go the aggressive positions.
Yeah.
And if they would have been more closer, of course, then they could have been spotted easier as well. But I think that from that position, it's very hard to get kills. They had a try, but the execution wasn't top notch.
Well, it's also the kind of thing where Xtreme Slayers have been bridge camped by Conqueror in the past. So that's why you saw Xtreme Slayers instantly send it to the Milton Beach rocky area and avoid Conqueror. But you're dead right. Luckily for Conqueror, and I do respect it, with phase 2 popping up and is shifting over to the west, they were already relatively close to a circle entry point. So I definitely get that, hey, it wasn't the most aggressive bridge camp. It didn't need to be. We slowed them down, and now we can enter into a deeper phase 2 position without having to worry about them behind us for the time being.
Yeah, I think what they were doing there, that they were betting on a fact that they will actually do the rotation straight forward, not go on the both of the roads.
Exactly.
Because sometimes we see people going past those buildings and jumping behind that hill, like towards the farm area.
Yeah.
They were actually behind that small ridge there. So I think that was the play, that if they would have gone with that kind of, rotation or path with the vehicles, then they would have been absolutely in trouble. So it was kind of like, safe way of maybe getting something out of it.
Exactly.
But anyway, it happened. Xtreme Slayers, they are inside. And also Conqueror, they have left the scene as well, and now they're trying to approach the new circle.
Eastern Stars are around the south of Potato Hill vicinity, a good hill to hold on to. If you stick a little bit more to the west, you can get a bit more info towards Pichinki. You have Big there on the northern edge of Rozhok. Vodafone Giants are in between Eastern Stars and Conqueror, but clearly much closer to the Conqueror boys. A rich history between Vodafone Giants and Conqueror, at least as players. I know they have a lot of love and support for each other, going back to the previous PMPL finals when Conqueror qualified for the EMEA Championship by just a single chicken dinner ahead of Vodafone Giants. This time around, Vodafone Giants are looking much healthier than the Conqueror boys.
And the circle, like mentioned, it actually came between Rozhok and Pochinki. And all the teams, well, not all the teams, but majority of the teams, they're pretty much on the dead center. I mean, a little bit on the southern side, yes, but we only see Unicorns of Love playing the edges when you look at the west, east, and north side. So only southern side, they actually have Team Doom there. But Unicorns of Love, they are playing the usual strategy. They are chilling on the edge for now and just scouting the information. All the other teams, they have made a quite long rotations, actually. I would say more than usually teams playing in the middle.
Unicorns of Love, again, I feel like that is a stronger, quicker rotation. Again, the circle shifting to the west on phase 2 massively helped them, of course, but they're in this circle, right? They have Rokas a little bit more in the front line. It's still that split that we saw them even pull out in the previous round of Sanhok. But as we see phase 3 circling up, 98% of the teams are already inside this circle.
Yeah, that's a lot of teams getting to the circle with this phase. And I mean, we haven't lost anybody. So it's phase 3. All the players are alive and they are piling on a very small area with a lot of hills. Not so many buildings, by the way, on that area. There is some definitely. So you have school, you have apartments, you have some buildings on Pochinki and of course in Rozhok, etc. But still, I would say that, you know, when you think about like different directions, all the buildings, they're like piled on the same area. So there isn't like a building, you know, on the western side or the eastern side, really. So it's like the buildings are very centralized, and that makes the whole situation very difficult. And I can imagine. Yeah, there we go. That something's gonna happen.
Yeah, this kind of area is where Exquisite Décode ended up kind of winning the previous Erangel game from. Nice jump up shots by Daddy. He is on his own, has the support of his team from behind, and that knock has come through. And I'm left wondering, where is the rest of ChasMac, right? Why did you even allow that knock to come through without any kind of counter knock? And now it's being opened up. Reznov coming in on the side. He's going to get that push, and this is a big fight for Exquisite Décode. They want to make it into the European Regional Championships. They want to shut ChasMac down, and indeed they have, holding up as a full squad, more importantly.
And when we think about the overall point situation, I mean, we saw ChasMac right behind Unicorns of Love. So this is now a chance for the Unicorns of Love to kind of get away from that situation and, you know, increase the gap towards the 6th or the 7th place. Of course, they need to do well as well. They haven't got any points yet, but still definitely this is a chance because ChasMac, they cannot get any points anymore.
I love that proactivity from Exquisite Décode. They technically didn't need to take that fight, right? Because they had that compound position up on top of the hill. But they're thinking 3-4 minutes ahead, right? Where if the circle shifts away, hell, even if shifts towards them, they're going to have a team behind. Whereas in phase 3, where we're less than 15 minutes in, there's a much less chance that you're not going to get third-partied. So it's really the perfect time to take that fight, to get that squad wipe, and again, very well executed by Exquisite Décode.
Yeah, that's a great execution. I mean, for a while it seemed to me that they might be in trouble because they only had 1 player on the compound and 4 players from ChasMac. But the guys from the distance, the support players on that situation, they made the job. They got the initial knock from the fence line, and then they were able to breach more like inside of the walls and take the fight all the way towards the targets. So definitely well done. Circle, meanwhile, as we can see, we are just waiting for the next shift. And I can say that these teams, they're definitely, you know, just the atmosphere is like very waiting that, you know, the Unicorns of, oh my God, that's going to go so hardly towards the eastern side. And all the teams from Pochinki and the fields and the western side, I mean, this is going to be complicated because look at the amount of compounds. There's school, there's apartments, and then we have just couple buildings like, you know, on the east side of the apartments, and then just couple dog houses on the hills on the southern side, and then, of course, the potato hills. So this is going to be a hard one.
Oh my God. This is just a little bit north and a little bit more west in the first Erangel round of the day. So this is perfect opportune moment for Exquisite Décode to get the second chicken dinner of the day for themselves. 4 Romanian Boys are going in for the full send. You can see in that mini-map you have Xtreme Slayers, TSC engaging against each other as they scramble to disengage away from Pachinki Hill, and it has for the time being gone in the favor of Xtreme Slayers.
At the same time, teams from the western side will try to do a southern rotation all the way on the eastern side, and that's where the Eastern Stars are holding. And one of those teams that is coming, it is Unicorns of Love. They seem to be doing a rotation right next to Eastern Stars, but now it's going to be Xtreme Slayers finding TSC. Pappy's going to fall down. Bujo gets that stray on point, and that's one player taken down, and the flush will happen as well. So Bujo's going to find Pappy as a whole, and meanwhile, I mean, TSC, they got to figure out how they want to approach the whole situation. Same applies for the Xtreme Slayers, because they have to get this done fast before the teams will come and third party.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed Xtreme Slayers didn't full send that fight. They allowed the likes of Pappy to go down, but it is what it is. They're left with 2. TSC not looking the healthiest either. Team Doom, they made that direction towards Eastern Stars, but they've gone all the way past them. They've gone for a massive southwest to a full-on eastern entry point into the circle, and I believe they've gotten there with only 1 casualty for the time being. But we all know Exquisite Décode, they've shown their prowess to protect this side of the circle once already today. They're going to easily be able to do it again.
The Team Doom rotation, it was a very long hook. They came completely from the western side, and they actually did like 180 degrees on the circle, and then they decided to get in from the east. Meanwhile, some other teams, they're stuck on the southern side as we can see Unicorns of Love. They will spot down Bassy. The spray from Fresh is going to be going that direction, but no, it will not find the target. But he's going to be trying to do everything he can. And but yeah, definitely, I think Eastern Stars, they have the gatekeeping situation, and GK first, he needs...
Oh, Unicorns alive!
And there we go, the spray will come. Kapahal going to fall down for Conqueror. Nano's going to find Perks at the same time, and now GK first, can he get the job down? It's going to be actually a Conqueror finding that kill, and he's going to be taken down as GK first gets 2.
Oh my god, what a stab in the heart. The race for PMGC. Unicorns along with a little bit of help from Conqueror. Take down Eastern Stars, and now with only 1 point from this round, it's a pretty much 100% benefit for Unicorns alive off the back of a fantastic chicken dinner in Sanhok. They need to follow it up. They can't rest on their laurels. Yes, they'll be extremely happy with seeing the kill feed of Eastern Stars players, but the battle is definitely not won just yet, because Conqueror are holding them against Pachinki, against Potato Hill.
For a while, it seems that Eastern Stars can actually hold, gatekeep Unicorns of Love. But then the third parting happened for Conqueror. At the same time, also Unicorns of Love, they saw the opportunity. So together they handled that situation. But yeah, still Unicorns of Love, they will have to deal with Vito and the pals. You get first going to find Kaling, so he's falling down. So one player at least not on that direction. Rolk is from the Unicorns of Love also crawling, and the flush might just come with that nade from Reeves.
Yeah.
Gotta go close, but it's not going to take him down completely. But it seems he's going to bleed down unless Lin will get there, but that nade, it should shield a job, and that's Rolke falling down.
Lin was going for the revive, but I don't even agree with him going for the revive at this stage of the fight. It's not going to be like no man left behind. Screw it, he's out of here. Lin, Fresh, and GK need to kind of stick together. The circle, by the way, shifting over massively to the west on this phase 5 does mean that Unicorns Alive can carve an entry point from that automatic rotation, but it's going to be easier said than done because Vodafone Giants are in there. Xtreme Slayers and TSC could be blocking their way.
Kind of like this circle, to be honest. Of course, it's hard for the players. I don't mean that, but it's leaving school and the apartments completely, and I think that's
so
fair for the players.
Fresh.
Hey, GK first tries to drive over. Big is going to be taken down. Frost is going to find Times. Bujo's going to find Muzi, and Eileen actually gets the knock on Pokus by driving over.
This is so important from Unicorns of Love. They didn't have any other option than just pushing in, essentially running and gunning their way into this position. They're not quite in the circle, but Fresh pulling out a magnificent double knock on the Vodafone Giants, and they are out of here. Now Conqueror up to the play the kind of safer position, and they are once again blocking them from the entry point in the circle. But Conqueror, let's be fair, they've underperformed in this PMPL finals, coming in to today's games in 15th. They have PMGC players in their team in the hands of Reeves. They need to be doing better, and I gotta say, they have turned this final day around, but their next challenge is Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, Vito's gonna go for the flank, gonna find one. No, it's gonna be just getting away. Yes, he's gonna find GK first, so he falls down, but he still has that upper angle. Gonna be leaving from it though, so he's gonna be happy by finding one, at least delaying the entry towards the circle. I guess that's the plan. And now, I mean, there's other teams on the area as well, so Xtreme Slayers right next to Conqueror, TSC on the longer distance. Game load is gonna be taken down as a whole, as Rana finds Frosty at the same time, and also Super Young roster. They are suffering and battling on the northern side with Nexus.
Nexus came into today's games in that golden 5th spot, but they have dropped away from the bottom 5. Nexus taking down Super Young roster. A good couple of games in a row for Super Young roster, but it's all falling apart now as we're left with 7 teams, 20 players. Doom following suit.
Yeah, great spray coming from Lin. Still tries to handle with Fresh together. Gonna be knocked down by that nade coming from Muzi. So now down to 1 player. Unicorns the floor because Reeves trying to connect, and he will find Muzi at the same time as well. So Reeves with a great spray, as will find Rana on the other battle on the northern side. But now, because he Conqueror, they want to leave. They want to go to the zone. The zone has been shifting more on the western side because it's TSC actually holding that area pretty nicely.
Here's Johnny in the former Conqueror just wrapping around, finding those third-party shots onto Xtreme Slayers, leaving Bardo as the last one up. 4 Romanian Boys, let's be honest, haven't had to do much in this game so far. The circle shifting in their direction, run 4 kills, but now they look to shoot towards Nexus, trying to find their own angle, entry point into the circle. But Dexter is going to see his life fall down to the hands of a blown-up vehicle.
Yeah, Nexus there definitely in trouble. Dor is gonna find one. That's 1 player falling down. Butcher's gonna steal that by with the vehicle explosions are down to 1 player. Nexus and now whole Conqueror roster trying to find that one last player. And also Extreme Slayers definitely in trouble. Vito's gonna go right next to it. He's chilling like inside of the vehicle, right? So he's hiding there, and these guys, they don't spot him down. So Conqueror, they just might have a surprise coming their way.
Fresh, he's still up. He's gonna get taken down. Bina says goodbye to you. Unicorns of Love, it was still a good game. 8 points, 7 more than Eastern Stars in the race for PMGC.
Yeah, and for Romanian Boys, I mean, they have a very strong position. They have all the 4 players as well. Nexus Gaming taken down, and they haven't, I mean, still Conqueror. They haven't spotted the player inside of that vehicle. He's actually proning behind it. No, he's actually, he's in the car.
In the passenger seat.
So, just wondering, okay, now he's gonna spot him down finally, and that's the end of Extreme Slayers at the same time as well. Finally, but I mean, it took a long time.
It's like, we're not allowed 5 players on our team. This doesn't look right. You're not one of us. Get out of here. Now we're down to our final 4 teams, 12 players left up. Exquisite Decode still has Will left alive. So again, another good result in Erangel from Exquisite Decode. Oncoming TSC, I don't know how they've been able to survive as a trio. That's probably at the benefit of Xtreme Slayers not really going in for that fight back in, I think, Phase 4 on the edge of Pachinki. And the 4 Romanian Boys, like I noted, haven't really had to do much in this game, but they do have that low ground advantage.
Yeah, I think TSC has been able to chill because the circle has been multiple times shifting towards the western side, and kind of like the Conqueror Xtreme Slayers fight on the south didn't like allow any teams to rotate from that side on that direction.
Circle shifts down south up the hill to the advantage of Conqueror. 15 points in round 2 of Miramar. 19 points in round 3 of Sanhok, and are currently on 7 kills, looking for a minimum of 17 points in this 4th round of the day.
Yeah, Conqueror holding that southern side, so they're the team that is actually inside. 4 minutes where they hold pretty heavily. TSC watching that direction, also Conqueror watching it, and now it's just like a standing game more or less. And we'll see who's going to be finding kills and where. But I mean, 4 minutes, but as soon as they're going to move, there should be a lot of scopes pointing on that direction. They have some vehicles. We can see that Redok's going to be moving at least one of those, kind of like trying to scout something maybe from the eastern side. And Bucho just hiding behind that bush. It is so close, just, you know, 1 click away, and he could fall down.
Shots come out from Jaja, prone down with the DP28. Doesn't quite connect on the door, and the timing just wasn't there. There is a crate in the middle of these 2 teams that's on that northern edge of the circle. Conqueror have the high ground, which is to an extent a benefit, but can pose a risk. The biggest advantage they have is that 4 Romanian Boys and TSC are far more likely to third-party each other.
Yeah, that is true. They're going to find one. That's going to be Bujo on the fire, but no, the shot will not connect enough, and he's going to be getting away. But then another spray will come, and that's going to take him down. That's going to be Bujo falling down.
Important. Confirm that kill. Take it off. Leave no exceptions on the table. One thing we need to consider as well, Copter, is that 4 Romanian Boys, they have that full squad power. It's 4v4 v2.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, they definitely have the manpower, but I think still, like having Conqueror with the format stack as well, it's gonna be interesting. So I think it comes down to the fact how much TSC can cause confusion, and will the teams actually have the 4 versus 4 in the end, or will some other side like Conqueror take some damages from TSC? But yep, like you said, 4 Romanian Boys, they are the more potential target for them, and. But 4 Romanian Boys, they know about the location of TSC. I'm not completely sure how much information Conqueror actually has on that upper side.
The circle shifted west. That's towards TSC. They're still inside, but a lovely molly opens the door. Jaja gets knocked. Tam isn't moving a muscle. Now all the focus is on TSC, and they get taken out of here. Bye-bye, sayonara, konnichiwa. And now 4 Romanian Boys and Conqueror are left alive to fight for this chicken dinner. Is firmly alive. The low ground is towards 4 Romanian Boys, but they are 2 players down. Compared to Conqueror, who's getting the revive on the Vito, will leave them with that body advantage. Clink wrapping around on the low ground into the edge of the circle. You still have Bina on the high ground trying to give that oversight, standing up behind a tree. He could be the antithesis for Conqueror taking this chicken dinner.
I gotta love how the circle actually shifted completely on the area where the players are not, so both teams will have to move, so it's a very fair situation.
Behind the crate. That's level 3 gear. That's level 3 gear. A lovely nade from Doran. Nearly takes him down, but he leaves the angle exposed, and Clink gets one. It's followed suit. It's a 3v1. It's a 2v1 because the Blue Zone takes down Bina. It's Vito and Reeves. These duo have been teammates for quite a while. They have their sights set on PMGC. They're not going to make it for the race, but they can make it through qualifying for the regional finals. 4 Romanian Boys coming into this, and knock from Sarah finds Reeves. The Irish god is down on the knees. Vito, one of the strongest 1v1 players, close range players, gets the kill, gets the squad wipe, and gets the chicken dinner for Conqueror.
Yeah, that's, Conqueror chicken dinner. Of course, I mean, what happened there in the end, 4 Romanian Boys, as they were concentrating towards the TSC, we saw that molly, that very nice molly actually connecting, was it Jaja from TSC?
Yeah.
And, but they wanted to confirm that with the spray. They were not completely sure had it connected. He would have fallen down on that molly completely alone, but the spray came in. And at the same time, when they wanted to confirm that kill, Conqueror actually took 2 of the 4 Romanian Boys down. So that is what happened there earlier on the situation. And on the end, also we saw that 4 Romanian Boys, they wanted to confirm some kills, and that caused the location, and then Conqueror, they were able to wrap it up quite easily while he was confirming the kills and kind of like giving away the position.
Such a strong chicken dinner from Conqueror. It was a needed result for them. I remember way back at the end of Super Weekend number 2, Vito was losing his confidence, and I spoke to him and I said, look, you guys have what it takes. Just take a step back and just look at this roster. They are giants in the making. Just focus, make it through, and you've got it. And they did qualify for the Super Weekend 3. And when you look at their average points per game, I think it was 2nd or 3rd average across all of the Super Weekends, despite only having 30 games. But history, to an extent, repeated itself, Copter, right? The first 2 days of the finals, absolutely flat, pretty much nothing to show. And then the rising above the ashes in the final day to get 2 good results back-to-back, followed by a 3rd game in a row with a chicken dinner, but they still have more work to do.
Yeah, definitely. More work is needed. If they want to be getting on the top 5, they got to do some, miracles. And if I'm completely honest, it's going to be next to impossible, but they can always try. And if nothing else, they can at least end the games with a good note. It's of course very disappointing when you kind of like have it in you, but then you just cannot like get it out of you when you actually need to get that performance. But they're trying to do their best, and kind of like having the this kind of a game, of course, going to boost the morality on the team, hopefully. And maybe that's going to like, lift them on a new level for the last 2 matches.
And for Unicorns of Love, it was definitely a solid game for them. I love that rotation from the southeast to the south area, and you even called it before they made it. And they were able to come in and help third party to get the squad up onto their PMGC rivals, Eastern Stars. But the reason why I say they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, because when you look at the overall standings coming into this game, Eastern Stars were and are much safer for the regional qualifying spot, whereas despite Unicorns of Love doing well in this game and I think getting 8 points, Conqueror chicken dinner, right? You have the likes of Big behind them, you have Nexus, you have TS, you have the likes of, actually sorry, not TSC, but you have like 4 Romanian Boys, you have even ChasMac. All of them can threaten Unicorns of Love's spot in the regional finals, especially when their race for PMGC is definitely not secure.
Yeah, that is true. ChasMac, they went down early, so that's not a problem. And Unicorns of Love, they got some kills, so they made more points compared to them. And yes, they're catching up on the Eastern Stars, but now, for example, for Romanian Boys, they might be just, rising as a challenger. So it's definitely not over yet. So we just have to wait and see what's going to happen. But I think Unicorns of Love, they didn't get on the top 5s or anything like that, but still they made a decent play. I think they got 6 kills or something before they went down. So I think that's going to be a good amount of points. They can be still happy with it. It wasn't the perfect one, but it was definitely on the level that might still keep them on the 5th place.
Well, that's Erangel done for the PMPL EU West, but we still have 2 more rounds to go, Miramar and Erangel. A bit of a break, then Jason and the gang will go through it all.
Well, Klars can't believe some things. I can't believe Conqueror pulls out a chicken dinner here at the very end in our next round, or 4th round overall so far in the day. We have 2 left to go. You know what? They must have been playing on their 1+9s who have an insanely large battery. You can get a full charge in 15 minutes or less. No, probably 15 minutes, not or less. That'd be interesting, because if it was 15 minutes or less, you could probably advertise or less. But then you have some people wondering why I can get it done in 10 minutes and I can get it done in 15. And there's like a competition who has the better phone. But they have a OnePlus 9, they have an amazing phone anyway, so they shouldn't be arguing. We're not going to argue about it. We're going to just talk about the match rankings. We're going to talk about how many points Conqueror just got for themselves, and also the battle for PMGC between Unicorns of Love and Eastern Stars.
It's just so close still. It's insane to see how it's been going on, and especially for Romanian Boys getting themselves these points when they were in and out potentially of that top 5. These points are definitely going to be super valuable, but man, Conqueror, they were towards the bottom at the start of the day, and they've been climbing up slowly. They had a decent Miramar game here, actually getting himself the chicken dinner, having that big leapfrog position away from Potato Hill, down into the southern side of the last circle to make sure Unicorns of Love could not make it in. They were very proactive to make sure they had the best position in the circle, and it clearly paid off here. Kalaris was 11 kills total.
I loved it. We were tracking Conqueror extensively in this game to figure out exactly how their rotations were going, and they were really the gatekeepers of a lot of teams coming into this game as a whole. I mean, for Romanian, Eastern Stars got caught in between them and Unicorns of Love. Unicorns of Love, I'm shouting at the screen, you have to bail. You cannot beat Conqueror, given the position that they had. And Conqueror knew that. They pressed their advantage. Then Unicorns of Love leaves. Then Conqueror gatekeeps them again as they shift even. Oh, God. It was a thing of beauty, Jason. I was loving it from Conqueror.
Ooh. Yeah, honestly, it was, I think, well played out. It's just kind of a shame, at least for Conqueror, that it's happening so late in the final day of the finals, right? So we'll see how things are going to work out for them. ChasMac, 0 points. I think we're losing that chance for 2 French teams. But also, as you mentioned, Big, only 2 points for themselves.
They needed, well, I would say about 40, 50 points in these last 3 games if they wanted to have a chance to make it into that top 5. Now they need to try and get still 40, 50 points in 2 games remaining. They need a win and a podium finish, potentially even 2, that would be great. But Big are making it very hard for them to make it into the top 5, so it's getting close. But yeah, good to see Doran. It's been a while since we actually saw him on the top 5 in these finals, so good to see him a little bit present with 7 kills, 765 damage. He was definitely clearing a lot of space towards the end, but it was especially Sarah. So again, that serotonin hit towards the end, and they're able to get himself a lot of good opportunities on Conqueror with that UMP. He was a silencer actually, Kalaris, but we don't see you use too much, but it actually paid off there for some time.
Yeah, love it. Love a suppressor on, to be honest, any gun. if I'm being candid about this. I mean, on the ump as well, though, here, 4 times ump sprays across the distance. I mean, it can be an accurate gun, but with the suppressor as well, you're kind of taking away just a little bit of information from people. I know that there is that tendency when you're in TPP to be able to, you know, just kind of be lying down and peek across and see kind of where you're going to be shooting, and then line it up after in first person. But ump will take just a little bit of that knowledge away, and I really like that.
Oh, we see our damage in the last round. 4 Romanian Boys really showing up here. Again, I want to point out Nexus another time. Like I pointed him out before, point him out yet again. 5 kills themselves, about 1,000 damage done. They actually did get more points than Unicorns of Love, who took away their 5th place position. So Nexus is still trying to battle out for that 5th spot. But so are 4 Romanian Boys.
Yeah, but Nexus, really close. Yeah, Nexus have just not been having the results that we expected after their strong first day. And we said, is that just a big one-hit wonder from Nexus Gaming, or can they retain some kind of consistency? And from what we've seen so far, that is just clearly not the case anymore. Nexus Gaming, sure, still good to have a little bit more points than Unicorns of Love potentially throughout this one, but they fell off big time. They were towards the top 3, they were just barely holding on to that top 5 position, and now they're just, I believe, I'm not sure right now, I think there's a chance we could see them even kicked out of the first page of the rankings, seeing how poor their day has been so far back to back. So yeah, Nexus Gaming, they got 2 more games, they need to make it count.
Yeah, fears were realized. They had a great day 1. You can't take that away from them, but the league play doesn't show you those patterns of consistency that would require them to have it here in a finals like this. And yeah, bit of a mishmash right now.
I mean, it just reminds me of the average points per game in Super Weekends versus average points per game in our first day of our finals, right? We did talk about how Nexus, a massive step up, but if you just look at the raw numbers, 6 matches compared to like 45, it's obviously going to even out as we do progress, and that's exactly what it has done. But maybe we should talk about 4 Romanian Boys and Unicorns of Love here. 2 teams, as we pointed out before, still trying to get into top 5, or at least Unicorns of Love trying to solidify their space in top 5, and 4 Romanian Boys trying to catch up. And we can see her in the finals, dead even on kills. Survival time actually favoring 4 Romanian Boys as well as damage, but Unicorns of Love are actually ahead in points, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Are they, Matt?
thought we were going to go on to that one, Colossus. But yeah, so far they are
Yeah,
heading
stress it
points.
harder, Max.
Yeah, okay. Oh, they're ahead right now. No, Unicorns of Love definitely looking good. But the average survival time is where I think there's a very clear potential for improvement. And we were talking about it. I mean, you especially mentioned it, right, Kalaris, while we were watching this game. If they rotated a little bit earlier, they could have had, what was it, Mini Pachinki? And that was clearly the best position in that entire game. The fact that they took too long and they were getting gate kept was a little bit more complicated. But wow, that healing is... that's Sanhok. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, Unicorns of Love, they find themselves in fights and they're kind of like prolonging those fights. But oftentimes before, the Sanhoks go down, they're not winning them out. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Unicorns of Love, I can't be too harsh on them because they still got some points here and they were doing some decent moves, but Conqueror was kind of out-moving them in that chess game down towards the south. But when you come to a circle late, and I said it to you guys in the back, if they stay on those hills east of North George, I'm gonna have an aneurysm. It's gonna cause me problems because they need to be there quicker. They need to be to the circles quicker, and they need to be jostling for position quicker. And if they did, they could have come from the east side as opposed to the south side of the west side as opposed to the south side of that circle, and they would have been in technically a much better position for the late stages of that game.
Speaking of aneurysms, Kalaris, let's take a look at the updated race to PMGC. There's a reason behind me saying that. We're going to take a look at not for you, man. I don't know where they came out of the top of my head. Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love. 3-point difference still. Now, the reason I said we could talk about aneurysms here is because we have been informed what the tiebreaker is.
Oh, really?
Between this, if it does happen. Now, get this. The first tiebreaker, it's actually completely similar to the way we do tiebreakers in our overall standings. It's total number of chicken dinners, but in Season 1 and Season 2 combined. Then it's total placement points in Season 1 and Season 2 combined. Then it's total kill points in Season 1, Season 2. And then placement points in the last match. So I find it really difficult to get to that fourth tiebreaker, but imagine coming down to a Sanhok and Unicorns of Love win it because they placed higher or had more placement points in the last match of Eastern Stars on a Sanhok.
The first tiebreaker, in theory, I think should settle it. It's going to be really difficult for them to have the same amount of chicken dinners across them. But the fact remains, we're not at that tiebreaker just yet. And there is one Sanhok still in this map pool here, Jason. And that concerns me, especially with just that 3 points difference.
Just imagine if Eastern Stars does really well in Miramar and Unicorns of Love get the chicken dinner in the final game, tie them on points, but pass them on chicken dinners by 1. That'd be delicious.
Yes, kiss. I'm definitely joining you on the hype train for the aneurysm. I'm in there right now, so that's all I have to add. Yeah.
Can we get off that?
Well, I was hoping if we can get Max to stress it enough today, he might get a hernia actually.
I'm getting
but either way, you guys at home, again, there's still things to be won for you guys. We still have 2 rounds left to go, which means you have 2 rounds to still pick up coins that you can use to get yourself into the gacha game, potentially get yourself some permanent skins, especially with what you're seeing here on stream. But it's time to bring our commentators back in. So Clarus and Max, man, take care of those aneurysms or whatever. We'll just move on from this completely and not mention it a single time ever again. But I will mention Copter and Imperium at least one more time today after this because they'll be here for the final game of the day as well. Gentlemen, take us into our final Miramar.
Aneurysms, hernias. I suppose it's Halloween, it's evil, around right ghoulish activity, zombies looking to eat people's brains, I suppose, whatever you want to say. But 3 points dividing Eastern Stars and Unicorns of Love in the race for PMGC. That is insane.
That is a very tight situation. I mean, the point situation for the Unicorns of Love, I mean, in all the fronts, they have to now fight very heavily and make sure that they cannot be having a 0-point game in Miramar. There's no way. They have to excel on this game. They have to excel on the next game, on the last Sanhok as well. And then we'll see how far it's going to take them. But yeah, definitely, they need to do it. One thing I have also noticed that you have now mentioned Halloween many, many times. What would be your perfect Halloween?
Lots of sweets, just all the sweets, lots of sweets, and just be able to, pig out and eat them all. That's my perfect Halloween, man. I'm pretty simple, I'm a traditionalist. It doesn't happen as often, but I remember back in the day growing up, and I lived in a estate, and we go around the whole estate and a couple of other estates around the area, and absolutely love trick or treating.
Yeah, I can imagine you doing trick and treating already. But yeah, it's a Halloween, so definitely I think the Swedes are one essential part of it. But now the plane coming on the western side again, all the way between the kind of like the Alcantara and La Cobreria. We'll be heading towards the Los Higos Island. And well, of course, the teams will be splitting or kind of like distributing on the western side, but with the vehicles, they can reach the other destinations. Unicorns of Love, no changes there. They will be heading towards the Valle del Mar. The circle is kind of like favoring them a little bit because they're already on the edge, so they don't have to move to the edge. They can just wait there if they feel like it. But a lot of other teams will have the landing position on the eastern side. They will have to somehow find a way and maybe do some slight changes on the strategies as well.
And the phase 1 circle does complement the plane path at least. And this is what I love, and to just kind of echo to an extent even in the previous round in Erangel. Eastern Stars, you have that massive west plane path. They normally drop an Impala. La Cabrera is free because their sirens aren't here. Let's take it. Let's take it and call it their own. And once they've trained and practiced and prepared to an extent on the rotational paths of not only themselves but the few teams around them, this is a really good start for this Miramar game.
Yeah, this time Eastern Stars, we can call them the Northern Stars. Last time they were the Western Stars. But yeah, that's a good place. The one thing that catch my eye is actually what we are seeing here. 4 Romanian Boys, Nexus, and then on the southern side as a backup location, Team Doom also in a very tight area here. So, I mean, 4 Romanian Boys, they seems to be having kind of like the apartment buildings, the 5-story buildings, if I'm seeing correctly, at least one player inside of them, as we can see Machina, just looting it. So getting away from this location towards the zone, for example, Nexus, they probably need to travel in the area where the 4 Romanian Boys have some kind of an angles, depending, of course, how they will do the looting, how they will distribute later. So that is one thing, like getting away from Nexus, they have to do some kind of, they just cannot leave straight away.
And it's been definitely a bit of a rise and fall for both teams and somewhat opposite directions in terms of Nexus and 4 Romanian Boys. 2 fantastic Romanian teams, very well connected to each other as well. For Nexus, they started massive in this PMPL finals and they've dropped off. They're not quite in this second page of the overall standings, but they are currently lying in 7th place, 122 points. For 4 Romanian Boys, they started today's games in 6th place. They did get dropped on and kind of gate-kept to an extent by Big in the first Miramar round of the day, but after a strong result in Erangel the previous round, they are back into 5th spot. So they've actually, for the time being, knocked Unicorns of Love out of the European Regional Championships.
Yeah, and the gap is only 1 point between 4 Romanian Boys and Unicorns of Love. So that's going to be a tight battle. And Nexus, just like you said, they have been kind of like, fading away a little bit. They started very well, like you said, and now they have kind of like faded. So they need to bounce back on the same performance as they had on Friday. That's the only way they can actually start battling from that top 5 place. And then, I mean, the challenges are Unicorns of Love and 4 Romanian Boys. So those are the teams that they need to be kind of like overtaking at least one of those teams, or probably 2 of them on the points. So it's not easy because we know that Unicorns of Love and definitely also 4 Romanian Boys, they know the situation. So they're going to be trying everything they can to get those points home. And if I'm completely honest, Nexus, we have seen great plays from them, but we haven't seen that kind of play where they're like really like targeting points to get those points. So we haven't seen that kind of play. I think they have been, I wouldn't say lucky with the circles, but they are more team that like builds over time, that they build towards the end, they get some kills on the way, and now they will actually go for the 4 Romanian Boys.
Oh wow, super young roster. Definitely getting sights on one of the 4 Romanian Boys players. I feel like that's something that he knows about, because they're definitely not moving towards this building as if it's looted, unless they're playing super safe. And there you go, they had the bit of an idea. It's 1v2. It was only really gonna go one way. Maybe Sarah could have picked up 1 knock, but it was unlikely it was gonna get the double knock.
I mean, for Romanian Boys, the rest of the gang are quite far away, actually. We didn't see what actually happened. Was he like going to the circle to get an initial place, as a scout, and then he just like landed there, or what was the case? But anyway, super young roster, they will get it. And I was so excited about the Nexus situation that, when I saw the green logo.
You presumed it was, I get you.
Sometimes the colors, they do tricks to my eyes.
Yeah, Nexus have opted to kind of go for more direct rotation into the circle, sticking to the main road to the west of Los Leones, and they're now just north of Chumasera on that little bit of an elevated position for the time being. Unicorns of Love. At the moment, not only are they out of the European Regional Championship, they are out of the PMGC direct slot. So if the finals were to end now, they would walk away with nada, nothing. But I know they're better than that. They know they're better than that. And they're going to look to build upon it. An early rotation up to La Drolera Hills from Valdemar is their port of call. But Vodafone Giants landing in Monte Nuevo are going to be relatively close by.
Yeah, I mean, you said that they're out of the fifth place and they're out of the PMGC points, and just like you said, they're also out of Valdemar, which is kind of like it's a good move. Not gonna say that
it is,
but I mean, they are not playing that much heavily, at least for now, on the edge. They want to take a higher position. They want to be having more like seeing what is actually happening. When you compare that for the Erangel matches, they stay on the northern George Pole. They don't have that much visibility to the zone, so at least they're not trying to seek a place where they can actually scout the information where the teams are rotating in and where they're going to be staying. So maybe if the circle shifts, let's say, away from the south, then they maybe have some kind of an idea how to get away from that place. And if the circle comes to the south, it's a very good place to be.
And this might be hard to believe, and as far as you know, my stats and my calculations are right, but the desk have talked about the might of Unicorns of Love in Sanhok. In Miramar, across this finals at least, Unicorns of Love's average points per game is only 1.5. I repeat, 1.5 points per game. That's coming into today's games. Now, they did break that mold a little bit. Actually, no, they didn't break that mold because they got 0 points in the first Miramar game. They need to break this mold in the final Miramar game of the day.
I think you read my stats instead of theirs. But Team Doom, they have found Xtreme Slayers. They actually managed to get 2 guys down already, and now they're trying to hunt down the remains. So 2 guys from Xtreme Slayers trying to get away from Team Doom, trying to stay a little bit more on the blue as well. They can't really move. They have to do like a horizontal rotation. They cannot move towards the north for sure because the Xtreme Slayers, they are just waiting. And of course, we have seen that they're kind of like following them on the ridge line as well. So if they have moved a little bit more left or right, we have seen Doom just to follow that as well. Meanwhile, Nexus and for Romanian Boys, they will just, get right next to each other, and the circle has been shifting as well. It's going to come around Monte Nuevo. So it's a pretty central circle for the teams, considering the landing spots. And as expected, the teams coming from the eastern side who decided to go there, they have some distance to travel.
And if anybody watching is a little bit unfamiliar with the Miramar map, that kind of guitar shape on the western side of the map is out of bounds. You can't get there. So there is that little bit of the phase 2 circle that's uninhabitable, of course, to say the least. Well, 4 Romanian Boys do punish Nexus on their rotation.
Yeah, they're trying to get all the points. They know how tight the situation is with the Unicorns of Love. So great spray from that distance, definitely, yeah. And they're trying to scout down the other players as well, so if they will come to the scene. But the revival should be happening. Dexter's going to be getting bomb up and running, and they have the full stack, but they have to get away from that location.
Yeah.
They are not going to provide enough cover for a longer time. The vehicle is gone, as we can see, so it's not an easy target. Though we can see the rescue party is going to be joining there. But yeah, we'll just get behind the other hill.
Oh, wow. A lot of utility as well being used by Nexus in this situation. I get what Du is trying to do. He is trying to provide that back-end cover to shut and slow down for Romanian Boys to create any kind of entry point for his teammates to make it in. Not quite the case for now as Bam gets knocked down to his knees. Dexter slowly but surely being whittled down, but I think has found enough of cover to keep himself alive. But Rana, I know he's playing for North America, but I can't help but feel that he should have joined up with Do to try and get a double support for his two teammates.
Yeah, but great shots coming from the four Romanian boys from that distance, getting those knocks and also getting a flush as well. It's not the easiest one. I mean, it was only a couple of pixels visible and then shooting it from that distance. So definitely, well done. So Nexus, they will just have to take their losses and try to rebuild from here, get people back together, try to decide where they want to play this zone. And then, of course, just make sure that they don't lose more players in a couple next circles at least. So that's what they can do. But definitely, interesting situation. And of course, for Romanian boys, they will take all the points available. So if they will see something, they will shoot it. And with that accuracy, which they have had lately, I mean, it's a pretty deadly squad actually from the longer distance.
Of course, they need to make sure they don't get tunnel vision. Eastern Stars, I think their rotation in phase 1 was kind of slow, but off the back of this, phase 2 they made a very intelligent rotation by shifting around the northwest to end on the western side of the circle, but still relatively close to the center. They have oversight onto TSC, not Exquisite Décode, excuse me, are still in El Pozo. So this is some good positioning from Eastern Stars.
And Xtreme Slayers, I mean, they had the situation with Team D, in which case see Puppy as the last survivor from the team. And he actually needed to go all the way back to Valdemar to find a way. And he might be just giving that, well, okay, not giving that kill, but he is traveling towards Unicorns of Love. So there's a high chance that at some point the vehicle will be spotted and maybe Unicorns of Love, because they have the split across those hills. They can probably spot that vehicle coming from the southern side. And that circle, that is an interesting one. It gives a good place for the Vodafone Giants, but then also Unicorns of Love, they can quite easily move inside. Eastern Stars, they have a very interesting split on the northern side. They just have to be very careful with TSC and excuse me, but yeah, a lot of pressure will be there on the southeast side and the east side in general, because all the teams, you know, who are heading like more towards the central circle, they have to get in, and that is definitely a rush hour.
And underneath that hill that Vodafone Giants hold on to is very viable. It's extremely viable, but when you get there, you have to make sure that the timing is right. Super Young roster clearly have gotten there first. Nexus, as a duo, gotten away from four Romanian boys. Rana, should I say, is still outside the circle, but that anchor point is there. Big is in between the whole of Nexus. You have Doom, who took down a good few of the Xtreme Slayers players right beside the players of Big.
Yeah, I mean, Eastern Stars and Unicorns, of course, we have been focusing on these teams quite heavily, but they both have very good locations, to be honest. I mean, they have players more on the western side, which shouldn't be under very heavy threat. Oh, that's going to be a close one. TSC just moving along with the vehicle. LMV is going to be getting a knock meanwhile, and TSC, they'll just take the middle place just because Eastern Stars is watching that from the western side. Pressure is going to be coming from Atis, not going to be connecting though, so the teams will get away on the Bronco, and the two guys can actually, at least for now, going to be keeping his life, but dropping Tam down. That's going to open the backside angle from the Eastern Stars, and that might be a knock, but no. But meanwhile, Unicorns of Love, they will collect that 1 point from the south, so Pappy and the Xtreme Slayers as a whole, they are gone.
Important for Eastern Stars to really manipulate this traffic with the likes of TSC to push them away, because they have a few teams coming behind. You have Exquisite Décode, you have, possibly LMV coming in from the blue on that north side, so Eastern Stars could definitely pick themselves up a hell of a load of points. Costly with the knock onto Daddy. Alicio is also going to fall down. That leaves just Will, I believe, as the sole survivor for Exquisite Décode. Now, Exquisite Décode, they are fairly safe in the standings, held their first in the PMPL finals, but they are only 10 points ahead of Eastern Stars.
At the same time, from the north, actually, LMV is going to be coming to the same scene, so they will be coming right here as a third party in a couple of seconds. That's what I'm expecting. And there we go. Reeve's going to fall down. Excuse Mango is going to find Will, and that's the end of it. So Exquisite Décode, they are down, and now on the minimap, we can already see it is a question of what LMV wants to do. They can definitely make a huge impact on his play, but they can also make a huge impact on Eastern Stars' play, or vice versa. They can also give some points for them.
Going horribly wrong for Conqueror. 3 back-to-back fantastic games, but they weren't into the top 5, and they've had 3 players knocked down. Just Clink left on his own. 4 Romanian boys making mincemeat as the next circle shifts. disgustingly, to say the least, over to the west. Like I said, that barren wasteland that's on that guitar shape is out of bounds, and it's very open, it's very exposing on that western side, but Unicorns Love do have the south of it, have the north of it. How well are they going to be able to hold on?
The Unicorns of Love, the location is really good. I mean, kind of keep them out of the pressure and hopefully getting some kills on the way as well. But that's going to be Kappahala falling down, so they will open fire towards Eastern Stars and LMV. They are also coming from the northern side, so Kappahala definitely will not be revived. That's not going to happen. Now we can see Beak and Team Doom. They're kind of like moving quite far away from the zone already, and then we can see a replay coming out of the Machina straight towards Conqueror. That's a flush, and that's another one as well. So great trade from that. I don't know what tower, whatever you want to call that, and just putting the guys when they're crossing the road. That is we have seen that same angle being used multiple times in the past as well, and always when you cross a road, it is so dangerous, especially when you have a lot of players on the area.
Eastern Stars, they're down to, I believe, 2 players. Yeah, just Octavian and Athos left on their own. I think they maybe stuck to a split position for a little bit too long. Excuse me. Mango getting put under a good bit of pressure. Talon pushing forward in that 1v1 with the support of his teammates. Talon nearly loses it. I know, I thought that's a little bit shaky as well. But Talon picks it up. There's not much Mishi can do as Talon gets behind the same position in which he just took down his opponent while Big and Unicorns of Love riding the wave. A very important fight. Rokas takes a little bit of damage, but Beats is going to have to back away. GK the first following in, provide that level of support. Beats gets underhanded, knocked down. Swave is eliminated. Big go down, they go down. Big, they go down hard. And Unicorns of Love, they pick up 4 points, baby. 4 juicy points in the race for PMGC.
Yeah, and I think that the gap was actually 3 points, or exactly 4 points with the Unicorns of Love and 4 Romanian Boys earlier. So I think that they have now tied the situation from the 5th place. That's that's at least a close situation what I have seen, but definitely a great. I mean, Big was not gonna say. Well, I'm gonna say it. I mean, Big was feeding the kills.
Oh yeah,
they just went straight on the middle. There was 4 guys, just waiting that to happen. It was a bait made by Unicorns of Love, and they just completely took it. That's of course the end result out of it. But meanwhile, Team Doom and Super Young roster, they are still outside of the zone. And Vodafone Giants also watching it from the northern side. So I mean, 3 teams on the southern side of the zone, and maybe just 1 will actually make it.
ChasMac could third party. You can see a couple of their players looking down towards the southwestern edge of that circle. I won't look to get massively involved, but a cheeky shot here, a cheeky shot there could definitely have an impact. It's important for Vodafone Giants to try and really suffocate and blanket the teams in this area. Super Young roster tried to carve the entry point on this side of the road. There is that little bit of a low ground dip, but it's not really enough to keep their whole team alive, and they're left with 2.
Yeah, and Super Young roster actually moves straight towards the Unicorns of Love at the same time. Fresh is gonna find Sick, so that's gonna be 1 more kill. Zero's gonna find Ulysses at the same time on a different fight on the southern side. They're trying to steal something as well. GK first playing that very high position currently, but of course Unicorns of Love, they will have to move away from this location. They cannot stay here anymore because the circle has been shifting towards the northern side, but they still want to get Super Young roster out of the picture. Ali trying to hide behind that vehicle, and they're trying to find all the angles possible. And there we go. Fresh, maybe he'll gonna find something, and there we go. The spray will just straight connect even through the vehicle, and that's Super Young roster. They are gone.
Another kill for Unicorns of Love. Another point. And once again, not only the race for PMGC, but the fight for the European Regional Championship. The circle shifted up north. Team Doom are eliminated. Vodafone Giants get the better of them. ChasMac suffering a lot of casualties themselves as they try and enter into the circle as a duo. Eastern Stars, they haven't had the most controlling game, especially compared to the first Miramar round of the day, but the circle has gifted them a little bit of luck and a bit of relief as they are inside those buildings. I believe the only compound that's in the circle.
Yep, there we go. The spray coming from Game Lord towards TSC. This is happening on the eastern side, on the edge. We can see TSC staying outside of the zone. We can see Tony trying to find a way somehow get inside. Bujo has made the rotation over with the vehicle, so they have still Tam and Vitoni behind on the rotation outside of the zone, and they're trying to build something out. So Vitoni just try to watch how the guys going to be playing that area. Of course, we can see Romanian Boys, the last player of Redox, still staying alive on the northern side as well. He needs to maximize the points because currently Unicorns of Love, they're leading with 2 points.
Oh my lord, yeah, Game Lord, we kind of forget about them, right? Because they did so well in the PMPL league stage, you nearly presume that their position is comfortable in these overall standings of the finals, but that's not the case. 4 Romanian Boys are close behind them in 5th place. They're on the same amount of points as 4th, but TSC are third partying. Redox down to a sliver of health, giving that little bit of relief to Game Lord as a nade is being cooked up. TSC might meet their match. Tam comes in, gets a confirmed kill. 4 Romanian Boys are out of here, and now they can focus on Game Lord. Another smoke, another nade. Tam and Vitoni riding high.
I mean, TSC, they have a great chance of actually stealing a lot of that situation because the nade coming from Redox, it did a lot of damage. Not just got 1 knock, but there was other players on that deep which took the damage. And on the southern side, as we can see, Unicorns of Love, they are building, they are moving inside. We can see ChasMac putting up Vodafone Giants, which are holding a nice place actually on the middle. A small shack, but still it's a place that they can hold. And they will just have to get that healing done. ChasMac, they are completely outside of the zone. They will still have to move, and there's nothing but empty field on that side. So it's not the easiest one.
Stats write a storyline, but it doesn't tell the whole story. Unicorns Love coming into this game with 1.5 points per game, and they're riding strong, they're riding high as Game Lord clear out TSC. They're on 5 kills. If they can get the revive and make it into the circle, that would be positive. Clink holding on, doing everything he can. By a sliver, by a thread, by a vein, whatever you want to call it, doing everything he can to keep the European Regional Championship hopes alive for his team.
He's just scouting the area. He has the information. One of the players going to be moving on a closer distance. That's going to be Costi. Now the stress going to open towards Mishi and K-Link with that trade. Will do a lot of damage, but doesn't find it. Meanwhile, Gamel's going to be opening fire towards Costi as well, so it's going to be Excuseme getting the damage, and K-Link will fall down the cable in the end. Conqueror's going to be taken down, so down to 17s we go.
Yeah, that was great for Game Lord coming in at the right moment. Is shifting things in. The circle goes down south. Vodafone Giants have 1 dip in the road. Unicorns of Love have the other, and GK steps up as the Lone Ranger, as the free man, and just gets a free knock onto Rob, Sakashi, and Victor. The last 2 players up. Will they go for the revive, or will they just try and send it in? Mishi on to Atlas. That's a knock on board as Eastern Stars. They have 1 player left up. Octavian calls himself also Octo Daddy. Let's see if he can be the daddy in this moment and get the double kill onto Excuseme, and nade being cooked up into the area by the fence. That is going to do a hell of a lot of damage onto Michi. Slows him down. Also, Cable, push in. I know you don't know, but he throws a molly. Might go towards the other side. Sends Excuseme into that area. And that is going to be Eastern Stars, unfortunately, eliminated.
Meanwhile, I mean, Unicorns all of that 10 kills already, so they'll be getting a lot of points of prey coming from Game Loss. Rob's going to be trying to find ChasMac. Will connect a little bit. The backfire will come from the ChasMac side as well. They have found a way to get on the zone, so they're holding the southern side. There's nobody else on that direction except for the Vodafone Giants, which can actually have the field of view from that shack. LMV, they have spotted down the Unicorns. The floor will try to do something about it, but the spray is going to be short and it's not going to connect.
Yeah, and realistically, Unicorns of Love are protected down in that dip from the third party, so they can really focus on Talon. He's held up on towards the high ground for quite a while. Robs with the SLR. Uh-oh, you're going to get punished for that one. Down goes LMV. Our final 4 teams are left alive. Vodafone Giants going to get full sent in by the players of Game Lord. 1 knock comes through. Another confirmation. That leaves Game Lord with just 2 players up as Vodafone Giants once again continue to prove the naysayers wrong and step up to the plate in this Miramar round. But a beautiful nade Kobe coming through to wipe out Vodafone Giants.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love, they will just make more kills, 3 teams still remaining. So because you excuse me, holding 2 guys on the northern side, Unicorns of Love, they have the circle as well. Could this be the second game in a row going for them? I think they definitely have a chance.
Oh my god. Playing with our hearts, Unicorns of Love. I know talking to Atomics, he said to me in Discord, I don't know if I can get through this. I don't know if I can deal with this pressure, but his team are living it up for him. His team are definitely making it a little bit easier for the time being inside this Miramar game. They're on 14 kills and counting. GK, Lean, Fresh, and Rokus proving everybody that they're still always in with a chance.
Yeah, make it 15. They got one more, actually. Now we're going to have the Proning game, and Unicorns of Love, they are just waiting what's going to be arriving from the north and the eastern side. Excuse me, they know the location of game load, so they definitely want to get more placement points. They want to get some kills as well. Oh, that's going to be a problematic smoke. Will bounce from the buggy on the backside, and GK first will just get down. And these teams, they are having a battle, and the nade is going to be sent by Cable and the spray from Unicorns of Love as well.
Excuse me, they may not be in the running for an EMEA championship run, but they are certainly looking to try and do everything they can to finish on a high note in this PMPL finals. But the last player of Game North goes down. The last players from Excuse Me go down. And for the second time today, Unicorns of Love claim a chicken dinner.
And what a way of doing it. I mean, they got 17 or 18 kills on the chicken dinner. They will make a huge leap on the scoreboard. They will show to everybody that they will bend in front of nobody. They just take it what is theirs and be happy with it. They will show definitely for the Eastern Stars that if you want to get that PMGC's place, you have to work for it.
I'm just a little bit gobsmacked at how good Unicorns of Love played this game. There is definitely a correlation between the circle kind of shifting in their area of the map in both chicken dinners that they've won, but I can also say that they have definitely improved the quickness around their rotations, the quickness around their decision making as a team as a whole, and that's proven in the points that they've secured in today's games, the 2 chicken dinners so far, and coming into Sanhok, where they've proven it's their strongest map, at least compared to Eastern Stars. That gap is absolutely perfect for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I mean, that amount of kills, that's going to make sure, of course, that they will increase the gap hugely. And it's looking good for them, definitely. Not going to argue on that one. The circles, I mean, yes, they were coming on their way. And the amount of movement, what Unicorns of Love actually needed to do, because they just moved towards the north. There was like no mis-rotations that they kind of change the plays at all and then have to get back. So they were kind of like, yes, holding the circle, just playing the southern side, the western side of it. And it was a good side to play. But, of course, they had a nice strategy as well. So it's not only about the circle, it's also about how they decide to play it and how they utilize the circle. And kind of like when they took down, for example, the who was coming, the Big was coming on the western side, so they had like 4 players built around it. They had GK first was on top of that hill. They had a secondary player who was like on the middle way of that hill, and then 2 guys close. And when the guys just jump on the other side of that ridge with the vehicle, they were kind of like completely surrounded with 4 players having a crossfire towards them, and that was the end of Big, like very fast. And then of course super young roster that they took the same bait as well, and they died as well. So definitely they played it well already before getting on the last circles. But then on the last circles, I mean, that's where the dominating started. They were just like completely unstoppable. They saw everything, of course, from that higher ground position, and there was like nowhere to hide for the others, like no plays at all. So it's completely lights out. We're gonna win this.
It was, honestly, and it's kind of one of the first times I've definitely said this about Unicorns of Love in this PMPL. That was a perfect game. Like, that was a perfect game. They laid the foundations, as you pointed out, between Big and super young roster. They played the late game perfectly because they were able to dominate from that little bit of a low ground area. And let's be straight up honest, that position in the map is not easy to control. So they knew that the second they got there, they had to kind of play that position as if it was the final circle of the game. And you even saw the beautiful nades from GK to get rid of Vodafone Giants and make their end game just so much easier. It was a chef kiss worthy result from Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, that is true. And the way how they have been playing now, these two matches that they have got the chicken dinner, I mean, in both they have been in a circle, but they have made the fast rotation as well. So maybe there's a correlation between these. But anyways, it seems that we do have a time for a break. And of course, we still do have one last game remaining. So just wait there. We'll be shortly back.
Hello everyone! Today we would like to introduce to you Banpan's Investigators. The Investigators are the first line of response when confronted with cheaters. After a player is reported for suspicious behavior, the Investigator will then verify whether cheating has occurred. Up till now, Investigators have been hard at work every day resolving player complaints, establishing themselves as a key component in maintaining a pleasant and fair gaming environment. Without further ado, let me introduce the Investigator. How to become an Investigator. Investigators consist of in-game players and official security experts. To become Investigators, in-game players must fulfill certain requirements. Be passionate about PUBG Mobile and have a strong sense of justice. A clean in-game record free of penalties, no bans or warnings. Be firm and resolute when dealing with cheaters, and report any suspicious behavior. Must have a high tier. Skilled players are preferred. Experienced players that have achieved a higher rank are better suited to judge whether cheating has really occurred. Players that have met these requirements can apply by tapping the Request Investigator access button. We hope more players can enlist in the Investigator ranks and stand together in protecting the integrity of the game. How Investigators review and report footage. After becoming an Investigator, they may review footage of reported behavior. Footage found to contain violations will be sent to the official security team for a final review. You can check your submitted video review statistics under My Reviews. See details for the results of corrected judgments. For our dear Investigators that uphold the integrity of the game, we are constantly improving the Investigator function. To thank all our Investigators for their hard work and effort, Banpan has added Investigator Challenge rewards. Investigators can complete challenges to claim their corresponding rewards. There are rewards for daily challenges, weekly challenges, and monthly challenges. We've also prepared an exclusive Investigator outfit, titles, and rank. We've introduced the requirements on how to become an Investigator and the responsibilities it entails. We hope that many new Investigators will join us in our fight to maintain a pleasant gaming environment. Fairness for all. We will never give up.
To start things off, I need to ask you, what are your top 3 weapons in the game?
M4, M7, and UMP.
My top 3 would be UMP, M4, and DP28.
The best weapons in the game is shotgun, SLK, M4, and UMP.
Première UMP 45, deuxième M4, troisième DP.
If you could add any weapon in the game, what would it be?
Bazooka. Bazooka would be nice.
Okay, a lot of people have been answering bazooka, man. I don't know what to think about this. It might be added eventually.
I would add a bazooka just because it's interesting. It would be fun to just throw it around compounds and surprise people.
Think about RPG.
Ooh, okay. Just a big rocket launcher. You know what? I think a lot of people would potentially like to see that added to the game.
La MSMC.
MSMC, that's an also having got. I got a bunch of flamethrowers and also RPGs, but didn't get MSMC just yet. So yeah, it would be a pretty interesting weapon to add for sure.
I don't know what it is about this final day, but Unicorns of Love yet again stepping up, trying to lengthen that lead up against Eastern Stars and trying to take home basically everything. Hey, if they could win the race to PMGC and win PMPL Western Europe Season 2, they would definitely put their foot down as the best team in Western Europe. Potentially in the region, well, we'll find out if they make it through into the next stage of the tournament. So Jason Kappen joined by Claris and Max Menace will jump straight into the match rankings. There's so many things that we can talk about, but there's so little time.
Yeah, Kalash, we were talking about these circles and how Unicorns of Love played it, and they played it, I would say, close to perfection, this game for them. Of course, there was a little bit of circle luck coming their way at the end, but they had the best rotations, clearing most of the southern side. A lot of the teams are trying to come their way. They picked up the kills. They regrouped on the Raucous position next to the cliffside onto the west, and then the circle. They played that dip right next to the road. That position was golden until the very end, and then they got that small elevation at the end to get that little bit of an advantage. 18 kills, a kill record in these finals, like just when they needed it.
Jason, I must say, I think you were questioning me wearing pink at the start of this finals, and then you said burn the shirts, and then I said no, I'm gonna hold off on against it, and it's weird because it does sort of feel like Unicorns of Love is gonna win the final because it's Sanhok next. We have 33 points from in this game. As you said, Max, they played it perfectly. Every single move they made left them out of line of sight of so many other teams. As I say, the circles were favorable, but this was a masterclass of what you do when it comes to these kinds of positions and how you play those positions, Jason. It was brilliant.
In my defense, I just wanted to see your shirt off. And to be fair, you were freaking out at the start of the day as well. We can't deny that fact. Nexus 0 points, big 1 point. Eastern Stars 2 points. Like, we'll get to overalls in a little bit of time, but this is not looking good. But what is looking good is Unicorns of Love. Claris, fresh, 885 damage with 8 kills.
Massive. This recovery is nigh on legendary if they're able to make it occur and actually like take that #1 spot. Like, all memes aside, this what a result from them so far. Fresh was looking really good here throughout all this. I mean, everybody on Unicorn, it doesn't matter that Fresh is the #1 here. Everybody on Unicorns of Love was looking good here in terms of the decision making they were taking. Like, even just things as simple as moving up onto the road at the end and kind of knowing that nobody with them lying down could have line of sight on them. It was a thing of beauty, Max.
And we were talking a lot about this team, how they were continuously improving from the first week where they didn't even make it into the Super Weekend to now what they do now in these games, right? What stopped them from playing like this so early on? This is what we expected from Unicorns of Love. These 10,000 IQ plays, really good positions, really good spots, and man, 18 kill transferred from 2,026 damage. That is, there you go. This is the Unicorns of Love we expected at the start of this event, and they are just performing now. And I hope that if they of course remain themselves strong into the European Regional Championship, I think they're our best shot at doing well in that tournament. I think they are the best representation of the Western European region right now.
Well, I mean, that's what we're looking to have, right? Because obviously when you're playing against Turkish teams, CIS teams, things get exponentially more difficult. And we already saw what happened to Unicorns of Love, known as Panda, last time when they finished first. They placed 12th overall in the European Regional Championship Season 1. So looking to, avenge themselves and prove to everyone else out there that they are the team to beat when it comes to this side of Europe. Let's take a look, though, really quickly at our top 10 fraggers so far, because that is almost a direct relation to who would be our MVP at the end of this whole shebang, and Unicorns of Love might be looking to take this one away from Alicio, who was leading at the start of the day.
Okay, so I believe if you're looking at the MVP ranking, Alicio should potentially still be first because of the overall damage he's got, and that plays a pretty big part of the race to MVP. But man, Fresh and GK first, they just overtook the top 10 over these games alone today. That Sanhok game, of course, you got this Miramar game on top of that. You got another Sanhok game, so the fact you got a Sanhok game on top of that, not only is that going to allow them to push himself even high in the top 5, but GK first especially, and now with Fresh after this game, they are racing for that MVP. So Alicio needs to close it off with a banger.
Yep, and as we mentioned before, and we all know what the next battleground is coming up, it is going to be Sanhok, and they have shown in this final that they are so capable, be it gamble or be it holding down positions. This could... If they win, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. Considering the recovery that they've had to make here in this last day, Jason, it will be ridiculous.
Do you want to see what's really insane, Claris?
What's that?
Our overall standings and how close it is at the moment between our top teams. It is redonkulous. We'll throw it up there on your screens at home to look at. 167 points, 164 for second, and 100. Well, I mean, it's a 5-point difference between first and fourth.
I mean, I don't know. I don't have the words for this one. This is just so close. After the first 2 days, we were like, okay, this is a weird finals. This just got a whole lot more interesting towards the end of this third day. Eastern Stars, they could pull off 21-point difference between Eastern Stars and 4 Romanian Boys when they had normally we saw them as a clear shot to make it into the top 5, and 4 Romanian Boys just one good game and Eastern Stars die early. And we talked about hot drops. If there are some teams at the bottom that's literally got nothing to lose right now, Jason, they could decide to make sure, oh, Eastern Stars, let's take them down with us in a fight of glory. We'll see how it's going to go, but this is not fun for Eastern Stars for sure.
For Eastern Stars, you can't risk 4 Romanian Boys having a good game, right? So you either just play it out yourself and kind of have yourself kind of a middling game or whatever you do, or you go and hurt 4 Romanian Boys. I mean, you don't really want to risk that because then maybe they just have a huge game off the back of it. But the fact that, again, looking at these top 5, there is so few points in between 1 to 4. If Unicorns of Love have the Sanhok games that they've been currently having, they could easily just leapfrog everybody. There has to be absolutely on their toes going into Sanhok, and it's such a volatile battleground, so it's difficult to be on your toes to begin with.
You know what I want to see? I want to see Unicorns of Love being like, you know what? Eastern Stars, you kept giving us a run for the money the entire year.
Please don't.
You know what we're gonna do?
Don't do it, please.
We're gonna hot drop your butts, and we're gonna knock you out of top 5 and knock you out of PMGC at the same time. I would love to see that. You know how juicy that would be?
That would be crazy. That would be insane.
I don't know how Eastern Stars would react to that. I think they'll just quit.
I will say I'm really surprised that we've got to this point in this last game, because throughout this finals, it's been a little bit all over the place, a little bit chaotic. And I thought by the time we get to this final game, you know, maybe we'd have a clear winner or, you know, an easy top 3. But no, we have come absolutely down to the wire. Couldn't have it better any other way, Jason.
Yeah, you really couldn't. It is unfortunate there's other teams here, but they can still fight for extra prize earnings if they get a little bit higher up in the rankings. But it all comes down to this. It all comes down to a Sanhok, and the track record, well, it has proven to be going one way generally when it comes to this map, and it comes to one team in particular. And Kalaris, I know I don't even need to ask who you're predicting to win, so I'm not even gonna bother to ask either of you.
Correct.
I'm pretty sure it's pretty obvious out there. So we'll get rid of you too, because you know what? I don't need to see you gloating anymore right now. Of course, I'm gonna hear enough of it when we get backstage. Let's bring in Imperium Copter for the last time of PMPL Western Europe Season 2 to bring us the final round of the entire event. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Jason and the gang. It all comes down to this Copter. 21 broadcast days. God knows how many games, ups and downs, lefts and rights, whatever you want to call it. 5 spots available for the European Regional Championships and that 1 golden ticket of a PMGC spot. Right now, looking very likely towards Unicorns of Love, but can Eastern Stars come back in the final round?
Well, it is hard to say what's going to happen. Of course, I don't have that magic ball, but yeah, definitely Unicorns of Love, they have made the miracle. That's why it's a magical animal, and they have been able to do it. So definitely absolutely amazing performance, and I'm just a little bit actually scared what's going to happen on the last game, because we have seen them playing so strongly, and we know that the Sanhok kind of like has been their turf as well. So if we see the same performance happening here as well, that's going to be scary, and then the Eastern Stars, they'll have to do a lot of work. But where Unicorns are going to go? They will take the southern side of the Charlie Island, so that's the place. They will be heading towards that direction, and at the same time, we can see Eastern Stars going for the usual place on the Alpha Island towards the more or less like the eastern side of it. But then also, Hatin, we can see Conqueror going there, so they don't take the boot camp, it's going to be left empty.
Phase 1 is majority towards the mainland. So it's going to be relatively tricky for both Eastern Stars and Unicorns of Love to enter into that area of the map should they choose to in Phase 1. Technically, it's easier for Eastern Stars because we've seen them use that trifecta area of the map to their advantage in some Sanhok games, but we have noticed an improvement in Unicorns of Love's rotation timing throughout today's game so far.
I think what we have seen with the Unicorns of Love, because I was thinking this after the last game, and what we have seen for them, that when they have a place inside of the circle, they don't go for the edge play. They realize that when they are in the zone, they can play a little bit closer towards the middle. But when they are outside of the circle, then they tend to do those edge rotations and stay there. And now they're outside, but they're not that much. So it's the question what they will do. Will they stay on the Charlie Island, or what's the idea? But yeah, we don't have the answers. I mean, the players maybe have an idea. Maybe they have the idea maybe in 5 minutes, so we just have to wait and see. But I guess the eye should be on Eastern Star still, because they will have to somehow, make that move towards the river intersection. And of course, we have the whole situation. I mean, Gamelord is currently in the lead. We don't need to forget that. We have been talking a lot about the Unicorns of Love and Eastern Stars, but Gamelord, they are still currently the leading team. And Exquisite Décode only 3 points away. As we can see, actually, at least an Exquisite Décode, they will find a knock from a long distance.
Yeah, it's a good start for Exquisite Décode. I'm so proud of this team. You know, they had a fantastic performance in the previous PMPL Season 1 under a different team name. Elicio was MVP, and they were 3 points behind the third place team to qualify for the EMEA Championships back in Season 1, and they just couldn't make it. And to see it being turned around in such an overall massive way from this team puts a big smile on my face. I know Daddy has such a wealth of experience as an IGL. You have the massive fragging potential of Elicio. They've brought Reznov into the team, and he definitely has molded extremely well with Elicio, and Will is that intelligent kind of backline supporting player that helps make this team feel that little bit more complete. It's just so good to see the evolution of Exquisite Décode.
We have seen great stories here built. Gamelord now only 1 point away from Exquisite Décode, as they will find those 2 kills from Xtreme Slayers. So that's going to take them 1 point away from the lead. And Unicorns of Love, I mean, they are also just 4 points from the lead. And if they will get that massive performance, which they have been having in the previous matches, I mean, they can definitely challenge, from the victory of the whole Grand Finals. And when we started today, would you have believed that, Imperium, that they can all the way climb from that far behind to fight from the win?
I honestly wouldn't have believed it, but what I do believe is the fact that you can get yourself a beautiful PMPL 2021's fall special crate. They're on sale in game right now. Just go into the PUBG Mobile store. You can grab the same outfits as the pro players.
Yep, done, check. I'm gonna hit the servers right after the broadcast. That's my plan. I'm gonna go and show off my skins, and then we'll see who's gonna be running away when they see that I have the comp player skins. Well, probably not gonna happen, but I can always hope, because otherwise I will just lose that battle immediately. So I have to use my visual outfit to actually get the enemies to run away from my direction, that I can hold the compound. Of course, I have to be showing my head all the time on the window that they will see the skins. But yeah, that's a completely different story. Meanwhile, we have some situations building up, so excuse me, they have moved. Well, they are currently pretty much in the middle of the map. 4 Romanian Boys still holding the Paradise Resort. And, they are currently the team that is trying to catch the 5th place. So they are currently holding the 6th place. So they need 21 points to be tying with Eastern Star. So it's a huge job. And with only passive play, I think it's going to be very hard to reach. So they will have to be... I would imagine that they want to be a little bit more aggressive on this match.
You also need to be watching the PMPL broadcast from the in-game esports tab, because by watching the PMPL via the in-game esports tab, you can grab yourself tokens to win those gacha prizes for special permanent items and more rewards. So of course, go ahead, tune in this final round of the PMPL, the final day of the PMPL EU West. You better be watching in-game.
Yeah, that's the place to be. Meanwhile, the four Romanian boys, they're kind of like trying to look towards Excuse Me. They know that they are there, but Excuse Me, they're holding a nice form and formation. Not going to be letting anybody to, catch them off guard. And four Romanian boys, they know that they're going to be hiding somewhere there because if 3 shots coming from Machine right next to the rock will not find anything. And regarding the Eastern Stars, because they are still currently holding the 5th place, they have made the rotation actually all the way on the Bravo Island on the side of the boot camp. And that is an interesting one because we haven't seen that them doing that in the past. And also the area between boot camp and the river, it has been completely empty most of the time.
What I don't think they accounted for so much was that Game Lord would push a little bit more heavily down south to their drop spot to pinch Eastern Stars a bit more. I appreciate the quick rotation from Eastern Stars across the water because as much as they can use the trifecta area, it technically is a longer route, which when you're kind of fighting to hold on to that top 5 position, you want to kind of take that quicker, to an extent, safer route into the mainland. For the time being, they are safe. Let's see how it goes from there. Unicorns of Love Copter, they're still outside the circle. They have started to move a little bit away from Sami. Lin is much further forward, kind of carving that little bit of an entry point into the circle while looting up. And it seems that they are heading towards Camp Charlie.
Game Lord, they also need the points. I mean, they're currently on the lead and only just 1 point between them and the next team. And of course, a lot of teams are treading their position, so they know that they will have to get some points. They have seen the kill feed. They have saw that the teams are catching up, so Exquisite Décode getting those 2 kills. So they know they are feeling threatened. And monsters, beasts, they are always the most dangerous when they are currently under a threat.
Just want to also give a massive shout out to every single team and player across this PMPL and the PMPL finals as a whole. You've all put in the work. You've all put in the blood, sweat, tears and time to get to this point and to fight for your spots over 3 weeks of play. And it always is an incredible honor to cast you all and to cast your teams, and of course all the back-end crew, the producers, the talent helping to put this all together. It's just an incredible honor to be part of this event. And as we're in the final round, I thought it was important to give that shout out to everybody out there.
Circle is closing, and of course, huge thanks from me as well to everybody involved with the event. And of course, well done with all the teams getting to the grand finals as well. But meanwhile, the circle's going to be closing, and Conqueror will be leaving from the northern area with the boat. The circle's going to be shifting mostly on the Bravo Island. So now Big, they will start the movement on the bridges. We can see Super Young roster actually heading towards the same bridge between the Charlie and Bravo. So Big, when they will reach the southern island, then they might be finding the Super Young roster. Meanwhile, a lot of teams already inside. So we can see actually almost like a full circle of teams around the hill, straight from the boot camp towards the quarry. And more and more teams, there's a lot of space to get on the circle, so it shouldn't be a problem for any of the teams. But if they want to get on the middle, then either they will have to face the teams on the side of that circle, and then get like a massive crossfire from multiple teams if they will still decide to somehow rotate straight on the middle.
Oh, excuse me, picking up a bit of a cheap kill onto a player of a Nexus. That's the way the cookie crumbles in Sanhok. You got to prepare for those kind of situations. Well, 4 Romanian boys getting somewhat but kind of slowed down by Excuse Me. So definitely good play from Excuse Me in this final round of the PMPL. Unicorns Love, they are still outside of the circle. They're actually still in the blue. They've gone closer to Bantide than they have to Camp Charlie.
Yeah, that's the old strategy, but we have seen that working out in Sanhok, so I'm not going to be questioning multiple times. We're going to be, what they're still doing on the blue, but still like, yep, wait for it, hold my beer, and we're going to show you.
Oh my lord. Game Lord, they lost the first place position in the league stage in the final day to the hands of Big, and I definitely don't think they want that to repeat. So they are definitely looking to secure a solid result inside this final game of the PMPL in Sanhok. As Conqueror, they went for a rotation, but they went through the river to end up on towards that mainland outside bootcamp area, but Eastern Stars are waiting. Will Kapahala spot Vito? That isn't the case. Vito has been able to make his way into bootcamp. That's interesting.
Yeah, definitely. We can see the whole situation with the ChasMac and Romanian Boys, like just getting closer all the time. Zero has been getting on top of that hill. There's going to be utilities thrown already, and Tracer wants to have a peek. Knows that there's going to be guys on the other side of the hill. Will not spot them down, maybe a couple of nades, but those are more or less like randoms. And that's actually a pretty good one to race straight towards Shadowman. But yeah, will not find the damage, unfortunately. Kapahala's going to find Reeves at the same time, so Eastern Stars and Conqueror, they're actually having a battle in boot camp. Let's go, Lobster.
Let's go. Bootcamp, baby. Athos with a nade. Won't quite connect on the Vito. Clink is able to get the revive, but the pinch is there behind the square boxes of Bootcamp. A nice molly by Athos just to try and separate and disperse Vito away from that area, but it's not completely in control at the hands of Eastern Stars. Athos, honestly, I really don't like his position down on towards the underground area of Bootcamp. He's able to use it to his advantage for the time being. And that's going to be a confirmation by the hands of Big, a third party on top of the Bootcamp hill.
Yep, at the same time, we do have the ChasMac and the Romanian Boys situation also starting and heating up a little bit. But the Eastern Stars, they have decided to take the fight all the way towards Conqueror. They didn't land here, but they know the place that's like the primer landing place. The nade from Bass is going to be connecting on K-Link. Reeves kind of like having that, well, not an offside angle, but anyway, an angle where he can actually deal the damage. But the other players will be spotted from inside of that building. We can see Yatis opening spray. We can see K-Link being quite far away. Reeves and a little bit like the whole team is going to be separated. Pina with that spray will try to connect. Swave is going to find Pina, so there's going to be the big third partying from the distance. They will shoot from the southern side hill, and they will also get a flush as well. So Beasties will get that flush, and that's going to be now a lot of trouble for Conqueror because they don't like control the buildings. They are having players outside as well, and of course Eastern Stars, they will track all the advantage. K-Link's going to be taken down as well.
And Octavian, I think, is trying to wrap around on the underside to really pinch the last player of Conqueror, and I kind of wonder why Conqueror stayed in this area with this fight against Eastern Stars when Big initially third-partied them, but maybe they didn't feel confident even disengaging away. But now Bazzy's going to go in, gets a final kill on the Reeves. That's Conqueror's journey over in this PMPL finals, but the fight is still alive for Eastern Stars. More importantly, off the back of winning the fight, they keep themselves up as a full squad.
Yeah, that's great having 4 players, but they don't get the full 4 kills because Big was stealing some of those, kind of like got the box as well. But definitely getting 2 points, that is better than nothing, and of course most important, keeping those players alive. Circle has been shifting, meanwhile it's going to go straight towards the north, so this boot camp is inside, Paradise is inside as well, so it's quite quite decent circle, and Unicorns of Love, they're still on the blow, hopefully coming at some point, but they're quite far away, still on the completely different island as well, and they just might actually change the direction and go to the Alpha Island all the way on the northern side of the zone, and that would be a very Unicorns kind of way of doing it. So I'm looking forward to see how they will approach the circle, and will they find that niche spot which they have been doing on the past.
It's a very intelligent rotation from Unicorns of Love. Yes, it's taking them a little bit longer to execute it, but you think about it, when the circle shifts up north, right, in this kind of way, there's automatically going to be a much higher chance of more traffic on the southern edge. So going for that wide rotation to the north is clearly an easier path line. They don't know that it's free, but I do respect the fact that they are trying to pull it off. Game Lord, they're still on the North Bootcamp Hill. They've allowed Big to wrap around them for the time being. Eastern Stars are still in Bootcamp. Exquisite Décode are in with a chance of finishing the PMPL finals on that first spot. They're still in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the final what is it, like 10 whatever minutes we'll still have remaining, depending how the circle's going to shift and how the teams will be dying. I mean, all the pressure's going to be building to the next minutes of this whole tournament. We can see Unicorns of Love now, the rotation. It will come to the Alpha Island. They will come from the northern side. We can see ChasMac, Romanian Boys still right next to Paradise Resort. And then, Vodafone Giants, Nexus Gaming, southeast side. Team Doom, great entry from the east. LMV just holding. There might be something going on. But I just keep wondering if Eastern Stars would have been slower with the rotation. Would they have been able to make it that far? They probably would have been stuck with the Xtreme Slayers and super young roster. So I think that the change which they did on the rotation, it was a great move.
Super young roster do end up getting the better of Xtreme Slayers. The circle shifts up, Copter, and it goes towards Paradise Resort. 4 Romanian Boys and ChasMac are still coexisting there now. It's the kind of area, Sanhok, where you can have two teams holding on to each other, but nobody's really looked to make the moves. They are directly behind each other in their overall standings. 4 Romanian Boys are in 6th on 135 points. ChasMac are in 7th on 128, but there is a big gap between those two teams and 5th place, which is Eastern Stars on 156 points.
Yeah, that is true. And multiple times we have said that teams are just chilling and waiting, but I mean, Paradise Resort, that's the best place. The spray from Exquisite. Gonna find Octavian and Kappahala, but the spray is not gonna be connecting though. So the guys will actually make a successful push out of the boot camp. Now he's trying to cross the same area, and Octavian kind of like trying to figure out where they're gonna be hiding. Daddy falls down, Octavian, amazing spray, Daddy!
Oh, Octavian absolutely pops off. And here's the thing. It's to an extent a knock that didn't need to happen, but it just makes Eastern Stars' journey up the edge of Boot Camp Hill a little bit easier. However, we have to consider the fact that Game Lord are hearing those shots, are looking in the back line, and are prepared to get that third party, that gatekeep onto both Eastern Stars and Exquisite Decode.
That was an amazing spray. I gotta say, I mean, Daddy was like trying to, find that one, but now we get to Game Lord actually, your third party on the whole situation. They will spot down Eastern Stars as well from top of that hill. We can see Octavian taking the damage as his Kappahala will be still staying on that storage compound, and they are not inside. Game Lord is holding that side, so definitely they're in trouble. At the same time, Nexus, they will just finish off Vodafone Giants, and that's a huge loss for them.
It's a huge loss for them. It's also a big win for Eastern Stars, because coming into this game, they were only 6 points behind Vodafone Giants. So just to beautifully secure their spot in the regional finals, a couple more points for Eastern Stars will help tick that checkbox. But up the hill they go. We did see in the kill feed, by the way, the side of Big getting a kill onto the members of Unicorns of Love. That fight is going on, but it's all about this, baby. Akashi gets the opening lock onto Athos. That's going to slow them down, but the blue inside the circle isn't the hardest to deal with. It's just going to slow them down, and another one chunks the members of Eastern Stars down. A little bit more. Kappahala on low health. We did see Unicorns of Love get wiped out by Team Big. A last-ditch attempt by the members of Team Big to try and just stop Unicorns of Love in the final game of the PMPL, while Eastern Stars are continuing to battle against Game Lord.
Yeah, Octavia wants to fight back, definitely. That's a decent amount of damage. And now the nade. Let's see how that's going to go down. He needs to heal as well. The nade is going to be sent towards the Navalo. Going to deal the damage as well. Excellent nade. Navalo falls down. A second nade will come.
Oh, no.
Like denying it. But Octavia falls down in the end to the blue. That's going to be Play Zone doing the damage. Tamtam's going to find Reznov at the same time from Exquisite Decode. And also Will. Exquisite Decode, they are falling down as a whole. Meanwhile, they will be not playing on this game anymore. We just have to wait and see what that's going to do. But that's a huge loss as well.
That's pretty much the PMPL final secured for Game Lord. It's not absolutely secure. Bazzi is pulling off the heal strat. He has been the one player of Eastern Stars to really pull off that heal strat inside these Sanhok games, but it's a matter of how many meds does he have, and we are still less than 20 minutes into this game with 11 teams and 32 players up.
Yeah, Circle's going to be shifting away from the Paradise. We saw only one player from ChasMac holding that for Romanian Boys. Meanwhile, they are getting away, and they have the full stack. 4 players still remaining. As we can see, all the players are ready to fight, and they will have a decent entry. They have a quite quiet quarter, so I would say that the approach from the 4 Romanian Boys is it's a little bit like a, Unicorns of Love-like, that they are kind of like doing the same. But now they will have to face Team Doom, and that's going to be during finding Zero. Frost is going to be trading, so Redox fall down. So now it's going to be time. This is the final battle for real 4 Romanian Boys. Now they have to show that they will earn the place on the top 5.
If they win this game, they could overtake Vodafone Giants. That's why I said it's so important for Eastern Stars to just survive a little bit longer. 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 placement points I think will help secure that. They're currently on 2 kills, so actually they need 6 or 7 placement points. That is not going to be easy, but look at how many teams are in the blue. Super Young roster, Big ESC, Nexus and ChasMac. As the shots are being fired at by 4 Romanian boys, they pick up one of Doom. They're looking for another. On she goes, one by one, and another one, and another one, and another one.
Circle shifted very heavily on the western side. Only Game Lord actually on the zone. So that's of course good for them. But for Romanian Boys, they have a lot of targets on the southern side. So Team Doom, as we can see, that they are taking the damage. Rob's going to find perks at the same time as well. Machina gets Team Doom taken down as a whole because Frost is going to fall down on the blue zone. So Team Doom are gone. Excuse me, on the southern side of 4 Romanian Boys, they might be getting away. So 4 Romanian Boys, they cannot really try to reach for those kills, but they're still trying. Kost is going to fall down. Also, Mishi's going to fall down. So 4 Romanian Boys, they're definitely fighting back. They want to get that place on the top 5. As we can see, Eastern Stars, they are trying to survive. Somehow we can see Bassi trying to do a healing strategy outside of the zone. Big is going to be taken down as well.
That's only, I think, 1 placement point for Eastern Stars, so they'll only walk away with 3 points. Their finishing position is not secured in terms of the regional final spot, but 4 Romanian boys, they are going to go out. 8 points, that's not enough. That is not enough. I believe Copter, without absolutely knowing the overall standings, I think we could have our 5 European regional championship qualifying teams.
Yep, they did everything they could, and we'll see what the studio has to say about it. Nexus Gaming gonna fall down as well. A lot of teams are trying to heal, so we got TSC and Game Lord. They are currently in the zone. I think Super Young roster is still like healing on the blue as well, so we have 3 teams actually who are fighting, and then 1 that is healing, and of course Game Lord with 3 guys on the zone. They have a great chance. TSC with 4 as well. Vittori will try to connect that fray, but that's gonna connect. Yes, Victor fights Bujo though, so TSC takes the damage, so 3 versus 3.
This is so good for Game Lord. They stayed on towards that North Bootcamp Hill. They kept the likes of Exquisite Décode and more importantly Eastern Stars. As the last player of Excuse Me is going to be taken down, they are eliminated, but it is still all control for TSC. They are the last team up. They do secure the final game of the day.
Excellent performance, I gotta say. Game Lord, they show that they deserve the place on the scoreboard. Even though we have been talking about the other teams, still they have shown that they definitely have what it takes, and they will show it on the final game.
Like I said, back in the league stage, I kind of let that first place go to the side of Team Big. Well, not anymore, not now, not in the finals. They win the final game of the day, and it was beautifully taken away by the side of Game Lord. It was wonderful. It was well executed. They couldn't ask for a better finish.
It's not only the Unicorns of Love who can actually handle the pressure of Sanhok, so definitely Game Lord. I mean, we haven't seen them like excelling on this map on the past. So this is a great performance from these guys, and how they took it. Of course, they got the zone, but still they get some kills earlier. They were aggressive towards the Eastern Stars, who was of course one of those teams who was able to tread their position on the scoreboard as well. So it was not just only chilling and grilling. They actually did a lot of work to get where they got the chicken dinner.
I know 4 Romanian boys had a hell of a task in front of them to try and take away that 5th spot from Eastern Stars. I think they did make a bit of a mistake by staying in Paradise Resort for so long. I feel like if they had have executed that fight onto ChasMac a little bit earlier in the game, it would allow them a bit more freedom to move out of that area and to kind of control a bit more of the game. But that shift over to the west away from the resort was also the kind of final nail in the coffin for their game.
I really love when they actually saw that there's going to be teams on the southern side. Excuse me, others, they were rotating and they just went straight for the kills. They knew that they will need the points, but then of course somebody was gatekeeping and waiting that to happen because they have been staying there for so long that they were identified, and when the time came to get down from that hill, out of that cover, then of course the game was over.
Yeah, it was. Game is over, and that was it was a big fight for Eastern Stars. You know, it's absolutely integral that they were able to come in and secure that win overall on towards Conqueror. But with the highlights going on, it's apt that we move over to the experts. So thank you so much, and Jason and crew, take it away.
Thank you.
Well, with that final round done, I think we all know who the victors are going to be, but we're going to make you wait just a little bit longer until we actually see it. But either way, GameLord closing things out with the chicken dinner, a fantastic way to finish off the entirety of PMPL Western Europe Season 2 for themselves. And not to mention, Maxman probably has the biggest grin on his face right now.
It's the French teams, the French homies are up there. It feels good. It feels good to see a team like GameLord closed off so well, because they have been putting so much work in the background to actually make it to PMPL into the first place and get some good results as a team that's remained together for so long. And with the amount of work, especially on the management side, that the team has put together, they must feel absolutely amazing to make it into first place and make it to the European Regional Championship. Like that is just amazing to see from them.
I can't believe we got no national anthem out of him, but you know what? Yeah,
It's a long one, yeah.
I can't believe Maxman just spoiled who won.
Oh, maybe.
They're first on the last game.
Didn't even say it, and then he just said it. What the heck, Maxman?
First on the last game, I said.
I mean, they're aptly first in this last game. It was amazing to watch them actually get themselves this win as well, Jason, yeah.
Okay, well, let's move on to match rankings then real quick before we do see our victor, and of course see our top 5 teams to play in the European Regional Championship, and then eventually see which team came out on top and gets a slot directly into PMGC. GameLord closed things out. It was quite an exciting finish. We saw Romanian Boys trying to hold on, but only getting 8 points. We saw, what was it, Eastern Stars go out with Bazzi, just heel strain as long as possible. But in the end, I don't think it was enough for Romanian Boys. I know it wasn't enough for Romanian Boys.
They started off so well. They took the 5 versus Team Doom. We were seeing some really good angles held down by Redox for some time, but he just quite make it. And it's very hard, I would say, Kalash, to move away from Paradise Resort with that many teams around you. It's not very forgiving terrain. It's hard to move away from.
Some of those open areas very difficult to transition from, and yeah, no bueno there.
No bueno indeed. But you know what? It is time to finally announce who the champion of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2 is. And Maxman, I'll let you do it.
GameLord going to be taking home the title of our first team here for the second season of PMPL. Hell yes, I'll take it. The French boys, they're back. As I said earlier, right, they've been putting so much work in the background. When they were playing PMC, I remember this team and how much they've been working to make it this far. They were small little ducklings before, and now they just become a swan. I don't think ducklings can become swans, but whatever. Regardless, it's good, and we see especially the big step up from Narvalo and Victor. These are the 2 top players of the French region. And man, I really wonder how good they can do in the European Regional Finals now.
You know what? Here, Jason, in this tournament, they have undoubtedly been the most consistent team from week 1 to week 2 to week 3 and then into the finals to round it out here as well. That is absolutely fantastic by this team. GameLord, we've seen, as you say, Max, we saw them in season 1 be a bit, middling, I think is fair to say, but here it shows that the work has paid off. It shows that the synergy has paid off, and it shows that the individual performances have paid off time and time again. GameLord 100% deserves this victory. It's been a great tournament for them.
Yeah, phenomenal tournament for them, and I guarantee you Maxman's going to ride this one all the way up until PMGC as well, seeing how well they're able to do. He's not going to let this one ever fall from his memory. But Victor actually going to be the damage leader for the team as Navarro comes in with the kills. But combined, I mean, they do, what, 8,400 damage. They have like 45 kills between the 2 of them. And, obviously we have to give credit to Robs too. Not normally one of the standout players within the roster. This is also a team who uses multiple players, as we can see 5 currently played out in the finals. Like this was really well done by them and showing that you can run 5, 6 players potentially onto a roster and have success.
I would say you have a similar position as to which GameLord were in this tournament compared to, for example, Eastern Stars or even potentially Unicorns of Love, where you had a few players that were doing really well and kind of carrying the team. That was the case in the league stage for Victor Narvalo OP, but Robs, especially on that 3rd Super Weekend, was getting some really good results, and that actually transitioned really well into the finals. I think Akashi and Spicy being the sub from the team, we could maybe see a little bit more, but Akashi, I mean, he's called the assassin for a reason by Blankfright. Given the right position, he can frag out big time. So I like to see the players improve on an individual level, so I am just hyped to see what they can do in the European Regional Championship and even next year. Like, this team has just so much potential in this region.
Look at this. Max so proud, so happy, wearing blue to represent Game Lord. We didn't catch this one earlier on today. I guess I'm technically wearing blue as well, though maybe I guess you could say it's a decode with the white in there. But either way, let's take a look at the overalls. Let's start from the bottom up, though. Let's actually see how our last place teams did finish out. And of course, obviously the money that goes with it. 16th place, unfortunately, Xtreme Slayers, as we do see Team Doom in 15th. Big, you know, I think it is probably one of the biggest letdowns, I think, out of all three of us, if we were to discuss it. The promise we saw out of this roster, and then unfortunately going to the finals, I don't want to say the failure, but the underperformance out of the team. This could have easily been a team that proudly would have represented Western Europe and potentially had the skill, the damage, the power to maybe pull off a top 5 there.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad to think that this is a team that was rivaling Game Lord in terms of the consistency throughout the league stages, right? I mean, they beat them in the league. They were number one. We're big there, and it was awesome to see Mihi towards the end looking like, you know, having MVP status. But unfortunately, we've said it time and time again, a marathon is not the same as this kind of sprint. The final started out topsy-turvy. That did not favor Big, and then them coming into these later games, later days, it just not enough time for Big to make the recovery. So unfortunate. I would have liked to have seen them on a bigger stage, but the end's here for them.
I mean, it's still pretty close. 8 points between 13th place and 9th place.
Yeah,
like we've had some really crazy and honestly enjoyable rounds, obviously, but the fact that we see teams playing so consistently and so close to each other, we're not seeing those teams run away with the victory by over 100 points. If you think about PMPL Brazil with Alpha 7, you know, we're starting to see every team really show what they've got. We're starting to see new teams as well come in, like from PMCOs, from PMNCs. It's great to see the likes of that. But it is time to advance further into this graphic. It's time to find out who our top 5 teams were and our top 5 teams that are representing us in the European Regional Championship. We know one of them. We know it's Game Lord. We're not going to see it quite just yet.
Okay.
They're not giving it
production
just yet.
Really, yeah.
We're getting close, but yeah, for Romanian Boys, they needed, what was it, 21 points before that game, but Eastern Stars, especially having Bazi, serving as a healer. I have the impression we're now in a new meta on Sanhok, where you have your entry fragger, you got your long-range fragger, you got your supports, and you have a healer now, you have a medic. It's officially part of the roster now, the impression, and it's always Bazi, and apparently the heal-off at the end actually was enough to make sure they remained above 4 Romanian Boys. So yeah, 4 Romanian Boys, pretty close, but unfortunately not quite enough to make in top 5.
Yeah, I think you need to get out of Paradise Resort a little bit quicker in this final game if you want to make a big game out of this. I think we were talking about that compound west of Paradise Resort. If they get there and hold out threats from the cliff face that's north of that position, they effectively could win that game, but not there fast enough. Game Lord gets that position, they get the win.
Okay. I'm a little bit scared to like say we're going to go on to the top 5 now. I feel like production is going to mess with me.
If you do one by one,
exactly.
I swear.
All right, there we go. There are 5 teams. Eastern Stars do hold on. Vodafone Giants underperforming when it came to the Super Weekends. Not even qualifying for one of them, but they make it through in the finals to join Unicorns Love, Exquisite Décode, and Game Lord.
Look what a difference one game makes, Max. So you think about we had like 4 points or something ridiculous in between first and fourth or something, however many it was, and then all of a sudden, Game Lord, almost a 30-point gap, bam, just instantly appears thanks to the fact that they're able to win out the way they did on Sanhok here. And it is so apt that they win the final game in this final to crown themselves the champion, and it was brilliantly done.
It's just so well played on this game alone. And you talked about the battle of consistency, and they definitely prevailed and dominated when it comes to that. So, and talking a lot about the European Regional Championship, I know we're not there just yet. It's going to have to wait a few weeks for it. But Game Lord, with Unicorns of Love, I think are the 2 best representatives to make it into that tournament and do a splash. I'm hoping to see them perform well. But man, Eastern Stars, it was a little bit too close towards the end thanks to the heal off of Bazi. What did he have? 16 first aids at some point, I think. Yeah, that was just enough because otherwise 4 Romanian Boys, if they made it to that compound and Bazi died a little bit earlier, this could have been a completely different turn of events for both of these teams. But it worked out for Eastern Stars and they move into the next stage now.
It is time to move on to something else. I've been trying to think, do I want to get predictions of who you guys think the MVP of the finals were? I don't know if I want to do that to you guys, but you know what? Hey, let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay. Still Exquisite Décode UK and still in second. I don't think we've seen enough kills from GKFS in the last 2 games to make it. So I got people telling me some different names in the background, but I want to go with Elisio. I want a back-to-back to happen. It would be great.
Yeah. I think considering the damage he put out, I think that's going to be enough to keep Elisio's spot up there. So I will also have to go with Elisio.
Are you just saying Elisio because you don't want to be wrong? Like, you don't want Maxman to be wrong or right or whatever?
No. I mean, for the same reasons as him. Yeah, you see? I mean, for the same reasons as him, Elisio back-to-back. To make the back-to-back, Jason, is crazy. So, amazing. Whew.
Wow.
I think that is really like ridiculous if you think about it. Because they placed 5th, I believe it was last season with Lacunostra MVP. Then they went on to the European Regional Championship. They placed 2nd this time, so they've obviously had some improvement. He's been as consistent as ever. But I find it hard to see like no enough Game Lord get it just based off of how many points ahead of everyone else they were. I think that really is a testament to how good Elisio's playing, but not even just him, right? How well the team supports him too.
Yeah, especially Reznov. I think the Reznov does deserve quite a bit of appreciation. Our producer was trying to mess with me in the background, telling me, oh, pick Reznov, but I went with Elisio. Reznov is close. I'm not sure exactly where he stands when it comes to the ranking for MVP, but I think he's definitely in the top 5, so having that integral duo of the team that's definitely helped push Exquisite Décode UK to new heights. We remember when we saw them as Lacunostra MVP last season, they were doing really good into those finals to actually qualify there. And now this just feels like a leveled up team. And I think they still have more to give. I think that they have so much more room to potentially improve. If they're already this good, with still more things they can potentially bring to the table. I can't wait to see what they can do potentially next year.
I mean, for back-to-back MVPs in both of these seasons, you go from being a great player in this region to a world-class player. Getting back-to-back in a lobby like this and being able to step up quite like that. Elisio is a prime candidate for a great addition to any team, never mind being consistently here on Exquisite Décode UK.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously they have a chance to prove how good he is and how, well, let's just be honest, when you get to the European Regional Championships, it's going to become a lot more difficult for you to stand out as an MVP with the caliber of players. I mean, you got a Navi coming in there with Adder, or Kitsune as he's named now. Like, you have so many players to deal with that it's gonna be difficult to do, but I have high hopes that he potentially could pull it off. But it's gonna be his, I think, biggest challenge to date. But speaking of challenges, let's take a look at our race to PMGC, and we're also going to see not only a team who's qualified into the European Regional Championships, but also a team that's qualified straight through into PMGC. And for the Unicorns of Love, I think it's important to note that they can now go into this next event as like a training ground. They don't have to prove anything. They don't have to place top, X amount. They just have to learn as much as possible about these other regions and then use that when they get to the next event.
I mean, we're talking about the level up in terms of skill level from this PMPL into the European Regional Championship. Now you're talking about going to the Global Championship. That is, you're playing with the best teams in the world in your region for the Western Conference. Like, that is the level of play where we need to see Unicorns of Love not have a slow start and then slowly improve towards the end, like we saw this PMPL. We need to see them play like they did today, since day one until the end of the event. If they do so, I think Unicorns of Love have a chance. I think Unicorns of Love could definitely be impressive when it comes to that level, especially with now increasing that gap towards the end. 1,183 points. A lot of respect goes to Eastern Star's way, of course, making it that close towards the end. But Unicorns of Love, I think, have a really good shot to potentially impress in PMGC.
I mean, if it's not for the 2 chicken dinners that they got today, Jason, Unicorns of Love would not be #1. So that's how important today was. That's how important these last couple of games were for Unicorns of Love to be able to make this happen. It is ridiculous how often we spoke about the potential of a tie, considering how many points we're talking about here, like between these two teams. But Unicorns of Love, they absolutely stepped up today. They deserve the spot that they're going to be claiming, and it's good to see. It's good to see this roster, who technically we have spoken about all league long, is a team of all stars. Sometimes they didn't quite get things together, but when they did get things together, it looked absolutely spectacular. So let's hope we see more of that.
And one of the best parts about this, Kalaris, is not only is Max a winner with Game Lord, you're a winner with Unicorns of Love. Everyone wins.
That's true. I like that.
You did say Unicorns of Love will come out on top. You just didn't say in the tournament or in the race to PMGC.
Oh,
I didn't say that, but thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. Damn.
There's always a silver lining in this one.
Yes.
All right, well, I mean, that pretty much rounds out the entire event for us. But before we do go, I want to give you both a chance to say something, anything you want to say at all before we do end off everything and obviously have a 14, 15-day gap until the European Regionals start. So, Maxman, let's start with you.
I mean, it's just been a great event, really, from the very start. It's been great to be able to cover these 2 seasons of PMPL. Hopefully, we're going to have some even better performances from these teams. Like, I think we mentioned this quite a bit, how much these teams and players have improved from Season 1 into Season 2. Just give him a few more months for the 3rd season, and I think we could have even better performances in this PMPL. So it's just been amazing, Jason. It's been a great experience, as always.
Yeah.
All right, Cloris.
Well, one second. I've been told that Maxman is trying to make some predictions on my home planet. So my planet needs me. I'll see you later.
What?
I'm not sure what just happened.
I don't know what happened either.
Okay.
I'm just going then.
I guess he's gone. Max doesn't know which way to walk off. He's walked off. Okay, it's just me, I guess, left it here on the show. But you know what? That's all you really need on the show anyways. The best looking one, the smartest one, the tallest one, and definitely the most fit one. But from all of us here, from John, from Blank, from Imperium, from Copter, obviously from those 2 who just left me to finish off the show, and obviously the production as well, who've done a phenomenal job all year long. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Remember, on the 14th of November, we'll be kicking off the European Regional Championships as well as the American Regional Championships. So there's so much more action to come throughout this year, and then PMGC later on in the end of November. Thank you again for all tuning in, and we'll see you guys next time for some more PUBG Mobile action.